Welcome to the Light Novel Up audio channel. Like and subscribe so you never miss a new chapter. Visit lightnovelup.net to read the latest novels, updated regularly. Thank you.
Chapter 1, A Belated Gift. It was May, a sunny day. It was already evening by the time Han Lang walked out of the school with his backpack. He threw his books into the garbage can. 3 years of high school finally came to an end, and the books no longer had any value to him. Suddenly, a slightly chubby guy placed his arm around Han Lang. His name was Li Chi, Han Lang's longtime bro. He wasn't really fat, he just belonged to a rich family. Due to the benefits of such status, he had lighter skin than the other guys, as well as being slightly higher in body fat concentration. Li Chi smiled and said, "We're finally done. Let's find a place and go celebrate. The bill is on me. Someone's paying." Everyone cheered, but Wang Yan, another one of Han Lang's friends, hesitated and said, "I have to pass today. I have to start preparing for university entrance exams. After all, we are only ordinary guys with no superpowers. If we don't get into university, it will be hard for us to even find a job." The atmosphere became a little awkward as everyone was reminded of the difficulty that lied ahead. This is the Galactic era, a heaven for the blessed people with superpowers, Espers. These Espers could have the wealth, power, women, and whatever else they would ever want, while the ordinary citizens were just low-class workers. Ever since the birth of the Galactic and superpower era, all the rules and norms changed, as if the world has become molded for those with special abilities. Espers were allowed to use transportation and hotels for free, be employed at any job they want, go to any school they desire, and also receive bonuses every month from the United Government. Meanwhile, the ordinary ones, which consists of the majority of the population, faces fierce competitions for school and jobs. Due to this difference in treatment, more than half of the ordinary people are stuck living in poverty and despair. Although everyone was happy that they graduated, they would have to apply to university in a month. Not everyone can be as carefree as Li Chi, who was still in the mood to party, since they were feeling a ton of pressure. "Then I guess I will pass too. My mom is waiting for me for dinner." Zhang Xiaoyan adjusted her glasses and said, "So boring." Li Chi gave her a look and said, "I have to catch the train, so..." Another girl said, "You live right behind the school. What train are you talking about?" Li Chi started to get a bit angry. However, it didn't matter how hard Li Chi tried to convince the others to stay, all the students left, and Han Lang also packed his backpack, waved at Li Chi, and said, "Not everyone has as secure a future as you. I have to go home too." "You can't leave." Li Chi got anxious and said, "You think I'm inviting these chicks because I got nowhere else to spend my money? Today's your birthday." Han Lang smiled and said, "I know, man, thanks. But I really have something to do today. After I find a job, I will buy you a jumbo beef bun." "Only you would treat a jumbo beef bun as a good meal. I was planning to go with you to that Japanese restaurant with your favorite surf clam and sweet shrimp." Although Li Chi tried to tempt Han Lang with delicious food, Han Lang was not affected at all. "Any time is fine, but I really can't today." Han Lang smiled, and he started heading back. Every day, as Han Lang walked home, he passes by a superpower training school called Pinnacle. Its LED screen was playing a promotional video today as well. "Be the next hero. Yes, you can." Han Lang didn't believe in the advertisement's claim on turning ordinary men into superheroes, because after all, superpowers were not like cabbages. You can't just get it because you want to. In the days with no superheroes, the entire United Government was in tension and fear. In the year 2066, the only 5-star hero on Earth, Key Lake, represented Earth to attend the Galaxy meet. During the competition of all superheroes in the galaxy, Key Lake demonstrated incredible battle capabilities and earned the admiration of other planets in the galaxy. According to the law of the jungle, if a planet does not have a strong superhero to protect it, that planet has to become a colony of stronger planets. 9 years have passed by quickly, and after the legendary Key Lake attended the Galaxy meet, he disappeared from the galaxy. There has been no news on him ever since. Next year is the next galaxy meet, and if Key Lake does not return and the United Government can't send a hero as strong as Key Lake, then Earth will be colonized by the strong planets that have been longing for Earth's resources. In order to avoid this and reinforce its presence in the galaxy, the United Government has been giving its best effort to cultivate a generation of superheroes. However, the hope seems slim. After Key Lake, no one was able to reach a power ranking of 5 stars, and the independence of Earth is entering the last countdown. Han Lang lives by himself in a cheap apartment near his school, which was bought by his mother when she was still alive. It's a simple one-room apartment, around 30 square meters, and has pretty good sun exposure. Han made some black tea for himself, sat down in front of the computer, and took off his silver necklace. From the black pendant of the necklace, he took out a computer chip. This was Han's mother's remnant for him. He had made a promise to his mom that he will only access it after he becomes an adult, and although tempting, he has not broken it yet. In the past, humans set 18 as the adult age, but due to the benefits of the Galactic era, 16 is now considered the age when one becomes fully mature. Today was Han's birthday, and according to his mom, he was born right at midnight. The present time was 6:15 p.m., which is still around 6 hours away from midnight. Time is going by so slowly. Han stared at his watch ticking away and said to himself, if it's only a few hours in advance, it should be okay. Han rejected lychee because today was the day that he was finally going to open this gift. He wanted to know what was inside this chip for a long time, and every second he spent waiting has been torturous, so he decided to check it out right away. He inserted the chip into the computer's reader, and the monitor recognized it as a standard 1,000 terabyte USB that costed about 12 United coins UC. Han double-clicked the chip icon, but the file didn't open. The computer's embedded infrared ray scanner automatically activated, and red beams quickly scanned over Han's entire body. Infrared ray scanner is a standard feature for computers in the Galactic era, mainly used for medical purposes where it automatically scans the body to check for any sicknesses and print out a prescription for drugs. It is really convenient for people who want access to regular checkups. Is there something wrong with the system? I just want to open the file on the chip. Why did the scanner activate? Han thought. Immediately, a line of words appeared on the screen. DNA verified. Darknet entry sequence activating. Chapter 2. Galactic Darknet. DNA verified dark web entry sequence activating. Connection successful. Accessing galactic high-speed internet. Initializing. Setting initialized. Accessing the galactic darknet. Login success. Welcome to the galactic darknet. The whole screen suddenly changed and opened a strange website shrouded by a dark atmosphere. There was a skull icon on the top of the page, with both sides showing the current connection speed and a slew of unknown numbers. In the center of the page, Galactic Darknet was displayed in a large luminescent font with an Enter button below it. The Galactic Darknet. Han was shocked. He was well versed in computers, so he had heard about the Darknet. In simple words, the Darknet comprises a deeper level of the Internet and contains all the hidden websites and data within the Internet. Just like an iceberg, the tip represents the websites that you can find through a traditional search engine, whereas the rest below the water is where the Darknet is. Normal people can't access them, and most don't even know the existence of the Darknet. Even if they do, without the proper software authorization and help of expert hackers, it is almost impossible to access them. And that is not all. The most fascinating part about the Darknet is that it has no regulations. Things like drugs, firearms, bioweapons, and everything else that are prohibited by law are all traded openly on the Darknet. No search engine can pick up the data hosted on them, and not even the undercover police can do anything about it because every post is anonymous due to software that can change the IP addresses up to hundreds of times every second. So, if someone wants to track a Darknet site in the long term, they will require a lot of resources and labor. Even then, all efforts are most likely in vain. Last year, there was a case involving the dark net that gathered the world's attention. A dark website called the Grayscale Grid had sent location and security details of all the cash-carrying armored vans of major cities to the criminals with superpowers. These outlaws then proceeded to rob these armored vans, and it was reported that they paid a portion of the loot to the host of Grayscale Grid. Furthermore, it wasn't just money they robbed, but also women, art, jewelry, anything valuable or fun. There was another incident instigated by Grayscale Grid where a female Hollywood celebrity was kidnapped by these people and she was forced to shoot sex tapes, which were then sold on the dark net. Then, a rich old psycho found these people, paid them a ton of money, and demanded to see this celebrity killed on tape. The celebrity was raped and murdered on camera, with the video broadcasted live. This murder was truly an example of the lawless and unethical nature of the dark net. Of course, this horrible incident enraged the world, but the United Government does not have the ability to monitor or investigate anything that happens in the dark net. Instead, they set a bounty of 1 million UC and hired a team of elite hackers, some who were among the top in the world. The case was finally solved, but with only 2 criminals being arrested, and the rest disappearing into thin air. After the case, Han had heard that the hackers that helped the police only did because they had grudges against the founder of Grayscale Grid. The hackers also run a similar website as Grayscale Grid, but lost a lot of its business to it, so if it wasn't because of the conflicts between the 2 criminal groups, the police wouldn't have been even close to solving the case. The story didn't end there. The top 12 websites' founders in the darknet world were disgusted to see these hackers helping the police, so they soon hired elite assassins and murdered them all the following night. After the 3 events, even at the cost of countless lives, no foothold in the dark net was made. It was still as unfathomable and mysterious as before, operating under its own dark shroud. What Mother left behind is actually a dark net pass, not just the measly dark net on Earth, but one that spreads through the entirety of the galaxy. The most infamous criminals and hackers in the galaxy are concentrated in this lawless world of dark net. Excitement came after shock, and doubt came after excitement. Han didn't understand why his mother had left him with such thing. Could she be a hacker? Staring at Mother's portrait on the wall, regardless, Mother is the one that showered him with selfless warmth and love. Whether she was a hacker, does it really matter? Now that his mother had left him with the Galactic Darknet GDN pass, he must make good use of it and not disappoint her. At that moment, Han lightly clicked on the Enter button. According to the rules of Darknet, even if Han logged on to the GDN, if he wants to enter the different stores or websites on the GDN, he still needs corresponding galactic IP addresses and invitation. But of course, not all websites have that rule. Some of the newly established websites and stores were desperate for more views, and GDN can help direct some traffic to their websites and increase publicity. Do you have a need for the Spider series mental potions? Torture potions, hallucination potions, combination potions, paradise potions, etc. Laser weapons on sale. Missiles and nuclear weapons as well. Buy 2, get 1 free. Sexy female slave from the Baishawa planet. You deserve it. Professional killer does not discriminate between men, women, and children. If I can't kill, I will return triple the cost. Han looked at the marketplace's advertisements and couldn't help but shake his head. This is the Galactic Dark Net after all. The level of insanity is way beyond Earth's dark net. Han randomly clicked open a female slave sale ad, and the page quickly changed into a site with many monitoring videos, each with the camera directed to a female slave. These slaves are locked in small prisons in revealing clothing, accentuating their irresistible bodies. The design of this website was very humane. The customers were given the ability to command the slaves of their choosing, such as telling them to take a spin to display their bodies or strip naked and perform some perverted action. To buy a normal slave would cost anywhere between 5,000 to 10,000 galactic currency GC, and any rare species or noble class slaves can cost up to several 100,000 GC. Other than buying, you can also rent, which is separated into short-term and long-term rent. All slaves wear real-time monitors on their wrist, and if masters want to torture their slaves, they just have to pay more. The most inhumane thing is that slaves can also be sold in parts. A kidney is worth 3,500 GC. The heart was a bit more expensive, 4,200 GC, and buying 3 or more body parts together can qualify the buyer for a discount. How cruel! The oldest of the slaves are only in their late 20s, and the young ones are still children, all wearing an electric ring around their neck and locked away in small cages. So pitiful and miserable, living lives under the despair that no one else can imagine. Although there were many attractive girls among the slaves, Han decided to leave this website and headed on to another store that focused on selling firearms and ammunition. Chapter 3. Super Inheritance. Han spent a long time browsing the dark web, going from slave trade sites to looking at sales for psychic power potions, weapons, and even different types of galactic battleships. In conclusion, as long as you have money, the dark net has everything you will ever want. What do I need the most? Han asked himself, and started thinking as he stared into the night. He quickly made his decision. What he needs the most is a superpower. After all, it is the galactic era where the Espers are granted unlimited privileges and favors. You could hold your head high anywhere you go, not to mention the monthly bonus that is paid to you by the United Government. Most importantly, next year is the Galactic Meet, the competition where Earth lost its strongest hero, Key Lake. Due to the lack of any new supreme talents right now, it is not impossible for Earth to lose and become a colony for another planet. Although it's called being the colony of another planet, the actual relationship will be more like slavery. Earth's resources will be exploited, and its people will no longer have rights. As he thought of the possibility of becoming someone's slave, he felt a chill down his spine. However, he can avoid this fate if he obtains a superpower. Even if Earth becomes the colony of another planet, he can still leave and travel to another planet to live because Espers are not bound by the same rules. While ordinary humans can't even apply for a galactic passport and are stuck at Earth, people with superpowers can travel without restrictions. Superpower originates from source energy, and the ones that have powers usually already had it since they were born, but Han is already 16, far gone past the age to collect and cultivate source energy. If he was left alone, it was already certain that he will not obtain any superpowers. Maybe the dark net can help, Han thought. He revisited the GDN, but this time Han went to the discussion forum instead of the market. All websites on the dark net were independent, and those well-established stores, of course, won't need to advertise on the home page. They already have an established client base, so they didn't need to take any unnecessary risks and could just hide in the depths of the dark net conducting their business. It's hard to find these kinds of stores, but luckily there are always chatty posters on the forums that write posts to show off the awesome websites they've found. People that visit forums all know that without the help of a search engine, it is very difficult to find what they are looking for in a sea of threads and posts. The dark net prohibits any indexing of pages, leaving Han no choice but to search page by page. Being the observant and conscious person he is, at the same time of going through pages to find posts on superpower, Han also jotted down other websites recommended by people that could benefit him in the future. Han has the determination and patience that normal people in his age doesn't, and for the next 3 days and 3 nights, he spent no more than 4 hours sleeping and the rest all on navigating through the forums. The world of the dark net is too tempting. Even when Han was resting, he was still thinking about those strange trades going down. The dark net soon took control of his life, and he spent even his time eating in front of the computer. Finally, his hard work paid off, and on Han's 5th day in a row reading the forum posts, he discovered a key word that immediately grabbed his interest: superpower inheritance. According to enthusiastic netizens, after the death of Espers, their brains will transform into a crystalline substance. If someone ordinary can get their hands on this crystal, they can inherit the power of the Esper who died. However, this way of acquiring power is prohibited by the Galactic Society, and not surprisingly, it is being sold publicly on dark net, although the price is through the roof. Han could barely contain his excitement and hastily opened the link posted on the thread, and was led to a page boldly titled The House of Inheritance. The name sounds really cool, and the page displayed lists of different color elliptical crystals about the size of an adult's thumb. Combat category: Normal fire type power inheritance, 10 million GC. The top listing on the first page already scared the crap out of Han. What is the equivalence of 10 million GC? With that much money, he can buy at least 1,000 young, healthy, and sexy female slaves, or a small galactic destroyer that could travel the galaxy. But on this House of Inheritance website, it is only enough to purchase a small crystal? That's way too expensive. Han continued on reading. Combat category: Normal water type power inheritance, 10 million GC. Combat category: High-level water type power inheritance, 35 million GC. Combat category: Elite-level thunder-type power inheritance, 200 million GC. Han couldn't help but shake his head. Any combat category power inheritance was priced at a minimum of 10 million GC, and there also existed crystals above 100 million GC. Non-battle type crystals are a bit cheaper, but they were still unaffordable. The most basic calculation type power asks for 1 million GC, and any higher level sensory powers need at least 3 or 4 million GC. If Han had money, he would for sure choose the best combat power on the market. Who wouldn't want to be the best? If you get those powers that helps you calculate math faster, you still won't beat the quantum computer. But the thing is, Han is broke, and he couldn't even afford the power he didn't even want to get in the first place. After reading the instruction post on House of Inheritance, Han started worrying. It says that there is a limit to the time span in one's life that one could inherit a power. Range was 100 days before to 100 days after one's 16th birthday. If you are too young, the shockwave when absorbing the power crystal can shatter your neuron connections and kill you. If you are too old, your brain has already fully developed and won't be flexible enough to absorb any power crystals. If you want to successfully inherit the power, you need to use the crystal within the stated 200 days period, not even 1 day earlier or later. 5 days ago, Han just had his 16th birthday, so that means he only has 95 days. If he cannot get a crystal within the next 95 days, he won't be able to acquire any superpowers in this lifetime. Holy crap, so much pressure. Han lightly clicked on the tab to arrange the crystals from cheapest first to see the least pricey choice available, since having some random useless power is still better than having none. The list instantly refreshed, and the first item shocked Han. It was a bucket of black rocks, still labeled as power crystals, even though they were not only ugly, but it was also impossible to tell what power any of them actually contained. As a result, the merchants had decided to sell them at the relatively minuscule price of 10,000 GC each. Isn't this a bit irresponsible? Han thought to himself. Actually, you can't blame the seller, because the source all these power crystals was said to be through grave robbery. Basically, the merchants investigated which abilities the Esper had and where these Espers were buried, and then they find the right time to dig them up and take out the crystal inside their brain. But accidents do happen, and as people dig, they might have made a mistake and uncover some unknown corpse. The crystals in these unknown people's brains were usually lower quality, and also their appearances were usually uglier. Even the tiniest mosquito still had protein, as the saying goes, so these types of unknown crystals are still kept and sold for a discounted price. However, there is still another reason behind the cheap pricing. The better quality the power crystal, the more transparent it is, and the more pure the color. Fire types are usually red, water types are usually blue, light types are white, and so on. These black rocks are usually the lowest quality inheritance crystals, not to mention that their power is unknown, and that's why they are being sold for dirt cheap. This reminded Han of a funny story Li Qi had told him a while back. Li Qi is from a business family, and they traveled a lot and had a lot of acquaintances. Sometimes these acquaintances also visited them. One day, an Esper visited them. After all, the ratio of espers to ordinary people on Earth is around 1 in 100,000, so Lee and his family was very polite to this visitor and asked him to stay for dinner, to ask what kind of power he has. After knowing the answer, Lee's dad almost fainted. This guy's power was actually the growth of teeth, so if he accidentally loses a tooth, he will grow a new one within 3 days. What kind of power is growing more teeth? Does it enhance your chewing ability and help you eat more or something? Han sighed. These cheap rocks probably contains useless powers like teeth growth or something, but as he considered more, even that guy with the teeth growth power can still receive bonuses from the government, use flight and hotel services for free, and enjoy a lot more other benefits. Even though it sounds stupid, but he still gets tons of perks. If Han buys one of those rocks for 10,000 GC, guess the luckiest he can be is a playboy. Sigh, I guess I should think about making more money first, Han thought, because even those garbage abilities cost at least 10,000 GC. Chapter 4. Drug Index Numbers. Han decided that he must first acquire a power even if it's the most useless power in the universe, and the only obstacle in his way was the 10,000 GC fee. Like most people, the first place that Han thought of for making this sum was the galactic trade. Selling Earth's specialties on the dark net could fill the price difference. So Han started focusing on his big dream of making galactic coins. He soon realized, however, that galactic trade was not as easy as he had first thought. Looking at the entire galaxy, Earth had one of the prettiest natural environment that is also optimal for living. However, in comparison to the other planets, its resources, products, and production capabilities are many tiers below the average level. Up until now, there is still a large deficit in trade with other more powerful planets. Even the United Government is trying hard to export more goods in exchange for those valuable galactic coins. Currently, the only few industries that can generate revenue for the United Government were tourism, handicrafts, and a few more. Besides, the galactic dark net was where weapons, drugs, and other outlawed merchandise were traded. If someone started selling things like handicrafts, people will take one look and laugh their butts off. After wasting around 2 days, Han was exhausted and fell onto the sofa. He turned on the TV and watched some news to give his brain a break. Spending a whole week on the dark net, he had missed a lot of current events on Earth, and the majority was relevant to the Espers. Using the average ratio of 1 over 100,000, the 15 billion population on Earth has around 150,000 Espers, and these people were the main force of protection for Earth. However, due to the lack of a higher governing power for these Espers, they were also a main source of chaos on Earth. It's simple. Let's say that there was an Esper with pyromancer capabilities that could blow up a concrete wall with just a casual wave of his hand. Do you think that he will just live humbly as a normal citizen and accept those insignificant monthly wages, or was it more likely for him to rob a bank and become a millionaire overnight? It's obvious due to the super abilities people possess, Espers usually don't care about rules and laws. Knocking a pretty girl unconscious and bringing her home only to throw her out after a few days, or teaming up to rob banks were very common situations. There are United Government troops stationed in the cities, so the security is okay. But the suburban areas have become the heaven for these lawless criminals. The large number of criminals are enough for the United Government and the Superpower Control Center to fret over. It has been concluded that the only force that can go against Espers are their own kind, so the United Government invests heavily to hire as many superpowered individuals as they can to maintain order and peace. But the worst thing is, some Espers use police-soldier duties as cover, and they wear their uniforms during the day and takes them off at night to reappear as the core members of major gangs. In conclusion, the superpower era is a chaotic era. Crime rate is high, and Earth is soon facing the possible fate of being demoted into a colony. The internal conflicts and the external threats are the causes of countless sleepless nights for the people of the United Government. The news segment finished, and Hans started watching the financial reports. 2 incidents were being broadcasted relating to the bankruptcy of all across the world. Due to the chaotic state of Earth, the Dow Jones Index dropped another 4, the Deutsche DAX Index dropped 3, and the Tokyo Industry Index dropped 6. Index, Han soon thought of something. Index is a commonly used financial tool. Not only is there stock index, there are also resource index, inflation index, and all other kinds. Even the price of instant noodle is an important factor when calculating the United Government Citizens Basic Food Price Index. Han didn't find anything similar to index numbers when he was browsing the dark net, and for someone that studies economics, the existence of index numbers are crucial for everyone. For instance, factories can lower production when index values drops, indicating a decrease in demand. For the citizens, an increase in product price index means that the food prices are going up and people should start storing food at home. If there is a weapon industry index, it can clearly display what type of firearm was currently the most popular, as well as the change in price and trade volume. This was all valuable information to weapon manufacturers. For example, if the sale volume of weapons spikes, this could be used by people to predict that a war between planets or an open fight between factions was going to take place. Then Han realized why index numbers don't exist on darknet. According to the rules, any forms of search engine or data extracting tools are not allowed to be used, but calculating the index requires extensive research of information on many prices, trading information, and then compiling everything in the end. This just means, if someone wants to come up with a price index on darknet, they will have to visit over hundreds of websites every day, manually note down all prices, and calculate everything by hand. In the darknet world, without the assistance of search engine and data extracting tools, if someone wants to publish index numbers, then the stupidest method must be used, which is very time and energy consuming. Han actually got very excited. So what if it's a stupid method? Every coin I make on the darknet counts. According to the current conversion rate, one Galactic coin converts to 1,250 United coin. So even if Han goes outside to work, 1,000 UC per month is already good enough. But if he's lucky and makes a couple GC on the GDC, Han would be considered a high-income individual by the United Government. One of the 4 geniuses of Hong Kong, Tsai Lan, once said, "Humans are strange. As soon as they become hardworking, they will succeed." Han doesn't have a superpower and doesn't belong to a rich family background, so if he wants to succeed, he needs to work a lot harder than normal people. Although calculating index numbers will be a lot of hard work every day, if it's not because of the workload being so overwhelming that no one was willing to do it, how can an ordinary guy like Han meet this kind of money-making opportunity? If others think it's tough and that they don't want to do it, then I will. Han immediately jumped up from the sofa and sprinted towards the computer. His fingers started quickly typing on the keyboard. Even the dumbest methods still require some skills. First of all, using a pen to write down the power and sales volume is impossible because it lacks efficiency. The best way was to use his voice. The current voice recognition software has reached almost 100 recognition. Han just had to read out the numbers and the software would record everything. Of course, that won't be enough, as Han also needed an automated data processing program, which allowed the recorded data to be automatically filled into a table and calculated in the background. Han coded a computer program that automatically records data via voice, then calculates and analyzes the data. From his proficient coding process, it looks like his computer background is really good, probably inherited from his mother. With only 2 days, Han completed a program dedicated for calculating indexes. How it works is really simple. First voice recognition, then automatic recording, then deleting errors, followed by compiling and calculating data. Ultimately performing model analysis. Now that the program is in place, Han needs to consider what product he should produce index numbers for. First of all, the product must be a popular category on darknet, have large daily sales volume, significant fluctuation in price, where countless buyers and purchasing agents pays close attention to fluctuation in price for that product. That way, Han's index number can be a huge hit. Staring outside of the window a long time, Han smiled and typed down the following words: Darknet Drug Price Index. Chapter 5. making galactic coins. On Galactic Darknet, drugs are one of the most commonly traded merchandise. There are thousands of types of drugs currently on the market, all with differing effects. Mental stimulating drugs can cause one to temporarily forget fear, and it is very popular among soldiers as it allows them to feel like invincible titans and fight endlessly. Shockwaves, thrill, demon blade are all popular types of mental stimulating drugs. Light hallucination drugs can bring pleasure, and according to users, the feeling can be even better than having sex. Moderate hallucination drugs can come with some risk when used by ordinary people, and high hallucination drugs are limited to espers because only their bodies can handle the effects this type of drug can have. Pleasure, superstimulation, heaven, sex experience, these were all typical hallucination drugs found on the dark net. Empowerment drugs are very useful in comparison to the two types previously mentioned. For instance, pyromancers can take some stimulants to quickly enhance their abilities and strengthen themselves for a short period. Higher-level empowerment drugs can even increase your power index number, improving one's strength, reflex speed, and so on. Flaming Phoenix, Frosty Ice, Sensation, Mental Burst, Nuclear Drive, these are all essential empowerment drugs espers should have to improve their skills. Many super soldiers will bring a small medicine box with them that contains these drugs in order to address sudden needs. The dark net also sells a lot of drugs used on other people. Honesty Potion can force someone to spill all his secrets at once. Confusion Potion can cause a married woman to mistake you for her husband. And Temptation Potion can persuade the most innocent woman take off her cloth. According to Han's initial estimation, the GDN is selling over 100,000 kinds of drugs, so if he wants to calculate the index number, he can't take all of them into account. Instead, he will only be able to use the popular, most iconic ones to determine the general price for the industry. Han spent a whole month on GDN and chose 80 websites that are representative of the drug industry. From these websites, Han picked out 650 of the most flagship drugs to use as the drug index numbers calculation foundation. In addition to the current data, Han also needed to calculate the historic data. He set his daily working hour to 21 hours with only a mere 2 hours to sleep and 1 hour for personal hygiene and food. After 1 month, Han had lost at least 3 pounds and dark circles had become commonplace around his eyes. June 8th came quickly, and the fresh index number that Han prepared a whole month for could finally be published. Han named himself Wynn's speaker on GDC, which originated from a Hollywood movie he watched in his childhood. Shortly after, he published his first post on Darknet and started nervously refreshing the page. "It's actually pretty exciting," chuckled Han to himself. The index number for drugs has a resting value of 100, so if the number for a specific day is higher than 100, it means that the market is trading more frequently than normal, resulting in an increase in price. If the number is below 100, then it indicates a drop in demand and an increase in storage available, signaling the sellers to start selling with discounts. When the first visitor views Han's post, he almost jumped up happily. Han's post soon passed the 200 views bar, but no one replied. Did I do something wrong? Han thought to himself and started reviewing all his calculations. Every day Han keeps his schedule very tight so he can't always keep an eye on his post. From midnight to the following day's noon, Han worked hard to collect data in order to write the index number for that day. Han worked furiously and completed today's number in 11 hours. He added to the post list, and at the same time he noticed that over 1,000 people already visited Han's post, and there are also 2 comments. User Galactic Soldier 101 asked, "Drug index number, reliable?" But user no way to get home, so I slept, encouraged Han. "Wow, man, you actually collected everything by hand? That's impressive." Han hesitated, and he decided to reply these 2 users. But right before his fingers hit the keyboard, the screen flashed, indicating that a user donated 1 GC to Han. This user, called White Horse Not Horse, said, "Although I'm not involved in drug businesses, I'm impressed with your hard work. You actually collected all the data for the past year to construct this index system." although 1 GC isn't much, but it's my token of appreciation." Immediately, Han felt the urge to cry his eyes out. Hooray to nice people in the world! Holy crap! Just to calculate the index number, Han did a ton of work, and the beginning was the time when Han needed the most encouragement and appraisal. Although Whitehorse Not Horse only donated 1 GC, but it significantly increased Han's confidence and strengthened his determination to continue updating the index number no matter how hard it gets. For the next half of the day, Han didn't receive any more donation nor subscribers. But it was okay since Whitehorse Not Horse's encouragement was already enough to keep Han going for a while. At midnight, Han visited all 80 websites again to collect the data. This time, it only took him 10 hours and 53 minutes, slightly faster than before. Han noticed that calculating index is a bit tough in the beginning stage, but as soon as the model is established, workload will slowly decrease as proficiency goes up. Now, Han's post already reached more than 10,000 people. Aside from the horse guy, another 2 nice users donated 1 GC each. Now Han is worth 3 GC, which equals to 3,750 UC on Earth. The first person to subscribe to Han's drug market index is a user called Nightwalker, and he subscribed on the 5th day of Han's first post. He didn't leave any comments, just simply transferred 3 GC from the forum's subscription function to subscribe for a month of index numbers. Honestly, Han didn't set the subscription too high, 3 GC a month. A seasonal subscription discount lowers it to 8 GC for 3 months. High-year subscription is 13 GC, and subscribing for the whole year is as cheap as 24 GC. Maybe Nightwalker is the manager of a drug market website, and for these drug lords, a few GC is nothing. After someone subscribes, Han would email the full version of Drug Index to the subscriber, which is different from the public version because it also includes specific daily trade volumes and trend analysis which Han wrote himself. The package totaled about 30 to 40 pages of detailed data. He hadn't ever worked so hard on a report, even for school. His finger was shaking just before he hit send. He was quite nervous about whether his first subscriber would be satisfied with his data. Beside the email function is Han's GC account, including the 3 GC subscription fee and other 8 users' donation. Han has made 11 GC, which equals to 1350.85 UC already. Every day, Han spent 11 hours generating the index numbers and the rest of his free time continuing to explore the drug market. He was hoping to find the drug markets hidden even deeper in the dark web, in order to expand the historic record of drug index numbers and improve on the existing calculation model. Of course, hard work yields results, evident by the daily increase in subscriber numbers to Han's index number, and Han continued to meticulously generate daily index numbers, carefully protecting the hard-earned viewer base and saving every coin he earned. Thank you guys for your overwhelming support. Now, for a limited time only, every 100 votes of your honest opinion that we get on novel updates for GNC, we will add a bonus chapter to GNC's queue. Chapter 6, Pinned to the Top. A planet far away in the galaxy named Salatumu. In a dark underground office, an elegant middle-aged and looking man in glasses was sitting in front of the computer, checking out today's drug price index. He was the Nightwalker, the first one to subscribe to Han's index. From the start of the subscription until today, it had already been a month, meaning that if Nightwalker wants to stay subscribed, he needs to make another payment. Han specifically wrote a thank you email to him for the subscription, and the wording was very sincere. The office door opened and a young brown-haired girl walked in, placing down a pile of documents onto the desk. She smiled and said, "Daddy, hurry up and sign, please." The Nightwalker picked the documents and said in a lower voice, "I already told you, don't call me Dad at work, you have to call me Boss. Also, I'd like to formally inform you that you lost the bet we had a month ago." The brown-haired girl was stunned for a moment and asked in curiosity, "That wind speaker guy is still doing it?" Nightwalker projected the computer screen onto the office wall, pointed at a detailed graph, said, "Not only did he persevere, he's actually doing it pretty well." At first, he could only provide last year's data model, and now he included the last 2 years in his trend graph and also added a new feature predicting the next popular product. The girl made a funny face, putting her arms around Nightwalker and said, "This guy's actually pretty stubborn. I didn't know he had such determination. Looks like I lost. I guess I will personally cook a big meal for you tonight." Nightwalker actually didn't care about the bet he won. It was just for fun anyways, not to mention the taste of the kind of substance his daughter makes. "Dad, do you think the wind speaker guy is cheating and using some type of search engine tool that can locate different data? Did he really do everything by hand?" Nightwalker smiled, "Silly girl. Just because it's the dark net doesn't mean it lacks supervision. The hackers that created this world is powerful beyond your imagination. They hide in the depth of the dark net looking over all activities. Windspeaker won't be able to use any data search tools, otherwise the hackers that founded this world will erase his existence immediately. All I can say is that this guy is very smart. He used a method that looks simple but applies a very advanced calculation model to derive those index numbers. He's very hardworking. For this index number, he probably have to work around 20 hours every day. 20 hours? Does he not eat or sleep? That's why I say he's hardworking. He's also very efficient because it can take a lot more than 20 hours for someone to check every website and process and interpret the data. He's already kind of famous in our community. He really deserves it." The girl nodded. "Dad, you really seem to like this wind speaker guy? Looks like you're going to keep the subscription?" Of course, although the index number is still not perfect, but with the speed of the index number improving, it can be very important to the galactic drug companies. "Don't forget, your dad is the vice admin of the drug forum. I will give him some help within my power. Let's hope that he can continue his work." "How does Dad plan to help him?" Nightwalker clicked the mouse a few times. Let's pin his post to the top. 647 galactic coins. Han would open his darknet bank account every day, and he would see the amount would have grown a little bit, ranging from 10 to 50 GC. Han is already pretty grateful for it. Maybe a few hundred GC is not much on a developed planet, but on Earth, the conversion rate in the last 2 months has been hovering around 1300 UC to 1 GC. Of course, Han's not going to convert them to UC, because he has a bigger goal in mind, a goal to make enough to buy an Esper power crystal and inherit a power before he reaches the age limit. With only 21 days left, Han needs to make 9353 GC in the next 21 days in order to have enough to buy the lowest grade crystal. Oh crap, shipping's not included. Han won't give up easily, but with the speed he's making money right now, it's nearly impossible to reach his goal. Suddenly, just when Han's about to close his account tab, his icon flashed. Someone just ordered a half year of the subscription fee for his drug price index, so there's an extra 13 GC in his wallet. Haha, money's coming. Han was pretty happy, and before he hit the close button, the number increased by another 3 coins. 2 subscribers within 1 minute? Not bad. Immediately, another deal came in. This was for a seasonal subscription plan, and now there's another 8 GC in his account. Wait, what's happening? Is there a problem with the system or something? Han was shocked and quickly visited the home page, only to find his post was pinned to the very top by an admin. The forum that Han is on belongs to the Darknet's Drug Discussion Forum, and there are a few posts pinned to the top, with Han's being one of them. Being pleasantly surprised, he clicked open his post and saw it was pinned by Nightwalker. Han clearly remembers this was his first customer. After a month of observation, the numbers have been verified, the data is also accurate, and the predictions are well-founded. Although manually calculating index number is a dumb method, what the forum needs most is people that can get things done step by step, even if it means using old, ancient methods. Post is pinned for encouragement. Nightwalker. Finally, Han starts to get the sudden urge to cry. His hard work is finally getting recognized. After getting pinned, views grew exponentially, soon breaking millions within 1 day. The revenue from subscriptions on that day had passed 6,000 GC. On the second day, the post was no longer pinned, but the popularity remained, bringing Han 3,000 GC that day. On the third day, Han got another 1200 GC. On the fourth day, with the initial hype finally decaying, revenue reached 1000 GC, and revenue for the days after averaged around 500 to 400 GC. Within just 1 week, Han's customers passed 3,000, and his account balance reached 16,000 GC, which was equivalent to 20 million UC on Earth. Chapter 7. Esper Power Crystals. After a storm, the sky will eventually clear. Han's business was like this too. A week after having his post pinned to the top, Han's income slowly stabilized, earning 400 to 500 GC every day. Of course, he can't afford those high-level power crystals, but he still got enough to buy the cheapest kind, which contains random powers. Regardless of good or bad, having an Esper title is good too. So Han revisited the website called the House of Inheritance and spent 10,000 GC plus an additional 220 GC of shipping on the transaction for a random Esper power crystal. For a big company like the House of Inheritance, Han is just one of a million customers, so when Han asked for instructions, the customer service rep just impatiently told Han that the tools and instructions will come with the crystal. It's a simple process, and there was no need to worry. 5 days quickly passed. Han heard someone knocking at night, opened the door, and saw a young man in blue uniform with a package under his armpit. The crystal arrived. Han quickly invited the delivery man into his house. After Han signed and received the package, the delivery man handed over a business card in both hands, smiled, and says, "Mr. Han, I am Pegasus Delivery Company's representative on Earth. If you need anything in the future, you are welcome to contact me. Right now our company is developing the Earth market, so things like shipping costs are all negotiable." Han kept the business card and thanked the guy. Wow, Galactic Delivery, using a ship that flew across the Sea of Stars to deliver. It was Han's first time receiving a delivery from another planet, so he couldn't help with the excitement. Opening the box, he found a submetallic sealed box that seemed like it was for rejecting detection signals. Esper power crystals were considered illegal because, after all, these things are stolen from tombs and can't be revealed to the public. That's why a submetallic box with the signal isolation feature is used to contain the product, so that detectors that assess it will mistake it for a normal mineral rock. A lot of illegal trades go down on the dark net, so the merchants always have a way to deliver these illegal products to their clients. Han carefully opened the box, and within he found a black and dull-looking crystal, a few pages of instructions, and a set of tools specifically made for the absorption of power crystals. Han took a closer look at the crystal. Its outer appearance resembled a worthless piece of graphite, and it's too black to assess its purity. Also, not even the people at the House of Inheritance know what's contained in that thing. That's why they sold it to him for dirt cheap in comparison to other crystals. And about that tool set, it's just a bunch of wires and a metal helmet that has 2 circular conductors at the temple spot of the head. The temple spot is the weakest spot that's closest to the human brain, so that the Esper power can be quickly transferred into Han's brain. When Han read through all the instructions and made sure that he understood everything, it was already midnight. Han thought about it and stashed away the box into a drawer. Do it now or a few hours late. It won't make a difference. Got to finish today's work first. It took 7 hours and 52 minutes. Han noticed as he was checking the time after finishing writing today's index numbers. As he got more practice, Han's work efficiency was improving every day. After doing a bit of stretching, Han went to the washroom and washed his face. Then he took the box out from the drawer and laid back on his bed. The metal helmet felt kind of cold sitting on his scalp as he connected the cord with the black crystal. Suddenly, a warm current began to enter Han's brain, and the absorber has begun to extract the power from the crystal and transfer it to Han's brain. The energy that the Esper power crystal contains will try to find a place to locate after entering the brain. All natural Espers have a zero brainwave region BR where the energy for their power can settle in. Since Han's an ordinary guy, his zero BR hasn't been activated, yet the energy was already flowing in. What happens now? The only way to accommodate this surge of power was forcing the zero brainwave BR to activate. The energy of the power crystal from other Espers will automatically expand the user's 0 BR, but it must be used before the brain region closes itself, or just before that happens. During this period of vulnerability, the moment the energy stabilizes in Han's brain, it will form a permanent 0 BR, and so someone ordinary like Han can automatically acquire the superpower. Time passed slowly, and Han started to wonder. The instruction says that a low-grade power crystal takes around 10 to 15 minutes to finish transferring, but now it has been half-hour and the energy transfer system is still active. It even sounded like the fans on his helmet were speeding up. Han's brain felt like it was about to explode, as if someone was trying to force something into his head. Every day, Han works like a machine with only 2 hours of sleep, starting from the moment he opens his eyes. His body is already burnt out. Now that he's relaxing his whole body, laying down on the bed, accepting energy transfer, he accidentally fell asleep. Cheng, a word that imitates a sound. Work, no, I have to start working. Han got out of his bed in struggle, his body's covered in sweat. The lights were not on, and it was dark outside of the window. Han suddenly became clear-headed, and he reached under his pillow for his cell phone. He found it, but it shut down. Han was too focused on his work, and he hasn't touched his phone for a long time. Turned on the lights, Han saw the hanging clock, and it was 9 p.m. Thank God he didn't miss the data collecting time. He was reassured and went to the kitchen to cook some ramen. He turned on his cell phone again, and countless number of texts swarmed in. The most amount was sent by Li Qi asking if Han was in any trouble and why his phone is always off. Other than him, there's Wang Yan bragging about getting accepted by a university. And lastly, Zhang Xiaoyan getting rejected and saying that she's going to go back home and visit her grandparents. After checking his phone, Han realized, so for the past 3 months after he discovered Darknet his phone was off. That's why he didn't receive any calls or texts. He thought he was forgotten by the world. About that black crystal, it already disappeared in the energy transfer machine and became a ball of energy inside Han's brain. How long did it actually take? Han didn't know since he fell asleep, but according to the instruction manual, the higher the level of crystal, the longer it will take, and the legendary ones will take around 6 hours to finish transferring. It's very cheap, so it probably didn't take that long, maybe 45 minutes? Han tried to recall the events before he fell asleep. Sitting in front of the computer, he began to think about his power. He can feel a strong, warm current that's flowing inside of his brain. And he can also feel energy throughout his body and a very well-rested mental state. But he just doesn't know how to get his power out. What kind of Esper did I actually become? He started to think about all kinds of stuff until midnight came around, and he decided to get back to work first. He will visit the Esper Administration Center tomorrow morning to sign up, and there's a machine that is specifically for identifying powers imported from another well-developed planet. It was said that it can also assess the Esper level and force index. The Esper administration, located at Pudong, occupies a 40-story building. Everyone that walks past it feels nothing but fear and respect, and after all, the people that comes in and out of the building are either administrators or Espers, people that belong to this era's top privileged class. The second morning, Han took the subway and arrived at the front of the building, waited for a bit, and then walked onto the stairs. The security says with a cold face, "Who you looking for?" "Oh, I want to do the Esper applications," Han said. "I see. Please go to the front desk to take the application, and after you fill it out, related personnel will come guide you through the application process." The security quickly switched to a smiley face, pointing at the cute girl at the front desk. Of course, the treatment of Espers is totally different. Han never got that much respect in his life. He felt pretty good. "Sir, please take the form and go see Mr. Li on the 17th floor." The cute girl at the front desk handed over a form and said with a big smile. Han nodded, folded the form in half, and walked to the elevator. "Wait for me." The elevator door was about to close. Suddenly, a huge hand came from the outside, followed by a big fat young adult squeezed in. Han saw many fat people during his lifetime, but he has never thought he could see someone that fat, height above 2 meters, weighs at least 400 pounds. How is it still a guy? He's a freaking meat mountain. Chapter 8. Void End. The meat mountain came into the elevator at the last moment. Although it was only him and the huge guy in the elevator, it felt pretty crowded, and Han quickly maneuvered over to the corner. The fat guy was dressed strangely, wearing a striped jersey, with multiple ponytails, TL lol, loud music coming from his earphones, playing strong rhythmic punk music. Oh, and he's also wearing sunglasses. "You here for the test as well?" The fatty was actually really nice. He saw the form Han was holding and asked in a low and muffled voice. Han nodded. "Haha, I'm Chen Zhong. Chen as in morning, Zhong as in heavy. Same characters in Chinese. What's your name?" the meat mountain asked. "Hi, my name is Han Lang. Lang as in homeless, same character in Chinese." Han smiled and answered, thinking that Chen Zhong is pretty heavy, just like his name. Chen Zhong casually pressed the button for floor 18. Han saw and was a bit confused. Brother Cheng Zhong, the girl at the front desk, said to go to floor 17. Cheng Zhong nodded his head like he understood what happened. That's because they got it wrong. If you're coming to see Director Li Muyun to attend the test, you should go to the 18th floor. I've been here multiple times. I can't be wrong. Han was a bit confused because the girl at the front desk did say to look for a director with the last name Li. Maybe she did get it wrong? Seeing how confident Cheng Zhong was, Han didn't say anything more. But little did he know, the Esper administration has two directors, Li Jie of the 17th floor and Li Muyun of the 18th floor. Ding! The two arrived at the 18th floor in a blink, and it was a long hallway in front of the elevator door. They walked to a room named Test Center. Two security guards stood outside and greeted Cheng Zhong upon his arrival. "Cheng Zhong, the director was just talking about you." The female guard smiled and said, "That's for sure. I'm such an essential personnel. Ha ha." Cheng Zhong isn't really humble, he said while patting himself on his wide chest. "Who is this young man following you? He doesn't look familiar." The male guard looked at Han and asked, "This is Han Lang, my bro," Cheng Zhong casually stated, and after the two guards heard that Han is with Cheng Zhong, they didn't question further. The sofa in the living room is quite comfortable. Other than Han and Cheng Zhong, there were a few other guys sitting apart from each other. A middle-aged man in glasses was calmly reading a book. A young girl with freckles on her face was doing makeup in front of the mirror, and a very buff baldy was doing push-ups with one finger. There were fruits and desserts on the table for the guests. Cheng Zhong took 2 apples and looked at it, kept the large one for himself, and gave the small one to Han. The fatty is not only overly familiar, but also not that polite. "Nom nom. Nom nom." Cheng Zhong's giant appetite shocked Han. He just finished half an apple, and Cheng Zhong almost finished everything on that table, and this guy started shamelessly going to other tables for food, taking all the food that was placed in front of other people and finishing it instantly. Maybe because it felt kind of awkward to have Han always staring at him, Cheng Zhong picked out a piece of fruit candy from the pile of food he collected. "How about a piece of candy?" Cheng Zhong looked a bit unwilling to part with it and handed the candy to Han. "I will just eat this," Han waved and said. "Oh, then I guess I will eat it. It's still a few hours until lunch. I will just eat some snack to hold off the hunger," Cheng Zhong said while eating. "Snack? That's just snack?" Han was speechless. He couldn't even finish all that food in a week, and to Cheng Zhong it was just snack before meal. This guy must be rich, otherwise who has the money to feed him? After Cheng Zhong basically finished all the fruit and desserts, a man in a white coat walked out from the inner room. He looked to be about 50. His hair was almost all white, and he was kind of skinny. There were a few other guys with him whom Han judged to be Espers, all of them with sharp eyes. "The assessment is done, you guys can go and rest," the old man in white cloth said. "Cheng Zhong!" The old man saw the Cheng Zhong and yelled, "You little brat came late again. Hurry up and come in. You guys can come in too." So, including Han and Cheng Zhong, all 6 of them went to the room. The room was a lot more spacious than the living room. A row of 10 Esper power assessment pods, pure white, looks like giant goose eggs. Cheng Zhong seems to be quite popular. 6 guys in the room and Director Li was just interacting with him. 231 kilograms? No, Cheng Zhong, that can't do. You have to reach 300 kilograms to qualify. Director Li let Cheng Zhong get on a scale and said, Han didn't really get what those 2 were doing, so he followed the other 4 people, placed the form on the table, took off his shoes and stepped into one of those assessment pods. Director Li, how about we just get started first? I still have a date later today. Director Li didn't turn his head and said, "Yep, just put on the helmet and press the start button." Then, everyone in the pods took out the metal helmet inside, then pressed the start button on the door, and the pods started to steal. The other 4 pods were already sealed, and Li Muyun was still doing assessments on Cheng Zhong, measuring weight, blood sugar level, and height level. It seemed like Cheng Zhong is a special case among the crowd. Since Li Muyun told everyone to start already, Han put out his hand and reached for the start button, and the screen displayed pressure test ready, on standby. Pressure test, isn't this supposed to be the superpower assessment? Han didn't think too much and pressed down the button. Then, the instant the pod closed its door, Han felt like a ray of light passing the endless, starry sky. Suddenly, a screen showed up at the center of the starry sky, displaying that the system is assessing Han. DNA recorded. Begin testing power features. Brain region breadth, rank A. Source index, 27 beginner. Esper descent, mystery descent. Esper class, void end, rank, level S. Completed assessment, qualified for Galactic pressure exam. Han was so shocked. The statements that the system made unquestionably declared that Han is an Esper, source index, 27, the possessor of the power of void end of the mystery descent. Mystery descent. Void end. Han wanted to cry out loud out of excitement. His power isn't garbage, none of those extra tooth-growing power, but it is the most extraordinary type of all, mystery descent. Bought with only 10,000 GC, he thought what he got was some random crap power, yet it actually allowed Han to become one of the rarest mystery descent. Holy crap, that's like winning the jackpot. On Darknet, Han read up on a few posts related to Esper and the different powers. Presently, all the powers are categorized into different descents, like fire descent, thunder descent, strength descent, etc. But not all powers are that self-explanatory. There are some power out there that are just as fearsome and powerful but very hard to comprehend, and these powers that no one understands were all classified as mystery descents. They probably account for the smallest population among all types of descents. You could say it's a ratio of 1/10,000, and Han was actually lucky enough to get this mystery descent power called Dark Void. Who's going to believe it? A worthless piece of rock that cost only 10,000 GC give Han such unbelievable power. Now that he thought about it, it's very possible that because Mystery Descent's power crystal is so rare, not even the experts that sell power crystals can tell the difference between those dark Mystery Descent crystals and random black crystals. How unfortunate, selling the rarest treasure at the price of garbage. The crystal that Han absorbed has a very profound black color, completely opaque, very different from other crystals. Sure. Just when Han was busy being excited, he realized that he already got transported to a very strange place. At the center of the circular public square stands a monument, and it says Galactic Pressure Exam Center. On the 4 sides are all teleporting gates that are 6 meters tall, and on the public square a lot of people enters the gates from time to time, and there are also people socializing. Han noticed that the quartzite flooring gives a unique feeling when he stepped on it. As well, there was a blue sky with white clouds and a crowd of birdies flying. Then, as Han's gaze moved around him, he saw that most of the people in the public square had a small screen beside them. Wherever the person goes, the screen follows, displaying everyone's passport ID, nationality, level, current score, and other information. Han realized this was a virtual world. In simple words, virtual worlds extracts all vital information and characteristics about a person and creates an exact replica on the main computer. The environment and such are also virtually generated, that way no one will be able to get hurt in a battle. Of course, it's still not absolutely safe. If an Esper's level and control are both low, then as soon as the brain receives an enormous amount of data, the brain can become easily damaged, even to the point of causing you to become a vegetable. You are only a beginner Esper? Suddenly, Han heard a surprised voice behind him. He turned around and saw the bald monk that was doing push-ups in the living room. He had a whole body of muscles, probably 27 or 28 years old. He's very distinguishable due to the fact that he's bald and it's very shiny. Han was a bit embarrassed. Yep, my name is Han Lang. Lang as in the character homeless, same Chinese word. This is my first time doing an assessment. How should I call you? Oh, and also how do we get assessed in this pressure exam? Just call me Monk. The bald guy was very surprised. Who told you to do your assessment here? Cheng Zhong. Are you very close with him? Not really. Met him in the elevator. I was going to the 17th floor, but Cheng Zhong said the assessment is on the 18th, so he brought me here. 17th floor? So you actually came here to register as an Esper, and the assessment you are meant to do is the initial power assessment and not the pressure exam? Han was shocked for a bit and responded hastily, "Yeah, I just want to register as an Esper, get a galactic passport on the way, but somehow I ended up here. I still don't get the difference between this pressure exam and the initial power assessment. But I do see that everyone around us are from other planets, and it's just you and me that are from Earth." The monk showed a bitter smile, patted himself on his bald head, and said with a bit of pity in his voice, "You got trolled hard by that stupid fatty. Let me put it this way, the initial power assessment checks to see if you have any superpower and what type of power. But here is the preliminary round of the Galactic Meet competition, attended by the top soldiers from all of Galaxy to fight for a spot at the Galactic Meet. A rookie like you coming straight onto the battlefield, you didn't just screw up. You screwed up hard. Thank Chadwick for bringing us Chapter 7 and Sudarshan for Chapter 8 and the upcoming 9, 10, 11, 12. Sorry that we are having difficulties fulfilling the 24 hours promise, but we are really trying our best. This is when we realized. The 10 donation special kinda screwed us over in the short term. But oh well, gotta stick with our words and do this for a month. However, keep the donations coming, bury us with money, and keep the noodles fed. Oh, also, we are also doing a 100 votes of your honest opinion on novel update. Insert link, we will do a bonus chapter. Yep, it was a promotion from yesterday when I still haven't received any donation. And little did I know that I was about to receive 60 to do 6 chapters. It's okay, sleep is for the weak, keep the votes and donations coming. Chapter 9, Pressure Exam. Just when Han mistakenly entered the pressure exam, Li Muyun also finished the physical examination of Cheng Zhong and said sincerely, "Go take the pressure exam now. You are our Shanghai Division's only hope. You have to do your best to make yourself fatter." Cheng Zhong, the meat mountain, nodded and found himself an empty pod. After seeing that the human meatball was about to go in, Li Muyun started collecting other contestants' forms. When he picked up Han's assessment report, he was completely in shock. "Cheng Zhong, the young man that came in with you, do you know him?" Li Muyun dragged him out of the pod and asked in a low tone. Cheng Zhong was naturally a careless and casual guy, so he flicked one of his hairtails and said, "Oh, he's Han, my bro." Li Muyun's eyes got a lot bigger and stared right at Cheng Zhong, said raucously, "Bro, do you have any idea what his level is?" Cheng Zhong shrugged his shoulders. "How would I know? I just met him today in the elevator." "You just met him and you call him your bro?" Li Muyun sputtered. "Cheng Zhong, you are going to be the death of me." He threw Han's report at Cheng Zhong's face, and Cheng Zhong still thought it wasn't a big deal. My grandpa said, "Anyone within the 4 oceans are all brothers." So what if we just met? Why can't we bros? As long as he has good personality. As he was talking, he took a look at the form and suddenly his face turned pale white. Oh shit, he's just here to sign up as an Esper. He's not a soldier at all. Li Muyun doesn't know whether to cry or laugh. He started rubbing his temple point on his head and said, "Now you get it." Too late. He already got teleported to the Galactic Examination Center. Cheng Zhong's whole mountain of fat was shaking. He sighed and said, "He told me that he's coming for an assessment, and he also said that he's looking for Director Li, and he also has a form in his hand. So." Li Muyun let out a long sigh and said, "Cheng Zhong, are you really stupid, or are you faking your stupidity? First-time sign-ups for Espers requires filling out a form too, and then the noobs are put through power identification assessment." About the Director Li part, the Director Li Lianje at the 17th floor's sign-up office, what's his last name? Last name is Li. Cheng Zhong stood still, speechless. Notified Chief Chu, "We sent a complete rookie to the galactic pressure exam. We are in so much. What if he dies? What are we going to do?" Li Muyun looked at Han with deep regret. At that moment, Han was in the 9th pod, and he already completely entered the mental connection state, laying completely still. This fatty was such a troll. Han was crying inside. As well, he might be in need of a new pair of pants. He just wanted to register as an Esper. Now he was brought into what seems to be a galactic arena by the careless meat mountain. What should he do now? Han nervously turned to the bald monk on his side. "Is it too late for me to go back?" The monk shook his head. "The galactic pressure exam is not a joke. Earth doesn't have jurisdiction here. We are both doing this exam for the first time, so that's why you met me here." Cheng Zhong and the other people in that room already passed a couple rounds of eliminations, so they are doing other exams. Han let out a long sigh. "Thanks for telling me, otherwise I wouldn't even know what is really going on here." Monks act out of benevolence. Monk made a Buddhism gesture and continued, "To my knowledge, the first test in the pressure exam is called the Mighty Abyssal Pressure Test, simulating the experience of traveling in the deep sea where you can encounter attacks of all strange kinds. Of fish. If you walk 1 mile in the virtual sea world, you will reach the first checkpoint. So yes, you only have 2 ways to leave. Either you reach the checkpoint or you fail the exam." Han nodded lightly. His power source index is only 27, which falls under the weakest category. The screen beside the monk displayed that he's a 2-star Esper with a power source index of 731. However, the contestants from all over the galaxy have ridiculously high numbers, going up to tens of thousands. The biggest risk of entering this exam with low power index is experiencing disturbance in brain waves during the examination, causing brain damage. If one's resistances were not strong enough, then someone is going to be really screwed. It's possible that when Han comes out of the pod, he would be a vegetable. The best Han can do right now is just trying his best. "Good luck if you can get out safe and sound. I will buy you pig head meat." The monk tapped Han on the shoulder and said. Han and the monk chose 2 adjacent teleporters, waved at each other, and stepped into them. Shua. After a stream of light flashed past, Han found himself standing on a beach under the sunshine with many others, but not the monk. Maybe he got teleported to another exam location. If he can find the monk, he could have received some help, but now he's completely on his own. After doing a bit of warm-up, Han was ready to advance into the ocean. The first challenge of the pressure exam is walking under the sea. 1 mile means pass, 2 miles means good, 3 miles means excellent, and so on. If someone wants to receive the invitation to the galactic meet, of course they want to walk as far as they can. After all, the invitations will only be given to the ones with the top scores. But for Han, he just want to get out of here. In one piece. With a properly functioning brain, after all, the deeper he travels under the sea, the higher is the difficulty. "Get out of my way." A buff black man suddenly knocked Han aside, almost pushing him into the sand. Power Index 27, and you want to go to the galactic meet? Is the Earth you live on filled with trash? People like you won't even be qualified to be servants at where I came from, and you are definitely not qualified to come here." The man said after seeing Han's stats. He was very loud, and now everyone's looking at Han, laughing at how such a low-level Esper is taking the exam of the galactic meet. Han took a look at others, and saw that they were at least 2 stars in level. He was really the only noob. After the rude buff man finished laughing at Han, he advanced towards the sea with his back straight, appearing tall and proud, and soon was swallowed by the water. Han took a deep breath and thought, if he's going to stand here and get laughed at, he would rather man up and get it over with. Now that he made up his mind, he felt his mind at ease, ignoring the people that were laughing at him, and quickly walked towards the sea. The water was very pure, allowing one to see about 200 to 300 meters away. A lot of people were walking towards the light, and judging by their expression, they seemed to be in a lot of pain. Even the big buff guy that was just laughing at him seemed to be having difficulty. Strange enough, Han couldn't feel a thing and quickly caught up to and walked past that buff man. "What the hell? How are you even faster than me?" The buff man was surprised and started yelling. Again, everyone around them looked in their direction, with their eyes popping out in surprise and shock, thinking on how they were way higher level than Han, but they were already having great difficulty traveling in the deep sea, whereas Han, with a power source index of only 27, easily passed them. They almost fainted from embarrassment. Han realized, since the sea environment is virtually generated, he can still breathe and talk. It's just that his body has to go through the sea pressure, and the deeper he goes, the colder the water gets, and the harder it is to breathe. Han smiled, gave the buffed man the middle finger, and kept walking towards the checkpoint marked by green light. He quickly widened the gap with that guy, and looking back at that guy's face, his expression was priceless. Although it is a bit difficult for Han, too, it's merely the resisting force of the seawater. Everyone else looked like as if they were getting stabbed by knives or something. They had to stop to take a breath every few steps they take, hunching over in pain. This pressure exam isn't that much of a big deal. About half-hour later, Han already got to the first checkpoint. At the checkpoint is a big screen. On it is a return button. Touching that button is choosing to go home and forfeit the rest of the exam. Han can choose to keep on walking to the second checkpoint, which is another mile away, and his score will be a lot higher. Han hesitated at the checkpoint for a bit. He didn't get why others find this test to be so difficult, but he did it easily. Looks like he won't have any trouble going to the second checkpoint. Should I just walk a bit further then? Han thought. Earth, Shanghai Esper Administration Center. Oh shit, he already got to the first checkpoint, and it only took him 34 minutes. This is probably the best record held by any contestants from Earth. Probably not the best, after all. The elite Espers at headquarters haven't taken the exam yet. But he will no doubt be in the top 10, even if they take it. The 18th floor is now crowded with people, including Chief Chu. At first they heard that Li Muyun screwed up, and they hurried over to discuss a solution. But they saw this unbelievable scene, Han. The boy that no one knows about, who was only a beginner-level Esper, only used 30 minutes to pass the first checkpoint. This score not only far surpassed other contestants from Earth, but also the majority of the contestants from highly developed planets in the galaxy. The one who took the test at the same time as Han, nicknamed Monk with real name Du Ling, only walked about 400 meters, still a long way to the first checkpoint. "Ha, my bro is too pro, even faster than me." Cheng Zhong, the meat mountain, laughed. Li Muyun rolled his eye at that dumbass. A few moments ago he was scared to almost pee his pants, fearing that Han will get into any accident during the exam. Now that Han's score is ridiculously high, the dumbass immediately forgot about what he did and started celebrating. Chief Chu still has the emotionless face on, with a bit of tension showing between his eyebrows, and said, Han can easily get to the first checkpoint, even as a beginner. It probably has something to do with his superpower. What kind of power is Void End? Everyone silenced, big eyes staring at small eyes. What? You guys don't even know. Director Chu couldn't help but become a bit angry. Hurry up and go find out. I want to know immediately what kind of mysterious power Void End is. Chapter 10. Rank SSS Power. Milky Way Galaxy Lanboli Planet. The Galactic Pressure Exam's main contractor, Moon River System Corporation, is located here. There are a countless number of countries in the galaxy. If a very important task like hosting the preliminary rounds of galactic meet is given to any country, then there will always be countries that aren't convinced. That's why it has been entrusted to a third-party organization, the famous and reputable Moon River Corp. At the moment, one of the 3 chief executives at Moon River Corp, Saida, who were responsible for the operation of the virtual examination world, walked into an office. An old man with both white hair and a beard sat in the office, facing a whole row of screens that were broadcasting live each pressure exam. The old man is called Kelly. Among the 3 chiefs, he was responsible for technology. "Why did you call me in?" Saita said with his stern face. Kelly laughed. "There's a very interesting young man. Take a look." Saita looked at the direction Kelly was pointed, saw Han Lang, who looked like the pressure exam didn't even affect him at all, and decided to advance towards the second checkpoint. Saita stared for a few seconds, frowned. This guy is really strange. It seems like the extremely cold sea environment has no effect on him at all. So is he a fire descent or water descent? Kelly shook his head. "Do you still remember Ye Shui-Han?" Saita said, "Of course, the only Void End Esper in the galaxy. If we didn't do our research on him, we wouldn't even know that there's such abnormal power. But Ye Shui-Han has a pretty bad reputation. The people that like him loves him to death, yet the people that hates him will chase him through the gates of hell." Kelly laughed out loud. "There's no way around it, and he has Void End, which can nullify any power in this world. All those prodigy Espers that consider themselves a world above others feel like idiots the moment they stand beside him. How can they not hate him?" Saita started laughing, too. "I still remember the old saying, and Ye Shui-Han's strongest ability is to turn all Espers into a bunch of retards, although the saying is a bit inelegant, but that's the fact. Void End is very scary." At first, a bunch of Espers were fighting and showing off their ultimate skills and abilities. But the moment Ye Shui-Han showed up, holy crap, it became a tragedy for everyone else. No one could use any skills, and they had to fight like freaking primitives, stabbing each other with knives. Now, recalling the Ye Shui-Han era, it's actually quite fun. Everywhere Ye Shui-Han went was complete darkness, power extinction. Kelly slightly nodded and said in a serious tone, "Up until today, Ye Shui-Han was completely unparalleled. But now, the galaxy has the second Void End Esper of the Mystery Descent." Saita was astonished, looking at the ordinary-looking Han, and at that moment he already passed the second checkpoint in ease with a long lead on the other contestants. "It's him!" Saita exclaimed unbelievably. "That's right, it's him, Han Lang, from Earth United, 16 years old, Mystery Descent, Void End Esper, Power Source Index 27. The first examination ground, we simulated the ice-cold power from a 4-star ice descent Esper. A lot of the contestants suffered greatly from the cold stream, but he wasn't affected at all. The only explanation would be because he is a Void End Esper who is completely immune to all Esper powers," Kelly said in a very serious tone. Saita nodded. "I can't believe it. 400 years after Ye Shui-Han went missing, a power like Void End will actually come into the light again." Kelly stroked his hair and said to himself, now that Han's level is still low, he can only guarantee his own body to be immune to any power. Once he reached 2-star level, anyone within 1 meter range of him will lose their power. It will be hard to not be hated. Earth, Esper Administration, Shanghai Division. Reached the 3rd checkpoint. Han already reached the 3rd checkpoint. With a power source index of 27, he already reached the 3rd checkpoint. If I didn't see it with my eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. "Oh shit, Han's still moving. He's not thinking of stopping. Reaching the first checkpoint scores 60, and every subsequent checkpoint grants 10 points each. That means he's at 80 right now, and he's advancing towards 90. I already told you guys my bro is really good. The Meat Mountain Chengzhong started bragging unblushingly again, and the atmosphere on the 18th floor has never been so alive. In the Milky Way galaxy, the United Government on Earth was in a very weak position. In order to prevent Earth from being colonized, it is important to make sure that someone can successfully pass the pressure exam and enter the galactic meat competition. Including Chengzhong and many other Espers, they are all working hard for the invitations. And accidentally, Han Lang actually became one of the hopes for Earth. Chief Chu, of course, was very happy too. If Han can really get an invitation, then it's pride for him and the entirety of Asia as well. But that 27 power source index PSI he has, he just doesn't look like someone with great potential. Even with the most elite power, if the PSI doesn't go up, one still can't become a true elite Esper. Then Li Muyun walked to Chief Chu and whispered something in his ear. Really? It can't be wrong, Moon River Corp specifically sent an email to answer our question. Li Muyun answered in a deep voice. Chief Chu Li took the printed documents and read it. According to the present power categorization, S rank is the highest, A is second, B is a bit weaker, C is a lot weaker, and so on. According to the documents sent by Moon River Corp, rank S actually has subcategories as well, and Han's power was given rank SSS, a total of 3 SS. It means that it's the highest level in the galaxy. But at the same time, the power Void End is also ranked as SS on the universal most hated power, meaning that the possessor is associated with the most risks. Most powerful, most unreasonable, most dominant, most hated, most likely to get in trouble. In the email sent by the Moon River Corp, a total of 5 mosts were used, which made Chief Chu a bit worried. The most powerful power has landed on Earth. It is extremely fortunate, but it can also be a great tragedy. 90 points now. After reaching a total of 4 checkpoints, Han looked behind him in delight. The buff man that laughed at him 2 hours ago is already so far behind that not even the shadow can be found. Han was a bit disappointed. If that guy can see him standing at the 4th checkpoint, he would probably be shocked enough to drop his jaw. Initially, Han decided to continue the exam, not for the score, but just to prove himself to the people that made fun of him. Now that Han's not that pissed anymore, he started to worry about his job, because to him it is most important to make sure that he can earn several hundred GC of drug index, since that's his entire income source. And the score, what use does score have? Can't eat it or drink it? Only a few people made it to the 4th checkpoint. There was a very slim, scary-looking guy. Han tried to catch up to him in the very beginning, but that guy left him in the dust. Other than that, Han also passed a little girl with beautiful and shiny blonde hair. Thinking about that, he couldn't help but look back. The girl is a bit younger than Han, about 14 to 15 years old, skinny body, smooth, snow-white skin, a very beautiful face with big eyes and a small nose. She was giving off the feeling of a heavenly beauty, as if she's a princess that just walked out of an anime. Now approaching the 4th checkpoint, she already looked very burnt out, every step resulting in her slim and long legs shaking in unbearable amounts of pain. However, this girl is still holding herself up, doing anything to not give up. In Han's eyes, this young blonde girl had unparalleled beauty, but she's very stubborn. When Han saw her at the 4th checkpoint, she also saw him. That pair of big eyes seems to have sparks flying out of them, as if she's angry at Han. She seems to have a tomboyish personality. Han shrugged his shoulder. Tomboys are usually trouble, and he personally likes girls that have a lady's personality. The girl looks like she's angry. So why get himself more trouble? Better off going home and write his drug index reports. Suddenly, just when Han was about to hit the return button, the pretty girl with blonde hair fainted at 1 step away from the checkpoint, eyes tightly closed, the long eyelashes twitching nonstop, and she seems to be in a lot of pain. Without a second thought, Han grabbed her hand. Chapter 11. Little Devil Girl. If such a beautiful and charming girl were to fall down in front your eyes, who wouldn't catch her? Not to mention Han was not impotent in any way, if you can catch my drift. Of course, he wouldn't just let her fall without trying to do something. Han didn't say anything but instead grabbed the girl with blonde hair by her hand and pulled her towards him. Accident or not, Han was a bit nervous and used a bit too much force. The girl arrived in his arms, causing him to feel two very bouncy peaches. Han couldn't deny it. It felt pretty good. If you saw this now, you would see the spark between Han and the girl. There were literally sparks the moment Han grabbed her hand. When their skins touched, blue sparks appeared near their fingertips. Of course, Han didn't feel a thing, so he didn't think too much about it. Han got a chance to look at the little girl's pretty face up close, as if admiring a piece of art. There were pretty girls everywhere, but she felt too perfect. She had pouty lips, not too big, not too small. Her eyebrows were not too long nor too short. A little change to her face anywhere is unnecessary because she looked like a heavenly beauty. Even her hair length was perfect. Someone this pretty should only exist in anime. To be honest, the girl was a bit strange, wearing full leather clothes from head to toe, with only her face and two hands exposed. Han thought to himself, if she wore a dress to show her perfect body, she would be so cute. TL, pervert alert. Han tried to shake his head around to stop his pervy thoughts. He could feel that the girl's body was icy cold. Holding her felt like holding an iceberg. She's probably sick. Han quickly took the girl's hand and pushed the return button together. Shua. As Han regained his vision, he noticed that there were countless eyes were focused on. Due to the gazes he felt while held onto this beauty, he guessed that people were making perverted accusations. Han wasn't a gentleman, but he was not dumb. Even though he doesn't mind all these rumors, if people started talking about this girl being with another guy, it would damage her reputation. Thinking about that, he put down the girl on the center square, turned around and left as if nothing happened. After all, people can still feel pain in the virtual world, but they can't die. Han knew that the girl will wake up after resting briefly. After finding out how to go back, Han went to the teleporter that's in the direction of the sun. He briefly glanced behind him at the dim virtual screen hovering over the unconscious girl. Her name is Weiwei. Her name sounds pretty cute. Han smiled faintly and thought to himself, My lady, my lady. After repeating several times, the girl inside the assessment pod finally woke up. She was the girl that was just saved by Han. At home, she was still wearing the leather clothing and a pair of gloves. The one that woke her up was an old bald servant who had a white goatee. Don't help me. Han was right, Weiwei did have a stubborn tomboy personality. She saw the servant was about to come over to help her get up and immediately declined. She first double-checked her gloves and saw they were still tightly fitted on her hands. She then grabbed the two sides of the pod and slowly managed to get out of the pod. It looked like wearing gloves was very important to her. Did I faint? Weiwei asked the old servant. The sea was extremely cold and my lady didn't want to use lightning to protect her body, so she fainted. Fortunately, a young mister saved you, and my lady has passed the 4th checkpoint and thus scored a 90. The servant replied in a deep voice. Her pretty eyebrows furrowed. She sighed lightly and said, He must have been hurt badly because of me. That's his bad luck, who told him to help me. He deserved it. The servant smiled, my lady. Although that mister did feel the electricity when he touched your hand, he's totally fine. Weiwei was shocked for a sec, but said coldly, That's impossible. You don't have to lie. I won't feel bad for hurting someone. The servant replied again very sincerely, It's actually true, and my lady actually fainted 1 meter away from the 4th checkpoint. It was also that young mister that held your hand and pushed the return button for you, otherwise my lady wouldn't have gotten the 90 points. I don't believe it. Weiwei ordered unruly. Show me the recording. Yes, my lady. The servant displayed the recording of the whole incident to her. When he saw Han's hand holding her own and the resulting blue sparks, Weiwei felt an evil pleasure. After all, she's the lightning storm girl, and power she had was just that dominant. No one could touch Weiwei's body, regardless if it's a man or a woman. They will all get hurt by the lightning storm that follows Weiwei. Judging by this point, Weiwei was indeed powerful, but also lonely. She can't touch anyone, nor can anyone touch her. It's a barrier that couldn't be breached. To be a girl that is untouchable for the rest of her life, was it really a good thing? Weiwei was stunned because she noticed that Han touched her hand and nothing happened. He even shamelessly took her hand to press the return button and bring her to safety. What's even more enraging is, after they returned to Center Square, Han just dumped her on the ground and walked around without even looking back at her once. What a shameless person! Weiwei blushed and yelled in rage. The old servant was a bit confused. My lady, after all, that young mister saved you. Look at the facts. If it wasn't for him, my lady wouldn't have gotten 90 points. And if it wasn't because he wanted to help you return, he could have kept on walking, potentially even getting the highest 150 points. I don't care. He's a shameless person. Who told him to help? Do I look like I need other people's help? Tomboy Weiwei continued to argue. My lady has the heart of gold. If my lady wanted to use the lightning guardian, there wouldn't be any difficulty walking the entire distance. Only because my lady was benevolent and feared that lightning can conduct underwater and hurt other people, she didn't use that power. The little tomboy flicked her ponytail, got out of the assessment pod. Her legs were a bit numb, but she still pretended to be fine and said, "What's wrong with the guy named Han Lang? His power source index is only 27, but he's not scared of my lightning storm. Could there be any conspiracy behind him?" It shouldn't be a conspiracy. You two just met and never met before. Maybe his power is really strange, but unfortunately, according to the rules, we can only know his level but not his power type. Weiwei sneered. Resist a SSS ranked lightning storm power? Is it even possible? The old servant hesitated and answered, "Probably not. Even if there is power that can resist my lady's power, they can at most reduce the damage, but not completely ignore it. So you have to look into this." Weiwei ordered and turned her head and left. The loyal old servant let out a light sigh. My lady was almost perfect, just her personality is a bit too stubborn. Chapter 12. Li Qi's Worry. Han went back through the return teleporter. Before he left, though, he also specifically looked up on the information on Void End. Apparently, during the beginner stage, Han can void other people's ability. So, if someone shoots a fireball at him, the fireball will hit him, but it won't be able to do any damage to him. It was as if the power entered into the void just before it reached Han's body. Suppose if Han's power source index, PSI, can pass 100 and reach the 2-star standard, he could then open up a spherical void end domain with a 1-meter radius. Anyone that enters the domain will lose their power and become ordinary people. If Han's PSI passes 1,000 and reaches the 3-star standard, then the domain he can open up becomes 10 meters wide in radius. Same logic applies for higher star standards. Not too bad. I can actually cancel other people's power, Han thought with great excitement. Shua. The light blinked by. Han opened his eyes and walked out of the assessment pod. Other than the Meat Mountain, Cheng Zhong, and Li Muyun, there was another stranger. He was middle-aged, had healthy bronze-colored skin, with a square face and an expression that radiates a firm and persistent personality. Holy crap, man, first test and you got a score of 90. If it wasn't for that chick, maybe you could have gotten even more points. Cheng Zhong put his arm around Han Lang's neck and yelled in happiness. That girl does look really cute, though. Bro, I support you. Wait, what and what? Cheng Zhong was such a funny dude. He and Han just met today, and now it's like as if they grew up together. Seeing that Han's score is so good, he's happier than Han himself. There was also other people's seemingly exaggerated praise which troubled Han. It was as if he had done something really extraordinary. Cough, cough. The squared-faced middle-aged man coughed twice on purpose. Cheng Zhong laughed and said, "Oh, I almost forgot. This is Chu Li, the chief in command of Esper Administration Center Shanghai Division." "Chief Chu," Han said with respect. Chu Li nodded. "Up until now, your performance during the pressure exam was extraordinary. Next week, same time you have to come here and continue the pressure exam. This is your responsibility as an Esper." Besides having to produce the drug index reports, Han still had a bit of time every day. Since the chief asked him with great sincerity, Han nodded and agreed. "In addition, the thing about registration, I've told my subordinate to process it already. You just have to wait here for a few minutes." Then Chief Chu lightly nodded and walked out of the pressure assessment center. Seems like the chief is pretty serious. When he was here, no one else, of course, except for the Meat Mountain talked. After he's gone, everyone swarmed Han. "Power, the best in the galaxy, man. Even the monsters at headquarters are way weaker in comparison to you." "That's right, you didn't see it. When the chief found out about how strong your power was, his face stayed expressionless for quite a while. What's unfortunate is that you started too late. Your PSI is a bit low, too, and otherwise the chief would drag you to the training camp for sure." "Yeah, no mistake. I heard Chief Chu sighing in the background." When the crowd started talking about that, Cheng Zhong became a bit unhappy. "What are you guys talking about? My bro just has a low PSI, right? He just need practice. This administration center's training facilities are free for Espers anyways." "Bro, don't listen to them. The first round of the pressure exam and you already got a 90. Who has seen a score this high?" Han summarized everyone's opinion. In conclusion, his void end is a very strong power, and everyone was very happy for him. But because of the fact he started late, even Chief Chu felt that Han had limited future potential, so he didn't really urge him to do anything particular, only telling Han to not give up on the pressure exam and see if he can get an invitation to the Galactic meet. Of course, with normal logic, a person who only discovered his power at the age of 16 and has a PSI of only 27 would be given the status of having low potential. But what they didn't know was Han's 27 PSI was not accumulated over the past 16 years, it only took one day. All the strange things that happened at the Esper Administration Center took Han a lot of time. When he left, it was already 3 p.m. and his stomach was growling. At this time, the monk has finished his pressure exam and came out too. He tried very hard but only walked 1 mile, so he scored 60 points. After hearing that Han has such an amazing power and got 90 in the first round, the monk was very happy too, yelling that they should all go out to eat and celebrate. Talking about eating, how can we forget about Cheng Zhong TL? Also, it might be a bit gay if it's just Han and the monk. So, the three of them left the administration center and went to the Peace restaurant across the street. Han also gave a call to his best friend Li Qi, who he hasn't seen in a long time. Before, when he was still poor, Han owed Li Qi quite a bit because he always asked to pay for the meals. Han and the other two were all super hungry, so they ordered a whole table of delicious food and started swallowing it chunk by chunk. Not too long, Li Qi also came. Han introduced him to Monk and Cheng Zhong, and also told Li Qi about his power. With wide eyes, Li Qi yelled in excitement, "You little shit became an Esper. That's the best news I've heard in the past 2 months. You turned off your phone for so long. Wang Yan especially asked me about you. She seems to have feelings for you. Now that you are an Esper, she will probably run into your arms without blinking her eyes." The Meat Mountain Cheng Zhong started to exaggerate again. What's good about chicks from Earth? Today he went to his first pressure exam, and he already hooked up with a super cute chick from another planet. Although she's a bit young, but her face, her body was perfect. I was drooling on the other side of screen watching him. Han is for sure a ladies' man. Li Qi was stunned, and then he quickly asked, "Hurry up and tell your bro how you hooked up with that space chick." Han was speechless. These guys were acting as if they were anxious to see the world in chaos. Saving someone can be interpreted as hooking up. What the is wrong with them? The joyful atmosphere didn't last too long. After joking around for a bit, Li Qi became a bit sad. He asked for a bottle of wine and drank 2 big glasses himself, as if he had something in his mind. Han felt it's a bit strange, so he asked, "Are you sick? You don't look so well." "I'm not sick. You are the one that's sick." Li Qi laughed and scolded at Han, then sighed. "I just came back from the hospital from visiting Fourth Grandpa. Ever since I can remember, Fourth Grandpa was the one that treats me the best. He doesn't have wife nor kids, and I was like his grandkid." Han became very concerned too. Is Fourth Grandpa okay? Why is he at the hospital? He's in Esper. A few months ago, when he's exploring the Extinction sites, he used too much source energy, which caused damage in his zero-degree brainwave region, previously noted as the zero brainwave region, which is the part of the brain that controls source energy. I don't know the details. The doctor said it's called regional brain atrophy. Han answered immediately without any thought, "Oh, so that's what happened." The zero-degree brainwave region is where Espers store their source energy. Training and battling causes that region to vibrate. The harder the training and the battle, the stronger the vibration, especially if it continues for a long time, which can cause different degree of damage to that region. Han continued, "But your Fourth Grandpa has reached the degree of atrophy. Normal medicines won't be able to cure it anymore. It's necessary to extract young Esper's brain fluid and produce into a medicine called the zero-degree vitalizer to increase brain cell activity. Then it should be taken with a nuclear energy pill to quickly replenish the force energy, and only that can completely cure the regional atrophy." Han spent the past 3 months writing index numbers for medicine, so all this knowledge has ingrained themselves in his brain. After he was done giving the little speech, his 3 buddies at the table all looked at him with mouth open, and that's when Han realized that he spilled the beans, because the zero-degree vitalizer and the nuclear energy pill are all illegal. Medicines which they probably never even heard of. Cheng Zhong's mouth twitched a bit and asked, "Extracting brain fluid from young Espers. Isn't that a bit too ruthless?" Monk is a bit confused. What's nuclear energy? How does eating it quickly increases your source energy? How come I've never heard of such thing? Thanks, Sudarshan, for bringing you guys this chapter. I know there are 9 chapters in queue now. I will try my best. Keep the donations coming and bury me with money, please. Chapter 13. Extraterrestrial Raiders. Han had no choice but to explain. Nuclear energy is a type of source energy revitalizer. It is classified as a hormone stimulator drug, and of course extracting brain fluid from young Esper's zero-degree brain region is even more illegal. So don't tell others. Li Qi, tell me the details about your Fourth Grandpa. Maybe I can help. Really? Li Qi couldn't be more excited. Our Fourth Grandpa is part of the United Government's Prehistoric Extinction Domain Division, responsible for exploring all the extinction domains on Earth. The risk and secrecy of this job, you guys understand it, right? Han nodded. Prehistoric extinctions domains don't just locate sites on Earth, but throughout the galaxy. Before the age of mankind, the galaxy and its planets belonged to another unknown intelligent species, but for some reason, this formidable civilization disappeared within one night. No one knows where they went and why they abandoned the land they lived on for generations. In the Milky Way, there were countless extinction domains, and these sites provided extremely valuable rewards when explored. From these sites, the gamma-ray transition engine was discovered, which resulted in the invention of space battleships that can cross the galaxy. The quantum technology facilitated manufacturing of supercomputers, etc. Without exaggeration, the current mankind civilization is built on the foundation of these prehistoric civilizations. Exploring these sites were the highest priority for everyone, resulting in extinction domains being fought over by all the planets. After all, the ones in control of the resources in the extinction sites were also the ones in control of the future, due to possibly acquiring some super technology and formidable firepower that no one else has. From what Han knows, Earth had a few extinction sites that were kept confidential and were strictly regulated by the Esper administration. Earth was always eyed menacingly by other powerful planets, and having extinction sites was a huge factor. Li Qi said, I just know that Fourth Grandpa was leading a team to explore a newly found extinction site and a terrible battle took place. The exploration team lost over half of their troops, and my grandpa's sickness was from exhausting himself in order to protect the team when retreating. Han nodded, so it was due to accumulated exhaustion. Now, I only know 2 medicines that can cure your grandpa's brain atrophy, but about how much he needs and what other medicines need to be taken on the side, I'm not too sure. I will go back and ask my friend. Li Qi immediately took Han's hand. His tears were about to drop. Han, you must help me this time. As long as you can cure my grandpa's illness, my family and I won't care about how much money it will cost. Han comforted Li Qi. Don't worry, we are bros. I will try my best to help, of course, and you don't have to worry about the money right now. After Li Qi shared the story about Fourth Grandpa, Cheng Zhong and Monk actually started acting a bit more serious and stopped joking around. Peace Restaurant's top-floor cafe was right beside the Huangpu River and the most bustling business sector of the city. Accompanied by a beautiful view, the 4 started sipping tea and talking about extinction site domains. Suddenly, when everyone was comfortably chatting, a black frigate-sized spacecraft appeared directly above the business sector, not too far away from Han's location. The frigate started descending at an incredible speed and came to a sudden break just a few meters away from the land. A huge gust of wind shattered all the glass on both sides of the street. A group of men in black hastily jumped out and ran towards the people that were shopping on the streets. No United Government flag nor military emblem, this ship just came in from outer space, the monk yelled. Shit! Could it be raiders? Cheng Zhong asked. Raiders were a group merciless crooks and killers. Small and weak planets like Earth were the raiders' favorite targets. It was just that Han only heard about raiding incidents from the news, but he never heard of raiders daring to raid big cities on Earth under broad daylight. As for these extraterrestrial raiders' target, aside from valuable jewelries, they also came to kidnap citizens on Earth and sell them as slaves. The civilians are in danger. Who's in Esper? Quickly follow me. A man in a fancy black suit on the street yelled as loud as he could and ran towards the incident's location. The man wore flowers and red ribbons with the word groom neatly written on his back. Wait a second, he was the groom who was in the middle of his wedding. And after spotting those raiders visiting Earth, the groom left the bride and the guests and ran straight to the battlefield. Motherfucker, let's go. Cheng Zhong's veins were popping out on the forehead. He grabbed his headphones off his ear, rolled up his sleeves, and was quickly on his way. And me, the monk yelled as well. I'm coming too. Han felt encouraged by the enraging atmosphere and yelled too. Then you guys grab on. I'm going to take you guys on a roller coaster ride. Cheng Zhong grabbed the monk with his left hand and Han with his right. He rushed downstairs with an incredible speed that was uncharacteristic of Meat Mountains. This Meat Mountain was actually a speed descent Esper. Normally, he's as fat as a meat mountain, but when he starts running, he's faster and more agile than anyone. Go get them! Be careful. All these strangers in the restaurant were all cheering them on, but Cheng Zhong was really quick, and the group of 3 disappeared instantly. Sure. Cheng Zhong took Han and the monk and sprinted towards the crowded business sector. On the way there were a lot of civilians crying and fleeing the area. Cheng Zhong agilely dodged all the helpless bystanders. Han had noticed when Cheng Zhong started using his power, his weight was quickly decreasing. It turns how that his speed was converted from his fat, so it was a type of conversion power. No wonder Li Muyun cared a lot about Cheng Zhong's weight. His weight was his battle power. Shua. Another Esper appeared right out of an alley. He's a bounce-type Esper, capable of jumping up to buildings over 20 stories tall. When the incident broke out, he was just about to take a bath, still wearing his bathrobe, his face covered in shaving cream bubbles, and he started running towards the battlefield regardless. The civilians were trying their best to flee, and all the battle-type Espers in the area, regardless of what they were doing, all started rushing towards the site as if they planned it together. Han's group was pretty close to the business sector, so they were the first batch of Espers that arrived to the scene, only to see 30 or 40 extraterrestrial raiders unscrupulously capturing civilians, especially the young and pretty girls. There was a pile of blood on the floor. It belonged to the groom that was telling everyone to go to the battlefield. When the fight broke out, he was the first one to arrive, but he was immediately surrounded by the raiders. Now he was lying down in a pool of his own blood, with a black blade sticking out of his chest. During the last moment of his life, the groom was still tightly grabbing onto a raider, not even letting go in the face of death. He was a fire descent Esper and was using a raging flame to burn the raider's legs to crisps. Under the raider's arm was a cute girl that was just about 8 or 9 years old, crying loudly. Fearing that he might hurt the child, the groom didn't dare to use his full power. "Go to hell!" With both legs burnt, the merciless raider cried out in pain. He threw down the child, pulled out the blade that was in the groom's chest, and heavily stabbed it into his skull. The blood splashed as far as 5 steps away from the groom. The little girl was saved, but this Esper groom had already left the world forever. But today was supposed to be the happiest day of his life. "I will fuck your grandma." After witnessing the tragedy, Cheng Mu's both eyes turned red and he let out an angry cry. Chapter 14. Temporary Formation. The tragic death of the groom Esper on his wedding day had enraged all the other Espers at the scene. Although there were not many of them, only 7 or 8, they all started rushing towards the raiders in complete synchronization. They were charging with such intensity that not even death itself could stop them. "Hold out until reinforcements arrive," called out a nearby Esper. The group of raiders were also Espers, so they felt no fear towards the infuriated defenders from Earth. Under the command of a bald dark man, they continued to calmly capture civilians, specifically targeting the young and pretty women. The battle took place in the most crowded business sector in Shanghai, and Shanghai was also one of the largest cities of the United Government on Earth. Right now, it was afternoon, during the most crowded time in the business district. The majority of the people couldn't escape in time, and they were surrounded by the raiders on both sides of the streets. Jengsi, the sound of body getting slashed opened with blood pouring out. Jengsi. A merciless raider killed 2 more young men with a blink of an eye, laughed loudly, and tossed the 2 young women on his shoulder into the frigate's storage room. Similar scenes were happening all across the street, causing anguish for the Espers that were desperately trying to save them. Unfortunately, these raiders were too powerful. With a team of fire, water, ice, and strength descent Espers, combined with the experience from years of working together, the raiders formed a strong team. On the other hand, the Espers from Earth not only lacked numbers and power, but also combat experience and synergy. They attempted to charge twice towards the frigate, but were forced back by the raiders. 3 Espers had unfortunately gotten hurt too, which included the courageous monk whose shoulder was hit by a fireball. The wound had a burning smell and his robes were covered in blood. "Don't mind me. We must prolong the fight until the Esper administration's troops arrive." The monk yelled at Cheng Zhong and Han Lang. "Let me." Han has become completely blood-boiled from the scene and yelled without thinking too much. "You?" Although Han has a unique power, but he was never a soldier. Both the monk and Cheng Zhong knew it. Han spoke in a deeper voice. "The biggest threat is the 2 long-range raiders on the left wing. We must take care of them first. Cheng Zhong, use your speed and hold me as a shield to get close to them. Then, throw down the monk to take care of the fire descent enemy that's within range. We'll then go kill the guy that's throwing ice spears." "But you..." Cheng Zhong was a bit hesitant about the arrangement. "Stop wasting time. I can void all powers, so don't worry about me. Let's go fuck them up." Cheng Zhong and the monk saw Han was already very determined. They glanced at each other and answered together, "Okay, let's go." At the same time, the raiders seemed to have met their target quota. The bald black guy whistled, and all the raiders started to retreat back to their ship. The raiders were very fast and efficient criminals. They cause a scene in one area, then they go to their actual destination, quickly raiding and pillaging before they escape. As long as they retreat before the Esper administration's troops arrive, judging by the current look of the forces on Earth, it will be impossible for the reinforcements to catch their customized frigate. "Don't hesitate. Let's go." Han got nervous and yelled at Cheng Zhong and the monk. Cheng Zhong made up his mind. He grabbed Han and held him up in front of him, and the monk grabbed onto Cheng Zhong's shoulders. Cheng Zhong suddenly concentrated energy into his legs and charged right out of cover. An assault! Cover them! Cover them! Although the other Espers didn't know who they were, at this moment they were all teammates that could die for each other. A strength descent Esper quickly picked up some rocks on the ground and started throwing them at the enemies positioned at the left. Another water descent Esper unleashed a water dragon to cover for Han and the group. Hong. Things colliding and exploding. Hong. The enemy's ranged attackers saw Han and the others charging towards them. They hastily changed their target and tried to blow Han's team out of the sky with fireballs and ice spears. Cheng Zhong hesitated a bit and reluctantly started using Han as a shield, using Han's body to defend all ranged attacks. The fireballs hit Han's body one by one and disappeared into the void the moment they hit. The ice spears were aimed at Han's chest but shattered immediately as well. Although Han is immune to the powers, he could still feel the pain. He endured the excruciating pain just to create an opportunity for his friends to fight back. Impossible. My powers stopped working. The fire descent Esper that was closer to the three-man projectile couldn't believe his eyes. There were people on this world that were not afraid of fire? Just when he was hesitating, Cheng Zhong already arrived. Han raised his leg and kicked the raider right in his balls. The monk that was hiding behind Cheng Zhong suddenly jumped out and forced the raider to the ground. He didn't have a weapon, so he picked up a rock and struck with all his might. "I want your life!" The monk yelled like he went mad and started smashing wildly at the raider's head. The next second, the extremely fast Cheng Zhong and the fearless Han already arrived at the ice descent, whose jaw had hit the ground after seeing what was happening to the fire descent raider. Cheng Zhong's meat mountain-like body went straight on top of that guy. Han picked up a metal rod from a piece of crushed concrete, gathered all his force, and forced the rod right into the raider's eye. It worked. Han's strategy worked, and they started cleaning up all the raiders that were firing down upon the Espers from Earth. Within 3 to 4 seconds, they had cleared the raiders off of the left side, tearing up an opening in the escaping raider group. Raider attack! Civilians under attack! Hurry to the scene! Shanghai was one of the biggest cities in Asia after all, with a population of over 10 million and at least 3,000, 4,000 Espers. After receiving the news, Espers from all directions started heading towards the battlefield, and the amount of Espers from Earth in battle reached over 70 in a blink of an eye. There were even more on the way, running like maniacs towards the scene. In the group of Espers that already arrived, the most fearsome ones was of course Han's group. The battlefield was the best training ground, and all three of them were really smart. Their powers also had synergy, and they actually formed a great tacit understanding after cooperating for a short period of time. Han, who had the power of Void End, was like the armor of the tank, capable of canceling out long-ranged attacks. Speed descent Cheng Zhong was the engine of the tank, capable of quickly rushing between enemies. What happens after the tank arrives? They let the dogs out. Strength descent Monk was the perfect martial artist with a ferocious spirit, just like the sharp fangs of a mad dog. He bit whoever he could get on. One bite was deadly enough to drop whoever was close enough. These men are mad. Retreat! The commander of the raiders couldn't believe that the weaklings on Earth were actually this insane, yet tenacious. He loudly yelled, wanting to flee with his subordinates. The raiders didn't even have time to bring back their comrades' bodies and started running towards their frigate in full speed. Cut them off! Reinforcements are almost here. The Espers from Earth started rushing in large waves, and the situation was totally in their favor now. Of course, they wouldn't want to let these bastards leave the planet. But the raiders were still using clever tactics, covering each other while retreating. The Earth Espers were forced back, unable to prevent the raiders from getting onto their ship. Hong, sound of engines starting. The Galactic frigate's engine shot out blue flames, ascending quickly into the sky. The Espers on Earth were anxious. With such great sacrifice, they could only watch those murderers fleeing into the outer space. That's completely unacceptable. Suddenly, on the top of a nearby high-rise, a guy carrying a bronze bull statue jumped off. To be able to carry a bull statue that's a few tons heavy, he must be a strength descent Esper, but strength descent wasn't flying descent. Jumping off at this height would kill him. But this brave Esper didn't care about life and death anymore, and he jumped down with the bull in his arms, yelling as loud as possible to the end, "Doesn't matter how weak Earth is, it's still my home. I will fuck you at the cost of my life." The strength descent fell straight from the sky and threw down the bull that's worth few tons. Hong. The bull hit right at the frigate's right engine, and flame came out right away. The frigate that was just about to take off was smacked right back down to the ground. But the strength descent Esper, he already used up all of his source energy. His body fell to the deck of the frigate like a kite with broken strings. The sounds of crushing bones resonated across the battlefield. He was killed instantly. Translator's note: before we start, I just want to clarify some confusion our readers may have about how Han actually got that Void End crystal. The previous processor of Void End was a rogue Esper that was hated by a lot of people, and I expect that he was just buried somewhere random that's not known to the public. That's why, when the gravediggers accidentally dug his grave, they didn't know whose body that belonged to, nor do they have any idea about the power of that crystal contained in that body. Since Void End is a mystery descent, it has a very dark color which can be confused with other black low-grade power crystals, thus causing the confusion. Chapter 15. Sacrifice. These extraterrestrial raiders never thought they would encounter such a tenacious resistance on a small planet like Earth. Even more unexpected was that their initial strategy of hit and run was entirely impossible to execute now. Nearby Espers from Earth have been rushing towards the attack site at full speed, and the number of defenders started increasing non-stop. The scarier fact was that they were willing to sacrifice their lives just to send the raiders to hell. The cry of the strength descent Esper before he died was still ringing in everyone's ears. That's right, no matter how weak Earth is, it's still our home. Come and leave as you wish. You still have to ask the Espers on Earth whether they agreed. Everyone's eyes were blood red. The right-wing engine, which was responsible for ascending, had been completely destroyed. The frigate lost its balance and fell back to the ground. The Espers from Earth stepped over the corpses of their comrades and charged right at the enemy, each unleashing their power and flipping the whole frigate over. Hong. Someone smashed the deck window from the inside. It was the leader of this raider group, a dark, bald, very muscular and ruthless-looking man. He lifted up his arm and summoned a wall of flame, forcing the assaulting Espers back. 30-something raiders grabbed the hostages they captured earlier and left the destroyed frigate, probably planning to use them as a shield and retreat to the rural areas first. "Fuck the leader first! Don't let them get away!" Han whispered by Cheng Zhong's ear. After witnessing the tragic death of so many Espers, Han felt such an intensity of rage he never felt before, staring right at the group of raiders. Suddenly, a black dot in the sky was closing in. It was an Earth Esper with a flying ability. "Chu Li's here." Chu Li is ranked as a 3-star Esper. These bastards won't be able to run now. It's hard to say they still have hostages. "If you dare to come any closer, I will kill them all." Seeing Chu Li closing in onto the battleground, the dark, bald raider suddenly let out a loud cry. He then lifted his arm up high, summoning a fire dragon. This fire descent raider was really powerful. His dragon could fly up to a few hundred meters above the ground. "Now!" Han suddenly yelled at Cheng Zhong. Cheng Zhong had been accumulating his strength. He unleashed it and exploded towards the enemy like an arrow leaving the string of a bow. He held Cheng Zhong in front whilst dragging the monk behind him. It was the famous tank strategy. Han was very careful with choosing his timing, attacking right at the moment when the enemy unleashed a giant fire dragon and couldn't call it back in time. Sure. The distance between them was approximately 100 meters, but Cheng Zhong closed the gap within an instant. The enemy commander's right-arm fire dragon couldn't get back in time, so he lifted up his left arm. "Go die," he cursed, wanting to unleash another fire strike. "Throw me," Han yelled. Hong. Cheng Zhong didn't hesitate and threw Han right out. All everyone could see was a guy meeting the wall of fire in mid-air. The raging flame made contact with Han but disappeared as if entering another dimension, leaving Han unharmed. That dark, bald man stood there with his eyes wide open and couldn't believe what just happened. Han flew right into him and forced the stick of metal right into his neck. Gengsi. That dark, bald leader was at least a 3-star Esper, and Han, after all, didn't receive any professional training. He used all his strength but couldn't kill him on the spot. The pole of metal only created a bloody hole on his neck. Although the guy didn't die, Han managed to grab onto and restrict the leader of the raiders so that he couldn't let out any fire spells. In the next second, Cheng Zhong and the monk also arrived. The monk stepped off Cheng Zhong, prepared his assaulting stance, and used his most powerful iron fist and punched the raider right between his eyes. Peng! Blood, brains, bones, and even the eyeballs were smashed apart due to the punch. And Cheng Zhong used a table leg he found from God knows where and stuck it right between the raider's legs. Gengsi. Final kill. Seeing that their leader had already died, the subordinates all got scared. However, the enraged Earth Espers have already surrounded them and closed in together. On the left side of the street, beside a pile of debris, on the steps in front of a store, Han, Cheng Zhong, and the monk sat together. Everyone was holding a bottle of beer which was forced into their hands by an old man they didn't know. The old man's granddaughter was among the group of girls saved today. He was so excited that he cried like a child and didn't know what else to do. That was enough to thank these boys. He distributed the food in his grocery basket to all the Espers that participated in the rescue. He's already very old with a whole head of white hair, but he bowed to every single one of the Espers, non-stop. Ambulances arrived at the scene one by one, carrying away the deceased heroes, those that used their life to stop the raiders. In the middle of the street, a young, beautiful girl in her white wedding dress was crying. Her groom was laying there peacefully in a pool of blood. It was just a blink of an eye, but the wedding became a funeral. The most tragic thing on earth could be none other than a turn of events like this. Han let out a long sigh, said to Cheng and the monk, "I couldn't believe it. All the Espers on Earth are actually really united, everyone just charged with their life on the line." Cheng Zhong faintly smiled. "Aren't you the same? The greater your power is, the greater your responsibility is. Seeing the evil people doing sinful deeds, how could us Espers just stand there and watch?" The monk was just sitting there, repeating what the deceased Strength Descent Esper was saying. "Doesn't matter how small Earth is, it's still our home." The crowd got bigger and bigger. The ones that were saved were busy crying and thanking the Espers. Everyone that walked past Han, Cheng Zhong, and the monk all thanked them, and a pretty little girl gave them each a little flower. Han didn't like being thanked because he felt he did something he should today. The real heroes were those that were killed in action today. "Where are you guys going?" Cheng Zhong asked. "Home." Han looked at the direction of his home. "I'm going to the hospital." Cheng Zhong pointed at his burned wound on his shoulder. Han gave Li Qi a call and walked home mindlessly like a zombie. Everything that had happened today was too much for Han. It was his first experience in such a bloody battle, and it only reminded him about the kind of situation Earth was in. This was reality. The weak will get bullied. Those bastards dared to raid Earth under the broad daylight to capture slaves. Why? It was just because Earth was too weak. And those deceased Espers, they deserved respect. Han would never forget. the young groom that didn't even take off his wedding suit to fight. His eyes betrayed his determination without the slightest bit of hesitation. The greater your power is, the greater your responsibility is. Han lay dead on his sofa, repeating the same line to himself. The TV was showing the list of deceased heroes from today's event. Peng Zuolin, 33 years old, 2-star Esper, strength descent from Jiangsu province. Hu Hai, 24 years old, 1-star Esper, fire descent from Hunan. Li Yunjin, 19 years old, 1-star Esper, ice descent from Shanghai. Liang Shuadong, 15 years old, wind descent from Zhejiang. Looking at these lively and unfamiliar faces, Han slowly tightened his fist. Sorry guys, I've been a bit slow recently. I will try my best to translate more for you guys. It's just that the school term is coming to an end and my marks haven't been ideal, so I'm trying to allocate more time to studying. But dwell guys, I will have a whole month off where I can focus on translating, so keep the donation and votes coming. I will clear them all soon. Mwahahahaha. Chapter 16, Earth's Rage. Esper Administration of the United Government, Shanghai Division. Deep into the night, Chief Chu Li sat at his desk and looked out of the window silently. Chu Li was still waiting on the report from the reconnaissance unit. This was the third invasion from outer space since the formation of the United Government. It was also the most serious one, causing 7 Espers to be killed in action, with more than 20 Espers hospitalized and at least 300 casualties among civilians. Before that, Spain and India had also encountered similar attacks, but both of them took place outside of the city in rural areas, so their damages were far more insignificant in comparison to this one. After a few minutes, Li Muyan opened Chu Li's office door and sat in front of him. "Chief, the reconnaissance units still haven't sent their report yet?" Li Muyan asked. Chu Li nodded. "We are still questioning them. How does your skill unit think about this case?" Li Muyan said. "This successful attempt at stopping the raiders was all because of the courageous Espers from Earth fighting with their lives on the line." The skill unit closely analyzed the recording of the scene and noticed outstanding performances from 3 Espers. Chu Li finally became a bit excited and asked in curiosity, "Which 3?" "Cheng Zhong, that possesses a speed conversion power, Du Ling, a strength descent Esper that is nicknamed the Monk, and lastly Han Lang, the Void End possessing Esper of the Mystery Descent." Li Muyan listed 3 names. Chu Li said sincerely, "When I got there, I was just in time to see those 3 killing the enemy leader. They used Han Lang's ability as a cover, Cheng Zhong's speed conversion ability as mobility, and the Monk's strength as the main attack, and it was very effective. Especially the Monk. He's not only a strength descent Esper, but also one of the heirs to an ancient martial art in Asia, a true talent." Li Muyan pulled out a laptop and passed it to Chu Li. "Those 3 are not just good, but under such a stressful situation, they were able to create a strategy. This is the tape before your arrival." Chu Li took the laptop and started watching. Li Muyan had taken all the clips related to Han and the other 2 and made it into a video. In the recording, when most of the Earth Espers couldn't break the raiders' defense, Han's group of 3 stood out and tore an opening in the enemy's tight defense formation. They had played a pivotal role in achieving the final victory. Of course, the other Espers' courage all deserved respect and rewards. It was just that Han's group of 3's temporary formation was much more effective and skilled. That was beautiful. Chu Li always had a serious face and rarely give compliments. Their synergy, tactics, and timing were all perfect. It must be the Monk that was in temporary command, right? Among the 3 of them, he's the most calm one and also with the most battle experience. Li Muyan didn't say anything. He just slightly shook his head. "It was Cheng Zhong?" Chu Li was a bit surprised. That boy is pretty goofy normally. It's hard to believe that he can really be counted on during important times. Li Muyan was still silent. He looked at Chu Li and shook his head again. Then Chu Li, completely amazed. It's actually Han Lang? He didn't participate in a single day of training and was just recognized as an Esper today. It's actually him. Li Muyun said, "Correct, every idea at the scene came from Han. Even the timing of all the attacks were chosen by him." Li Muyun was one of Chu Li's most trusted subordinates. His words were obviously believed by Chu Li. However, the strategy and choice of timing all came from the least experienced Han Lang. Chu Li really couldn't make sense of it. What was a battlefield? It was a place where blood and flesh flew everywhere, and death was right around the corner the moment you drop your guard. For the majority of people, don't even mention thinking quickly on the battlefield. As long as they don't faint, it's already good enough. To be able to come up with a strategy on the battlefield was a lot harder than people would think, and it is nearly impossible to do without years of training and battle experience. Han was just an ordinary person before today, but he was able to command 2 Espers that had more experience than him to fight such a beautiful assault defense battle. Without any exaggeration, if it wasn't for Han, it would have been a terrible defeat for Earth. Li Muyun continued, "It's a pity. Han had the best ability, an amazing mindset in battles, but he only accumulated 27 power source index in 16 years. His potential is very poor, otherwise he would be a talent." Chu Li nodded and didn't speak further. At that moment, Chu Li's secretary walked into the office, taking big steps. He looked so furious, even his face almost turned green. "Chief, the result is clear. The raiders' real target was the Pufa Bank's underground gold safe. They also have another group of 5 responsible for taking advantage of the chaos to rob the safe." Chu Li hesitated for a moment. Gold safe? They aren't from Earth. Why would they need united currency? Then Chu Li suddenly realized something. His eyes suddenly became cold, and he slammed the desk and said, "Now I get it. Someone tried to partner with those raiders to rob the banks on Earth, then let their accomplices on Earth convert the UC to GC, and carve up the loot on the spot." Who are their accomplices on Earth? Madman Yuan, a rogue Esper from the Russian district. We have notified the Russian district to arrest him. Chu Li said in a deep voice, "Gather the special task force immediately." "But we don't have jurisdiction to operate in the Russian district." "Fuck the jurisdiction." Chu Li finally lost his calm. "Pass my order. Gather the special task force immediately." A few minutes after, on the roof of the Esper Administration Center, 4 Falcon-class vertical takeoff aircraft were prepared with 40 Special Task Force Espers assembled, also ready for battle. Chu Li put on his battle suit, walked to the roof, and nodded to his assistant to give a signal. The big screen on the roof suddenly started to display the recording of the fight earlier today at the business district. All the Espers in the nearby area rushed to the site and put their lives on the line to stop the enemy. The scenes were enough to make everyone blood boiled. The video ended. Chu Li cleared his throat, looked at all the soldiers and said, "Everyone must be really clear about what happened today. When enemies showed up, these Espers stood up for us. They protected the civilians, and they protected our home. The majority of them were not soldiers. Some of them were businessmen, some were professors, some students, and one of them was even a groom. They stood out to protect the civilians. Was it because of the 2,000 UC bonus we give me every month? No. Of course not, because lives are priceless. They were that courageous because they felt it was their responsibility as Espers, and to avenge for those respected brothers, it's our responsibility as soldiers." The results were clear. Madman Yuan, a rogue Esper from the Russian district, directed this slaughter. Their ultimate goal was the underground bank safe, and the raiders were responsible for causing chaos and distracting us. All these people died just so they could rob the bank so Yuan could convert it to galactic currency. I just don't get it. We are all Espers, and some are willing to give up their lives to protect our homeland. But some have the gall to plan how to kill their own kind. What kind of fucked up reality is that? The raiders from outer space are hated, but the traitors of Earth deserve the worst death possible. Chu Li continued, "Avenge won't be overnight. This night we will go to the Russian district and send Madman Yuan and his accomplices all to hell. If the headquarters gives us any trouble, I will take all blame." None of the soldiers were not eager to fight. They rushed onto the planes and started flying to the Russian district at full speed. 2 minutes after the Shanghai district's troops left, the main pilot on one of the Falcon fighters suddenly reported, "Chief, the Beijing division heard our plan. They sent 2 Eagle-class fighters and 2 special task force groups after us." Chu Li was shocked for a second, then nodded and ordered, "Received. Slow down a bit and unite with our comrade division's reinforcements." The pilot reported again, "Should we wait for the Guangzhou division and Chengdu divisions? They are farther away than the Beijing division reinforcements. As well, Xi'an division's troops are closer to Russia. They are currently in front of us." The Russian district has received our notice. Not only did they not have a problem, they are also sending reinforcements from the Moscow division. The Paris division also dispatched 8 special task force groups, and including the heavy artillery units from London, that's almost 1/3 of the total army from the area. Chief, new update. The North American and South American division decided to each dispatch an entire army to cross the Atlantic to support us. The news came in one by one after knowing the actions that the Shanghai division was taking. All Esper administration divisions around the globe all sent out their reinforcement as if they all planned it together beforehand. Even the Americans and the Australians decided that even though they were an ocean apart, they still want to be present for the battle. Taking advantage and still betraying the home planet, that's something everyone hates the most. Chu Li is not the only one that wants Yuan dead. Tonight, all major divisions forces will be gathering at the Russian district. Homies, thank you for your support. Chapter 17. 0-degree brain region healing potion. It only took 4 hours and 13 minutes? Han was staring at the clock, speechless. The 2 days after he got Void End, his ability to process complicated data became faster and faster. 2 nights ago, he spent over 8 hours finishing up the index report. Last night took 6 hours, but tonight, the time needed decreased to only a little. Bit over 4 hours. And after the 4 hours of highly demanding work period that required intensive use of his brain, he didn't feel tired at all. In addition, Han also participated in a battle yesterday, but now he only felt a little bit of pain in his chest. This speed of physical and mental recovery was too surprising. Han attempted to justify this improvement, but he couldn't find any other reason but the new power that he got. According to the web, there exists some special powers that can increase the metabolism rate of Espers, which can in turn increase the recovery rate of wounds. As well, the Espers would become more energetic and replenish energy faster, and so on. Han went downstairs and bought 4 meat buns and a large bowl of wonton soup. Meat buns were his favorite. It's something his mother used to make for him when she was still alive. The delicious-smelling braised pork were chopped into small pieces, mixed with a bit of pepper, all put into freshly baked bun. 1 bite and the amazing taste will linger in your mouth. Maybe it was also Void End's side effect. Han's energy significantly increased, and his appetite also got really big. He quickly finished 4 meat buns and the large wonton soup with added egg and shrimp. He logged onto the dark net and started looking for medicine to cure Li Qi's 4th grandpa. Han's first subscriber, Nightwalker, ran a medicine store that was decent in size with a favorable pricing. Nightwalker gave so much motivation to Han and had also once pinned his post to the top, so Han, of course, visited his store first. Nightwalker's medicine website had an artistic name. It was called the Light Breeze of Autumn Night Elban. The medicine were all showcased on the online shelves. Han had already looked at them multiple times since LBAN was one of the 200 stores he used to collect his data. The screen flashed and a chat box showed up. Nightwalker saw Han visiting his store and approached him first. "I saw you visiting just a moment ago. Are you visiting again because there's something wrong with the index number?" Nightwalker asked in curiosity. Han answered, "Nope. Today's index report has all been done. After a few hours it will be sent according to schedule. Now I'm just shopping around." "Oh, welcome, welcome. If you need anything, feel free to ask me. I have a friend whose grandpa has a case of atrophy in his 0-degree brain region. I want to buy some 0-degree energy revitalizer." Very soon, Nightwalker sent a picture to Han. Han took a look and saw that there was an Esper tied to a metal chair. His mouth was sealed by a metal ball, and there is a toilet right below his butt. A metal rod pierced the back of his skull, and a drop of transparent fluid would come out from the rod every few minutes. Han only knows that the revitalizers used the brain fluid from young Espers as a base, but he never knew that the extraction method was that cruel. The victims were tied to the chair so they couldn't even move an inch. To maintain the quality of brain fluid, he can't even eat anything, and nutrients were directly injected into their bloodstream to keep them alive to live a life that's worse than death. The brain fluid source is specimen 3219, a 4-star strength descent, who is 21 years old. He has good physical properties, but the 0-degree revitalizer doesn't work 100% of the time. For you, I'm going to use this sample to prepare 1 serving of revitalizer, with little side effects, immediately effective, and doesn't require any complementary medicine. Nightwalker was really a professional and gave Han the best solution. Han said, "Yep, that would be the best. But isn't he in a lot of pain?" Nightwalker answered as if he does not care at all. "You want to say cruel, right? Don't joke with me. This is the dark net, the shadiest place in the galaxy. I will be honest with you, this guy is a pedophile. He committed great sins with his power, and countless little girls and boys died in his hands. Allowing him to continue living would be the real cruelty. Now he's just repaying for his sins. If one day the quality of his brain fluid decreases and I have no more use of him, I will sell his organs to body parts dealers. Slaughtered like an animal and have its organs sold, that will be his ultimate end." Nightwalker continued, "After all, you are in dark net. You have to get used to this lawless world. By the way, your drug index number is getting more and more famous. Recently, a lot of people started copying you to do index numbers for other industries, did you know?" Han was still trying to digest the information fed by Nightwalker to a certain degree. Nightwalker was the good guy. He saw Han was in need of help, and he took the initiation to help without expecting any returns. But if you change the perspective, Nightwalker was also the typical darknet dweller, doing illegal activities and deeming lives to be simple resources. This might be the two-faced nature of humanity. Light and dark exists deep down in everyone. Han took a second and answered, "More people doing index isn't a bad thing. After all, the dark net doesn't allow data search or extract tools. Everything relies on being done manually. Some people are willing to work for money, some are willing to buy the data they need to save time. In the business world, everyone takes what they need." Nightwalker nodded. "You are pretty open about it, but they won't be a threat to you no matter how hard they hard. After all, you started really early and your databank has far passed theirs in both reputation and quality. They can only be your copycats. Every day I look forward to your update. Before this, I had to visit so many other medicines' websites every day to gather information myself. Now I still do, but I don't have to spend so much time on it anymore. Saved me more time for the wife and daughter." Han laughed. "That's the benefit of outsourcing. I help you bosses with some work to save your time, and you guys subscribe to my service and give me some money to buy food." Nightwalker laughed too. "You really know how to talk. Don't worry, a small boss like me won't mistreat you. The revitalizer, I will prepare it myself, won't delay anything. Aside from this, what else do you need?" "I also want some low side effect training medicines, source energy amplifying medicines, and reflex increasing potions." Nightwalker hesitated. "What you asked for are all for soldiers. They have low side effects. Could it be that you are using it yourself?" Han said, "Yep, it's for me. Recently I realized this world is actually really dangerous. So..." Nightwalker nodded. "You are right. This galaxy had always had the rule of the strong devours the weak. It's fate that we met. I will try my best to help you. But you should understand, the medicine with the best effect also comes with higher risk, and the medicines alone won't be enough to ensure survival. You also need to learn the best skills, use the best weapons. All of the elite warriors are forged by mountains of money." I understand that logic. I am also looking to get the skills, weapons, and whatever else I need to become powerful. But to be honest, I'm still not too familiar with the dark net, and I spend too much time on learning about medicine. So that's the only field I have some understanding in. About skills, equipment, and training techniques, I know nothing. Nightwalker had a mysterious smile. If you want good equipment, coincidentally I just know the right guy. But about where he got his equipment from, you understand. Chapter 18, Origin of the 10,000 Paths. Although Han and Nightwalker never met and they had only just chatted online via the dark net, Han could still feel that Nightwalker was full of passion just from their short chat. Han thought that this was probably the feeling one gets from a mentor. All the achievements Han earned on the dark net, Nightwalker was a pivotal contributor. Soon enough, Nightwalker had sent Han a list. Along with tons of medicine, potions, and pills, Nightwalker also gave Han a free light medicine storage box suitable to carry during combat, a free medical theory textbook, and topped it off with free shipping. The bill only came to a total of 6,700 GC. Han was quite surprised. The Nightwalker is a really interesting guy. Not only did he pick out the most suitable products, he also gave him a storage box, a book on the basics of medicine, and free shipping. Han had been doing the index number for this industry for a long time, so he knew really well that the price Nightwalker charged him was about half of the market price. It was probably his production price. Han anxiously refused. "It's too cheap. I can't take this deal." Nightwalker laughed and replied, "Why not? The margin on medicine is pretty high, so you don't have to worry. Making a few thousand more GC won't make a difference to my current financial situation, so just see it as a friend helping out another. Don't worry, I'm not making a loss at all." Han reluctantly nodded. "I guess that's fine. I will definitely remember your help." Nightwalker also gave Han a darknet link. "Check this site carefully. It probably has what you need. The owner is a strange fellow. If you approach him yourself, you will probably be ignored. But don't worry, I've added you to my list of important clients. He should answer you after he sees that." He continued, "The dark net is very complicated. The majority of the websites need to be introduced between close networks. What you see on the forums are all the smallest of the smallest. The more powerful the website and organization, the deeper they hide on the dark net." Han gave his address to Nightwalker and thanked him again. Then he turned around and rushed right to the website suggested by Nightwalker. The website was called The Origin of 10,000 Paths OTTP. The owner was called Pathless Origin. It sounded like he was bragging unblushingly that he was the #1 in the study of martial arts paths in the entire Milky Way galaxy. A lot of information on superpowers and martial arts could be found on OTTP, and Pathless Origin's business was just selling different types of instructional devices for martial arts styles and equipment. In the current society, martial arts were sold not as a book, but instead as a storage crystal. It uses the data brain injection method to directly transfer the information into the brain, which makes it impossible to create pirate versions. Each crystal was unique and becomes obsolete after first use. The martial art crystals and equipment sold by Pathless Origin all had unknown origins. The battle equipment were layered with dust, and a lot of the weapons were covered in dried, dark red bloodstains. Han took a look around. The things Pathless Origin sold were all the real deal, and the price was pretty cheap too. A fiber equipment set suitable for 2-star Espers only costed 3,000 GC. Han checked out the other stores before and saw that the same set of equipment would have costed at least 10,000 GC. The weapons were fairly priced too. An enhanced titanium dagger only cost 1,000 GC. Han's account still had a balance of 11,300 GC. Subtracting the 6,700 GC from buying the medicines, he still had 4,500 GC left, over which was just enough to buy a set of equipment and a weapon from Pathless Origin. But Han wasn't in a hurry to decide. There were tons of free information here that Han was interested in. Han started looking carefully through the pile of data, but there was nothing on Void End, so he could only look at power immunity, which was quite similar to Void End. Power immunity was actually a lot weaker than Void End because it could only nullify the enemy's superpower attacks. The higher the level, the stronger the immunity. But Void End could completely deprive others of their power, and once the user progresses in level, he can also create a void zone in which everyone will be powerless regardless of their level. Pathless Origin arrogantly calls the things he wrote as the ultimate review, radiating the confidence of being a martial art master. This was what he wrote on the power immunity file, stupid people. They all think power immunity espers should use guerrilla warfare technique, long-ranged attacks, and be agile and flexible. Wrong. Very wrong. Little do they know, power immunity is the cruelest ability in existence. The chosen ones with such ability must practice martial arts. Martial art users are practicing techniques with their lives on the line. Fight to kill, hit every punch, trade eye for eye, only surrender in death. Without such a mindset, it is impossible to become elites. After finishing reading the review, Han was astonished. Fight to kill, hit every punch, trade eye for eye, and only surrender in death. This simple 16 Chinese word review captured the essence of the immunity power. Take Han, for example. Although he could nullify other people's powers, what happens after? Even though you don't have any powers, I won't have any powers too. The only course of action left was just stabbing at each other with knives or something. At that moment, the result will be determined by who was better at martial arts, who was more merciless and not afraid of death. So the Espers with an immunity-type ability could only undergo the cruelest training method, practice superior martial arts, and rely on the strategy of first taking away the enemy's power and then killing them in close combat. Han took a look at the owner's review on other powers, and all reviews started with the same sentence, "Stupid people." It sounded like as if no one else was competent enough to do reviews, and only he spoke the truth. Regardless of how arrogant Pathless Origin was, it didn't affect Han's opinion of him. All his reviews were on point, which showed Han a clear path to follow for the future. After looking at the reviews Pathless Origin wrote on other powers, Han began to pick the equipment and weapons he needed. Chapter 19. Pathless Origin. A battlesuit was a must-have for espers in this era. A good set could not only ensure the safety of soldiers, but also increase their immunity to powers. To Han, protection against superpowers wasn't as important because he was already immune to all powers. Instead, Han plans to find himself a fairly priced suit with great protection against physical attacks. Soon, Han found a black leather battlesuit, which looked like a big dark pile, carelessly tossed to the side by Pathless Origin. If it wasn't because this so-called Black Celestial Python set had a 2.5-star ranking. Probably no one would want to spend 3,000 GC for something like this that looked like a pile of junk. Pathless Origin was a very strange guy. Normal sellers would have divided all 2-star equipment into high, medium, or low quality and priced them differently accordingly. For Pathless Origin, all 2-star equipment were priced at 3,000 GC each, and all 3-star ones were 10,000 GC each. He didn't include any labels, and the most he gave was the name of the equipment. Han liked the Black Celestial Python set for 2 reasons. Among all the 2-star equipment, it was the only one labeled 2.5 stars. Why wouldn't someone want to spend the same amount of money to buy something that was higher level? It was just that Han didn't get the meaning behind that extra half-star. After thinking for a while, Han used the Darknet chat service and called the owner Pathless Origin. It took a long time for the chat to be answered, and just when Han was about to greet him, Pathless Origin already started yelling, "If you have something to say it fast. If you need to fart, hurry and fart, can't you see I'm busy?" Han was shocked for a bit. As the old saying goes, being nice when doing business can really help your business. But this Pathless Origin boss seems to have quite an attitude. Han wasn't angry at all. He had only been on the dark net for a short time, so he was still a complete novice. Besides, there isn't any downsides for him to be humble. In addition, Pathless Origin was recommended by Nightwalker, and Han believes that Nightwalker wouldn't lie to him. Teacher, I have a question to ask. Why is this set of black celestial python marked as 2.5 stars? Why is there still half a level? Teacher was a common title in Asia. It didn't have any special meaning other than to show respect to someone. Han saw that Pathless Origin had a bad temper, so he quickly lowered his head. Stupid, you don't even know this. This suit is made from the skin of the black celestial python, and it has a huge weakness. Although its physical defense is ranked to be 3 stars, its defense against superpower is complete garbage. Other people sell it as 3-star. I don't think it deserves such ranking, so I lowered it to 2, 5 stars. Pathless Origin answered. Han was surprised. Ranked 3 stars for physical damage and can't defend against superpowers. Wasn't this designed for him? He was immune to powers anyways. Teacher, I have another question, Han continued politely. Why are you so annoying? If it wasn't because Nightwalker specifically told me to treat you well, I wouldn't even be replying you. Hurry, hurry! Pathless Origin's attitude was still the worst it can be. Han asked. Aside from the black celestial python set, I also would like buy the heavy dagger named Tremor. I want to ask about the actual weight of Tremor. How would I know if I never weighted it before? Tremor is just used for close-range combat. For close-range combat, if the weapon is too light, it has no power. The pros all use weapons that are slightly heavier. If you can't use it, then you are too weak. It has nothing to do with the weapon, Pathless Origin explained. Han noticed, although Pathless Origin had a bad attitude, all his explanations were all on point. He explained complex problems using just a few sentences. Han was yelling out of excitement on the inside. This guy's actually a pro. He already got scolded for a while. Might as well ask one more question, teacher. Your review on power immunity was right on point. I was wondering, are there any other secrets to mastering martial arts? Hey, are you going to be done anytime soon? To practice martial arts, of course, you have to train in the extreme cold and train to your death. Only the iciness can trigger a human's strongest power, the natural survival instinct. In this world, tropical temperatures represent life, while cold represents death. The strongest moment in someone's life is the moment he's about to die. That's when it's most possible to conjure surprising amounts of energy. That's the power of will to living. To practice martial arts, you have to go practice in an extremely cold environment and look for that near-death feeling. Han realized that Pathless Origin was only cruel on the outside, but as long as he asks in a humble voice, Pathless Origin will still explain to you. Although the explanation isn't very detailed, it was very memorable. Han still wanted to ask some question about training, but he feared that if he pissed off the oddly tempered Pathless Origin, then it won't be worth it in the long run. So, he politely said bye to Pathless Origin and checked out the items he bought. Pathless Origin's items were all cheaper than others, but the shipping was expensive. Shipping to Earth costs 500 GC. After checking out, Han checked his wallet. He only had 11 GC left. That's all right. The drug index can generate for him a steady income of 400 to 500 GC every day, and he just had to make more money. Soon, it was 5 days after. In the 5 days, Han took out at least 8 hours every day doing physical exercises and some basic training. Now he lowered the time needed to write the index report to 1. 5 hour plus another 1. 5 hour to polish up the data and the report. In total, he spends 3 hours every day, and he actually accomplishes more within these 3 hours than when he used to work 20 hours every day. Han couldn't thank his superpower enough. After he had Void End, it's like he changed into a new person. Even his brain worked better than before now. Aside from training and writing drug index reports, Han also checked out Pathless Origin's website on a daily basis and asked that oddly tempered old man whenever he was stuck on a difficult concept. Of course, Pathless Origin didn't want Han to bother him, but there was a good old saying, no one hits a smiling face. Han's attitude was way too nice, calling him teacher every sentence. Also, Han would never annoy him. He only asked at most 3 questions every day, and it never took longer than 5 minutes. Although Pathless' origin was still as bad-tempered as before, he never refused to answer Han's questions. There was even one day when Han didn't even open his mouth before Pathless' origin started the conversation with, "What do you want to ask again today?" This was a good start, along with Han's improving ability to study and Pathless Origin's mentorship on the side. His knowledge on power, martial arts, strategy, training started growing at an incredible speed. Han did start very late, but his speed of improvement was unmatched. At dawn, Han came back home from a morning run. He took a shower, got changed, and left the house. The night before, Nightwalker's package finally arrived. Han delivered the package to Fourth Grandpa right away at night, and he was told that the effect was promising. Li Chi had told Han to meet with him at the hospital in the afternoon. Now, Han's going to go to the Esper administration to continue the pressure exam. Chapter 20. Potential that's against the rules of heaven. Han took the subway and arrived at the 18th floor of the Esper Administration Center again and saw Li Muyun. The monk was there too, but Sheng Zhong wasn't. Han and the monk casually chatted for a bit and then went into the assessment pod. Sure. Light flashed past, and Han was teleported to the second round of the Galactic pressure exam. According to his knowledge, there were 3 rounds for this pressure exam. The first one was advancing under the deep sea again. The second one was escaping the desert, and the third one was climbing a snow mountain. These 3 were ranked by difficulty from easiest to hardest. The first one was naturally the easiest, with a max score of 100. The second one was harder, with a max score of 300. The third one was the hardest, max score was 500. Plus another 100 points for bonus, the max score in total was 1,000. After the 3 pressure exams was a battle test, the max score was 3,000. After these 2 sets of exams were done, the top 10,000 contestants would be chosen to join the Galactic Meet's main contest. The oldest allowed signed-up age was 27 years old, since the Galactic Meet was a competition between the younger generations. With a countless number of planets in the galaxy, the total population was at least on the scale of millions of trillions, so the top 10,000 contestants were for sure the elites among the young ones in the galaxy. Han saw the monk in the public square. They were both doing the second test, so they took the adjacent teleporters but got teleported to different arenas again. Han shrugged his shoulders. He had power immunity, so if he could be in the same arena as Monk for this exam, then he can at least somewhat help Monk. Looks like the system automatically separates contestants of the same country or planet to avoid cheating. Han took a look around himself, only to see that he was standing in the middle of a desert tornado. The tornado had blown the sand into a swirling pattern, so no matter which direction he took, he would have to cross the tornado. The wind had an extremely powerful destructive force, even before entering the storm. Some soldiers that were a little weaker were already struggling to stay standing. Han saw many people reluctantly walk into the storm, only to be torn into pieces by the sharp wind. Of course, the difficulty of this round was a lot higher than the first one. According to the rules, the further you walk in the storm, the more points you will get. And if you successfully walk out from the tornado, then you receive the maximum score of 300. In addition, there's also 50 bonus marks for this round. Apparently, there's a sacred temple inside the storm, and if one can retrieve the Stone of Light from the temple, then Heshi will receive the bonus points. Of course, most people wouldn't bother with some temple because they would already consider themselves incredibly lucky if they can even make it out. Ain't nobody got time for that shit. Han scouted around and picked the path with the least amount of people and started advancing. The majority of the contestants were gathered on the right-hand side of Han. It was like the sheep crowd effect, where basically everyone would follow the crowd. Doing so allows the people that are scared of challenges and adventure to feel safer while walking behind others. But Han didn't worry since he could nullify any power, and this sandstorm was simulated with the attacks of a sand descent Esper and a wind descent Esper, which has no effect on Han. He just had to make sure he doesn't get lost. Before walking into the storm, Han could already feel grains of sand hitting his face, which was actually quite painful. Power immunity didn't mean it was also immune from pain, so Han could still feel the sand hitting his face. But that didn't slow down Han's steps at all. After experiencing the battle 7 days ago, Han started to realize the responsibility on his shoulders. Regardless of how weak Earth was, it was still his home and the place he grew up in. Who would want to see their home ending up in the hands of others and see his fellow citizens whipped out of their existence? Reminiscing the scene where the Espers from Earth were putting their lives on the line to protect the powerless people, Han could never stay calm. Although he couldn't name any one of them, he felt that they were all heroes and a bunch of fellows that deserved respect. In comparison to the past, Han had one more belief. He's still not strong enough right now, and he needs to work to become stronger non-stop. He had to give it his all to protect those existences that were worth protecting. Han squinted his eyes and started walking faster and faster in the mad sand. Regardless of how hard the sharp sand grains hit his face and how many more bloody cuts appeared, his footsteps did not slow down at all. To others it may seem like a disaster, but to Han it was training that he must endure. The further he walked, the harder the sandstorm hit. The furious wind could easily blow people off their feet. Suddenly, a black shadow loomed on the horizon, and when Han got closer, he saw a sacred temple built with giant white stones. How lucky! If it wasn't because he chose the path that the majority didn't, he could have never have come across this lonely temple. A bonus 50 points is pretty good. Han smiled and said to himself, Esper Administration, 18th floor. After what happened last time, Li Muyun started paying extra attention to Han. The moment he entered the exam, Li Muyun started playing Han's exam broadcast on the large screen. Void End was still as powerful as before. When everyone else were getting blown to the point of losing their sense of direction, Han's footsteps were still firm and determined. As Han walked further and further in distance, his points became higher as well. According to the system, Han's score had passed 200 already, surpassing the majority of people. Monk, who took the exam at around the same time as Han, had already been eliminated from the test. Void End is really a power against all heaven's rules, Li Muyun exclaimed. The monk shook his bald head. I don't think it's all because of his power. You see, his steps are very determined on the unstable sand against that raging wind, yet his legs aren't shaking at all. It seems like his power source index has improved from the first time I've seen it 7 days ago. That can't be right. Li Muyun hesitated and said Han used 16 years to accumulate 26 power source index, which means that it grows on average 168 every year. His potential is probably the worst I've seen. According to my past experience, this speed of growth can't be improved no matter how hard he trains. Now it has only been a few days and his index increased? The monk shrugged his shoulder. I'm not too sure, I just feel that Han's steps are a lot stable than a week ago. Li Muyun thought for a second, opened Han's assessment statistics out of curiosity, and he almost jumped up when he saw Han's updated index. The assessment chat showed no changes for other data, but Han's power source index actually increased by 15, so now Han's at 42. Li Muyun was completely astonished by what he saw, and he began to realize that he and Chu Li might have completely misjudged Han's potential. Normally, power source index has a natural growth rate, and that means even if an Esper doesn't do any training at all, their index will still naturally increase by a certain amount. Natural growth rate of power source index is like someone's foundation, and combined with intense training, it can be amplified by as much as 4 and 5 times more. That means an Esper with a natural growth rate of 10 every year, if trained properly, can increase his power source index by 50, more or less. And back to Han's case, natural growth rate of 1.68 was not just bad, it was the worst of the worst. That was why, even though Li Muyun and Chu Li knew how powerful Han's power was, they didn't make any arrangement for him. But now, Han's natural growth rate had reached 15 points every week, which meant that it could have been a 60-point increase if he had the proper training. Every year had 52 weeks. That's a growth rate of around 3,120 points in 1 year. According to this calculation, Han would be an average Division 3-star Esper in 1 year, capable of creating a void domain of 10 meters in radius. And in that domain, he would be a godly existence. Everyone else's power would all be forcefully taken away. It would be complete darkness and the ultimate end for the enemies. And what about 2 years after? 5 years? 10 years? Li Muyun blew out a heavy ring of smoke. He finally realized that Han's not some ordinary guy with the right power, but no potential. Instead, he was a monster with the power and the potential that went against all heavenly principles. Thanks, guys, for all your support. The bonus queue is at 17 now. Although it will take some time for us to clear the queue since it's exam season, but don't worry, homies. We will clear them right up after we are done exam. Again, thank you guys all for the support and donations. Chapter 21. Perfect Score. Li Muyun picked up the phone and dialed Chief Chu Li's number. Unfortunately, the chief's cell phone was off. Li Muyun then anxiously dialed the number of the chief's assistant, Dong Yuewu. Yuewu, how come Chief's phone is off? Where did you guys go? Li Muyun asked hastily. We are at the New York headquarters attending a short meeting. We won't be back until dusk. Dong Yuewu explained, Director Li. Do you have any important news you want me to pass on to Chief? Li Muyun thought for a bit. We have good news for him, but since you guys are coming back at night, I will just wait at the office. Give me a call when you guys are back. I've noted it down, don't worry. After hanging up, Li Muyun let out a long breath. Misjudging Han Lang's potential was a big mistake, but luckily it wasn't too late. After Chu Li gets back and hears Li Muyun's report, he would for sure provide Han the best arrangement. Top treatment was for sure, and a personal training director was also essential. In conclusion, all available resources must be used to train Han. After all, with Han's SSS-ranked power and stunning potential, his future was unmeasurable. Li Muyun was still thinking, and Monk, who had been paying close attention to the broadcast, jumped up in happiness. Look, Han passed the second round of the pressure exam. They even lit fireworks in the sky. Fireworks! Li Muyun was stunned for a sec and turned right to the screen, only to see that Han had already walked out of the sandstorm. Although the raging wind had ripped Han's cloth apart, the sharp grains of sand had left marks on Han's face, but Han's steps were still as firm as always. Walking with his head up proud, his face carried the pride of a victor. Congratulations to contestant Han Lang from Earth for passing the second test with a perfect score. Li Muyun was shocked. He looked at Han's scoreboard, which suddenly had increased by 350 points. A perfect score. Shua. The light flashed past Han's eye, and he was teleported to the public square where he had started. His clothes were back to normal, and the wounds on his face had recovered. After all, it was just a virtual test. All you needed was for the system to rewrite some data, and everything could go back to normal. On the public score, 2 soldier-like young girls were chatting. One of them, a red-haired girl, asked in curiosity, "Where's the United Government of Earth?" Apparently a monster from there passed the second round with a perfect score, and I've never even heard of that place. The other black-haired girl answered, "Hey, you don't know this, but the United Government of Earth is indeed a small place, but they are famous for producing monsters. Last galactic meet, Earth sent an Esper named Key Lake, a 5-star Esper, and without any reinforcement he broke through A7. The red-haired girl thought for a sec. Key Lake. I do have a blurry memory about him, but 10 years ago I was too young, so I probably forgot. The chat between the 2 girls was heard by Han, so Senior K. Lake was also a pretty face, haha. But what's A7? Whenever someone passes a test with a perfect score, the system would broadcast the news in public in order to encourage more contestants to be like them. Everyone in the public square now all knew about Han. Many people were talking about him. After all, only a few can pass the second test with a perfect score. But Han did not feel proud at all because he knew very clearly that he was able to make it only because of his power, which provided immunity to all other powers. Following the third round of pressure exam would be the battle segment. That was when Han might actually screw up, because he had never learned any fighting techniques. Now, thinking about that, time was tight. Han decided not to wait till 1 week after, and he went ahead and started the third test. That way, he can clear up his schedule and focus on going to the extreme frost domain to shut himself away to train. Han made up his mind and went straight towards the third test's teleporter. The third test was called the Climb of Frost Mountain, and a snow mountain of over 1,000 meters high appeared in front of Han. It looked just like an icy pyramid, with multiple paths leading to the top. At the top of the mountain sat a sacred temple, shining with golden light and emitting a mysterious feeling. Han didn't hesitate, and he started walking right away. The path to the top had blue stones built as steps. It didn't look difficult, and the mountain was only a few thousand meters high. But only the ones really climbing it understood the horror within. The mountain wind was howling. The gusts hitting Han's body were icy like blades. Suddenly there was a snowstorm, and immediately after, it changed to hail. There was sometimes even rain. The rainwater made the steps a lot more slippery, and there were no handles on the side of the steps, so people could easily slip and fall into the deep abyss that surrounded the mountain. Out of the 3 assessments in pressure exam, only this one had a redo option. Every contestant can take this test 3 times, and the best score will be calculated. It really goes to show something about how difficult this test was. Oh shit, man! Gabong sound of people falling. Fuck. Gabong. Don't push. Gabong. If you look at it from the spectator's perspective, snow mountain climbing is actually pretty interesting. The majority of the people chose to help each other out to climb. Although climbing in groups may seem like a good idea, but it has several deadly weaknesses. Sometimes, the moment one guy in the group trips and falls, the whole team will be dragged into the abyss. Of course, Han wouldn't choose to cooperate with others. He found the path with the least people and chose to climb by himself. As he walked, he looked at his 2 sides and saw that sometimes people fell down head first, other times people fell with their butts first, and sometimes a bunch of people hugged each other tightly and screamed as they fell down. The people that chose the lonely paths were mostly elites of at least 4 stars, and Han, the beginner Esper, was considered to be out of place to be taking this path. However, his speed was not slow at all, moving up at a constant pace 1 step at a time. Every time Han came close to another climber, they would all voluntarily stop and make way for Han. When the screen beside Han showed that he was only a beginner with a power source index score of 42, everyone was very surprised. Seeing him climbing was like watching a demon, but no one asked any questions. The unbearable pain from climbing made everyone unwilling to waste any energy on things like talking. The snowstorm hit, and Han slowed down his footsteps. The hailstorm struck. Han put out his arms above his head and kept advancing. Because of the fact that Han was immune to powers, climbing this mountain was like an ordinary climb. It was purely for exercising his body. To any normal guy, climbing a mountain of 1,000 meters was not too big of a problem, not to mention that Han was an Esper. Although his power source index was a bit lower, but he was still stronger than normal guys. After 3 hours, Han was already in the final stage. The road signs showed that Han was only 50 meters away from the top. Near the sign was the final resting platform before the top, and all contestants were welcome to take a break there without having to worry about falling down into the abyss. Han took a look around. Other than himself, there was only one more person. It was a girl, small in size with a cute face and shiny golden hair. Wasn't that the Weiwei he saved a while back? Weiwei was still wearing the black leather clothes with only her small hands and face exposed. She was squatting on the ground and breathing heavily. Her pretty face was also as white as the snow. Weiwei rose her head and saw Han and was stunned immediately. In her mind, Han was just a shameless guy with some perverted or evil intentions, and at this moment, that pervert was actually smiling and waving at her. In order to come this far, Ye Weiwei had used up most of her energy, and she felt that she was about to break down. She couldn't even feel her legs. And looking at Han, whose face and breath was still normal, who still heads the energy to wave and greet Ye Weiwei, she felt it was extremely unfair. "What a coincidence," Han laughed and said. If Ye Weiwei still had energy, she would have cursed at Han for sure. But now she didn't even have the energy to be mad at anyone, and this Han guy with no awareness was actually waving at her and walking closer to her. As soon as Ye Weiwei thought about the last time Han grabbed her hand, she started to get angry. The thunderstorm girl Ye Weiwei's hands was something that people can touch casually? From a baby to now. Not even her parents have touched her hands before, but now this male stranger did? What? Ye Weiwei had a stubborn personality, and now seeing Han, her personality got triggered again. She grit her teeth, gave Han the evil eye, turned around and started sprinting towards the top. Only 50 more meters. If I can just hold on for a little longer, I can make it. I can't lose to this shameless pervert, Ye Weiwei was encouraging herself. As for Han, of course he didn't know what was going on. It was fine that Ye Weiwei didn't thank him, but instead she ran. Shrugging his shoulders, Han followed Ye Weiwei and started advancing towards the top. Han was still maintaining a constant pace to climb, but Ye Weiwei was using as much energy as she could, which violated the most basic rule in climbing mountains. When climbing, the worst thing you could do was rush. With a long road up to the top, how can the path be finished by rushing? One must be patient and take it one step at a time. Of course, Ye Weiwei just climbed a few steps and began to feel dizzy. She felt as if her energy was being sucked away from her body and her legs were shaking. But she was honestly really stubborn. Even though she was almost completely out of energy, she was still clenching her teeth and not giving up. For a 14-year-old girl, this personality was very rare and impressive. But Han had power immunity. You really couldn't compare the amount of pressure Han faced in comparison to Ye Weiwei. Snow, hail, chilly wind, those were all nothing to Han but were all fatal threats to Ye Weiwei. Suddenly, a piece of hail struck Ye Weiwei's head, and it acted as the final straw that broke the camel's back. She couldn't hold on anymore. Her body tilted and started falling to the right side into the abyss. Chapter 22. Goodbye, Ye Weiwei. Pa. When Ye Weiwei's body started tilting to the side, Han was already right behind her. He again reached out to her without thinking. Honestly, it didn't really matter how pretty she was. The majority of people would help when they see someone falling in front of them. It was a type of natural reflex. Han pulled Ye Weiwei back from the edge of the cliff, but didn't let go of her little hands. Instead, he continued dragging her while walking towards the top of the mountain. Mountain climbing isn't supposed to be done like this. There's a good saying, your desperation for speed may actually slow you down. Pay attention to below, step at where I stepped. Don't move randomly, otherwise both of us will fall into the abyss and then we are both screwed. Han was like a nice older brother holding Ye Weiwei's hand, and Ye Weiwei started having a very strange feeling. She was already extremely exhausted. Her brain felt as though it short-circuited and lost the ability to think. She just let Han lead her by hand. After all, Ye Weiwei was still a girl, and age 14 was the beginning of adolescence. Due to her unique power, Ye Weiwei was never touched by anyone before, and if it wasn't because of Han, she might never have been touched in her entire lifetime. Do you still remember the first time holding hands with an opposite sex? That heart-racing and blushing feeling? That's how Ye Weiwei was feeling right now. Her face had mysteriously turned red, her heart started beating faster, her palms started to become a little sweaty. To Ye Weiwei, it's a feeling she never experienced before. The mountain path was tough, although Han had void end. They were still walking very slowly. Ye Weiwei didn't know what to do, and she felt like she was led by a mysterious feeling. Because of Han's power immunity ability, Ye Weiwei's whole body felt cold, but her hand that was held by Han felt really warm. Ye Weiwei started feeling the urge to lean her entire body onto Han because to her, Han was like a warm furnace. What she needed the most right now was this kind of warmth. It felt kind of strange, but Han's hand was really warm. Ye Weiwei realized that she doesn't want to let go. Shua. Finally, Han and Ye Weiwei had passed the last step and arrived at the top of the mountain. The system automatically restored both of their stamina. Ye Weiwei felt a sudden relief and sat right down beside Han, who was also breathing heavily. Now we should be fine. Can you let go of my hand?" Han said with a faint smile. Ye Weiwei just realized that she was still holding onto Han's hand very tightly, as if she was scared that Han would leave her. "Hang!" Ye Weiwei's stubbornness started to surface again, quickly taking back her snow-white hand. The two sat side by side on the ground, facing 1,000 miles of snow. It was such a beautiful scenery. Ye Weiwei started to take a closer look at Han out of curiosity. A little older, not ugly but not handsome. His body wasn't really buff but not skinny either. Then again, he was pretty handsome when he smiled. This guy was like a monster, being able to touch her hand and still be fine. Thinking about that, Ye Weiwei started looking at her little hands. Her fingers were white and slim, very perfect. Maybe because of the fact that she always wore gloves, Ye Weiwei's hands were maintained a lot better than other girls'. However, they were weak, as if they were boneless, and Han knew about it since he had held it before. "It's going to be a difficult battle test later," Ye Weiwei said suddenly. Right after she finished, she felt like giving herself 2 slaps. Why would she tell this shameless pervert about this? Did her head short-circuit or something? Han nodded slightly, but said as if thinking of something else, "Yeah, but after this we probably won't meet again." Ye Weiwei really wanted to ask why, but she stopped herself at the last moment. It would be like as if she cared. She had too much pride to ask. "After all, Earth is too weak, but it's still my family." Han patted himself on the butt to get rid of the snow, took one more look at this beautiful girl in blonde hair, but Ye Weiwei nervously turned her little face away. "It was nice meeting you. I have to leave now," Han said, and walked into the sacred temple with big steps. The third test's bonus mark was automatically given, as long as one completes the walk. After all, this test was way too difficult for the majority of the people. The sky was lighting up once again with fireworks, which then transformed into words, congratulating Han on passing with a perfect score once again. This really brought out the admiration and jealousy of the crowd of Espers that were still struggling on the mountain. But Han didn't really care about the attention. He went straight back home. When he returned to Earth, Li Muyun wasn't there. Monk and some other Espers that tried the test all congratulated Han. Han took a look at the time, since he already arranged with Li Qi to go to the hospital with him to see how fourth grandpa was doing after taking the 0-degree healing potion and revitalizers. It was already almost time. So he quickly said goodbye to everyone and left the Esper administration hastily. On the other side of the Milky Way, Ye Weiwei's house. Han and Ye Weiwei originally came from 2 different worlds. Han lived in a small home on Earth and didn't own an assessment or simulation pod. Instead, he had to go to the Esper administration to use the public one. But Ye Weiwei lived in a mansion that could be compared to a king's palace, and she owned not just one simulation pod, but also specific rooms to store different-sized and purposed simulation pods. Now, Ye Weiwei had returned from the pressure exam, but she didn't leave the room and instead walked to the window and opened it. She stared at the flat green grass field and the borderless forest outside her house. The tall mountains and waterfalls in the distance, even the birds flying in the sky, they were all personal possessions of the Yi family. Ye Weiwei leaned at the window and looked outside, in her gloves. In her not very long lifetime of experience, she never experienced anything as exciting as today. Born in wealth, what she wanted was not beautiful clothes, nor delicious cuisine, but freedom. She could easily own everything in this world. but freedom. The freedom to wear short dresses like the other girls, the freedom to pick up a little rabbit and have a few kitties in the house. These were all what Ye Weiwei could never have. Although the Yi family's mansion was gigantic, there wasn't a single pet. When Weiwei was very small, her father had once given her a puppy as a pet. It was a beautiful white galactic hound with big, round, watery eyes and a small tail that was wagging non-stop. But when the cute puppy jumped into Weiwei's arms for a hug, a tragedy happened. The Thunderstorm girl's fearful power had easily killed the puppy. Weiwei looked at the little puppy laying lifeless in her arms and was sad for a long time. It was also from that day forward she began to realize she was going to be alone for the rest of her life. Until today, Weiwei met a guy, a very special person. Han wasn't like those charming princes on white horses, but Han was also not scared of her at all, unlike the other guys that would hide somewhere in fear whenever they see her, with their eyes filled with despise. Thinking about that, Weiwei couldn't help but lower her head to look at her little hands. A pair of white and beautiful hands, but they were no longer innocent. They have been held by a boy. Ye Hua, the old faithful senior servant, hid behind the door outside, trying to peek to see what was going on. "What are you doing, sir?" the giant guard Captain Ye Shangdong asked curiously. Ye Hua smiled, looking at my lady. "Today someone touched my lady's hand." Ye Shangdong became furious immediately. His face turned completely dark. "Who is it? Which bloody bastard? Let me go kill him." Ye Hua frowned. "You shut up. Do you not get our family's situation? If another family's ladyship get touched by outsiders, then it's a crime, but someone being able to touch our young lady is a gift from heaven. Stupid, can you use your brain?" Ye Shangdong thought for a bit and finally realized it. Immediately, this grown man broke down crying. "Isn't he scared of my lady's thunderstorm?" he asked in surprise. "Apparently not," old servant Ye Hua answered. "This young man may have a unique power that can control my lady's fearful thunderstorm." He took my lady by her hand and took her past third assessment's final checkpoint. Ye Shangdong's face was now covered in tears. He couldn't help himself and cried, "Heaven has finally opened its eyes. Someone can actually control my lady's thunderstorm. Our Yi family is saved. Which family does this prince belong? How does his family background look? Where does he live? If he says no, I can bring a team and capture him and bring him over." "Capture my ass." Ye Hua's face turned angry. "This might be our Yi family's only opportunity, so you stay quiet. If you ruin my lady's opportunity, watch how I will deal with you. P.S. Thank you so much, guys. The novel has reached over 100 votes on novelupdate.com. Let's keep the votes going so we can let more people enjoy the novel. Cucumber strips. Chapter 23. Li Yu. Earth. Han thought it was completely normal to hold hands with Ye Weiwei. It was just holding hands, completely normal. Also, Han was doing it to help her, having no other perverted thoughts. Han took the subway and arrived at the subsidiary hospital of the Esper administration. This place was specifically open for Espers, and it was also one of the privileges Espers had on Earth. This subsidiary hospital took up a large piece of land. There were 2 giant gardens at the front and back of the hospital, provided for the recovering Espers to take walks and exercise. All the equipment here were also the most advanced equipment in the world. Han gave Li Qi a call and the two met at the front of the hospital. The moment Li Qi saw Han, he started yelling excitingly, "Han, your 0-degree region healing medicines are godly. Fourth Grandpa had it last night, and he could already walk today morning." The doctors did a checkup on him, and they couldn't even believe it. They said that Fourth Grandpa's 0-degree region is recovering at an incredible speed. Not only is it fully healed now, it's even possible that Fourth Grandpa can go back to his pinnacle condition in his life. Han smiled. "As long as it's effective. Let's go and check with your Fourth Grandpa." Li Qi said in a hurry, Right. Fourth Grandpa knew that you were coming, and he is already waiting for you at the garden," he said. "He needs to thank you in person." Han Lang was shocked. There's no need to thank me. It's something we should do for our seniors. Walking into the hospital's garden in the back, there was an elder sitting in an arbor by the lake, looking at the lotus flowers, with his back facing Han. Beside the elder was a muscular man in his 30s, currently making tea for the elder. Fourth Grandpa, Han Lang's here. Li Qi ran to the side of the elder and said. The elder turned around and their eyes met. Li Qi's fourth grandpa had a pair of eyes like an eagle. Although he was pretty old now, his eyes were still sharp, radiating an impressive force that only an elite Esper soldier could. Turns out that the benefactor is here. Hurry and come sit. Xiao Wu, hurry and make some tea for the benefactor, Fourth Grandpa said with a smile. Han tried to kindly decline but was forced down to the seat by the guy named Xiao Wu, who said, "Your zero-degree region healing medicine saved teacher's career as a fighter. That's a huge kindness. Let's discard the formal manners." Han could only obey and let Xiao Wu pour him a cup of tea. He sat right beside Li Qi's fourth grandpa, with Xiao Wu and Li Qi both standing on the side. "Fourth Grandpa, I heard from Li Qi that you are recovering nicely?" Han delightfully asked. Li Qi's grandpa smiled and said, "I can feel that my zero-degree region is healing, and the doctor said I can possibly return to my pinnacle condition. But I don't have too much demands. I'm happy enough that the medicine can save my life." Han answered, "What are you talking about? Seeing how energetic you are, it's no problem to live another couple hundred years." Everyone started laughing. Li Qi's fourth grandpa said, "A couple more hundred years? Wouldn't that make me monster by then?" Han answered in a serious manner, "I heard that the higher the level of an Esper, the longer they can live. This time, fourth grandpa's zero-degree brain region can fully heal. It might be even possible to go up in level. So a couple hundred years is still a conservative figure." Fourth grandpa looked at Han and said, "You little guy really know what to say. Let me ask you, this zero-degree healing medicine is so magical, where did you get it? It must have cost a lot of money, right?" Li Qi started nervously giving Han the eye signal. His fourth grandpa is a man of honor. If he hears that the healing medicines were made from cruelly extracting brain fluids from young Espers, he might be unhappy. Han got the signal and said, "I got it from a friend. Specifically how he got it, I don't really understand as well. As for the money, it's not a problem. It's just me paying my respect for you." "Oh, right, fourth grandpa. You look very familiar, but I don't remember where I've seen you before." Xiao Wu whispered on the side, "You probably saw on TV. Teacher's real name is Li Yu." Han was completely shocked, Li Yu, one of Key Lake's 3 teachers. "No wonder you look very familiar." Key Lake was the strongest Esper in the history of Earth, and he was quite famous in the entire Milky Way. He had 3 teachers, and they were all the highest-ranked Espers on Earth. It turned out that Li Qi's fourth grandpa was one of Key Lake's teachers. Li Yu gestured with his hands, and his eyes dimmed a little. "The past is the past. Let's not mention it." Han knew. It was still unclear whether Key Lake was dead or alive, and without him as the pillar supporting Earth, it was still unknown whether Earth could make it through the galactic meat and avoid being colonized. Remembering these didn't help in improving Li Yu's mood. Senior Li Yu also realized that he might have made the atmosphere less joyful, so he quickly asked Han, "According to Li Qi, you are also an Esper, and you even have the respected SSS-ranked power. As an Esper, what are your future plans?" Han started making fun of himself. "My power itself is pretty good, but my foundation is way too horrible. After a few days, I plan to go to Siberia and focus on training for a bit to see if I can improve my stats and level." Li Yu knew about Han's background, but what triggered his interest was why he wanted to go to Siberia. It was such a rural area. "Is your trip to Siberia arranged by the Esper administration?" Li Yu asked in curiosity. Han shook his head and said, "No, it's my own decision. My ability, Void End, can nullify any Esper's abilities, but if I want to fight back, then I desperately need to train my body and practice martial arts. So I decided to find an extremely cold area to do some training." Han continued. Originally, I wanted to go to the South Pole, but there's no base there and it will be hard to get resources. That's why I decided to go to Siberia. Li Yu nodded, practicing martial arts and training your body in the extreme cold. Who taught you that? Han answered. A friend of mine said practicing martial arts is like practicing your life. Only in the extreme cold, when one push oneself to their limit, they can learn the true arts of fighting and a solid set of skills. That's why I want to give it a shot. Li Yu was deep in thought for a second and starting talking. Your friend is very right. Humans can reveal the most potential when they are pushed to their limits and placed at the gate of death. He told you to go to an extremely cold place to train. Although it's kind of cruel, but it's still the right path. But no matter how low your power index is, you are still an Esper, so the normal level of cold is still not enough to push you to your limit. Han stopped for a second and said, That's true. I feel a lot stronger than before, too. Aside from Siberia, where else can help me train better? Li Yu considered for a bit and made a decision. He smiled and said, Han, since you know who I am, you probably know what I do right. Han nodded. You are the chief of Extinction Site Administration. It said so on TV. Li Yu laughed. If you're not scared of hard work, we are working on an extinction site at the South Pole. It has the environment you want there, an extremely cold environment. After all, I still owe you a big favor. How about this? I will get you into the Extinction Site Administration. Then I will give you any training environment and equipment you want. You don't have to worry about anything and just focus on training. This was such good news. What is the Extinction Site Administration? It's not an exaggeration to call it the most important institution of the United Government of Earth. It was in control of the top confidential intelligence and an abundant amount of resources, so only the strongest and most loyal Espers can be qualified to work at the Extinction Site Administration. Of course, Han didn't expect Li Yu to take him on a tour in the legendary Extinction Site. He was happy enough to find the right environment to train and have the resource support from the Extinction Site Administration. It's the best treatment you can get on Earth. Fourth Grandpa, don't worry, I just want a good place to concentrate on training. I won't give you any trouble, Han said very sincerely. Li Yu thought for a second and turned to Xiao Wu on his side and said, You take care of this arrangement, and 2 days from now Han will leave with us to the South Pole. Give Han the best training and living conditions. Chapter 24. Under the Candle Light. Around dusk, Han left the hospital and took the subway back to the city. He came off the subway at the busy business sector where the last battle took place. He met up with Cheng Zhong and Monk as promised. Today was the 7th day since the death of the 7 Espers, and the citizens were holding a memorial ceremony for them. A lot of people came off the subway at this stop, and Han just followed the crowd and slowly exited the station. He was shocked by what he saw on the street. At the moment, the sky hadn't completely darkened yet, and many people have already lit up candles. White candles were placed everywhere on both sides of the streets, even on the windows of the high-rises on the side. Night slowly fell. It was as if people had made previous arrangements. No one turned on any lights, and all there were was dim lights from the candles lining the streets. The atmosphere was filled with sorrow and remembrance. This night, the whole city was lit up by candles. A lot of children were holding lanterns, also containing white candles. The swinging around of the lanterns caused the dim light to flicker. A young mother led her daughter and walked past Han. The little girl was really small and was holding a lantern. Han noticed that the candle inside the lantern was also very small. "Mommy, what are Espers?" the little girl asked in a very small voice. "They are a group of very strong soldiers," the mother answered with a faint smile. "They fight in battles to protect the Earth and us." The little girl thought for a second. Will they protect me too? Yep. Will they protect Mummy? Yep. Will they protect Grandpa? Yep. Will they protect Grandma? Yep. Espers will protect our family and everyone at your kindergarten. They will also protect the aunties and uncles on the street. They will protect everyone. The mother tried to explain to his little girl. Oh. The little girl as if understood something, and she nodded her head heavily once and said in a delightful voice, "I understood. Espers are good people." Han smiled faintly, quickly walked past this cute little girl. Sometimes people's impression of Espers were not like today. There are always going to be reports on the news about how Espers were using their power to bully the weaklings and causing chaos. But people have all understood from this incident that, for both Espers and ordinary people, there are a lot of bad people among the Espers, but also a lot of good people. This is how the world has always been. The good people were always silent before they stepped out against the evil. Just like Pang Zuolin, that young man who jumped off the building holding a bronze bull statue, the one who sacrificed himself to damage the raiders' ship and protect the civilians. Now Pang Zuolin has become a hero known as the Bronze Bull Warrior. His last words, "No matter how weak Earth is, it's still my home," was now known by everyone. But before Pang Zuolin became a hero, he was just a silent and hard-working physical education teacher. He never bragged about his status as an Esper, and just lived an ordinary life. The real heroes only stand up when the world need them, but normally they just remain unknown. As the person that experienced that battle firsthand, Han saw with his own eyes that these Espers who usually remained humble and unknown put their fears aside and ran straight to the battlefield. Within 1 minute, the battlefield had already gathered over 40 Espers. Within 3 minutes, there were already over 200 Espers arriving. They were not soldiers, but when disasters striked, their speed was even faster than the army, and they were even more fearless. More and more people gathered. Even though each candle provided a very weak light, when gathered they could still light up the darkness. Han stopped at a store's window and saw that the large screen TV inside was broadcasting the worldwide memorial ceremony from Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. Starting with these Asian cities, wherever the night fell, the candles representing hope lit up. Seoul, Taipei, Tokyo, the candle lights crossed the vast Pacific Ocean and arrived at America, then from the Atlantic Ocean to Europe. Han felt someone standing behind him. He turned around and saw Monk and Cheng Zhong. He didn't know when Cheng Zhong shaved his ponytails, but now he was bald, and Monk was carrying a giant backpack. These two baldies standing together, it really looked like one big monk and one small monk. "Your hair?" Cheng Zhong touched his head, which was now bald, and said with a smile, "Shaved it. Every day, just to manage those tails, I could waste an hour. If I got that much time, I'm better off eating a few more pounds of meat." "Where's your headphones?" "Threw it away." "Baseball shirt." "Hey, why are you so troublesome?" Cheng Zhong shook the fat on his body and said, "I will put it this way. After seeing you guys tonight, I'm planning to shut myself away and concentrate on training and becoming fatter. I will be giving my all to prepare for the second stage of the pressure exam. You guys don't have to call me. I threw my phone away too." Monk shrugged his shoulders. "What a coincidence. I was about to tell you guys too. Tonight I'm going back to my mountain to train, and I came here tonight to say goodbye. The first stage of the pressure exam was not my strength, but combat is. So I'm going to take advantage of this time to improve myself." Han slightly nodded his head. Seems like he was not the only one changed by this battle. Monk and Cheng Zhong also became more hardworking than before. "It's really a coincidence," Han thought a bit and said, "Before, when I didn't know I had power, I always thought, if the sky falls then the tall guys can handle it, it has nothing to do with me. And today I finally realized I'm actually that tall guy, and if the sky falls I need to give it my all to handle it." Han continued, "Actually, I'm here to say goodbye too. In 2 days I will be going to the Extinction Site Administration. They found a place to train for me, and I'm going to be shutting myself away from the world too." Cheng Zhong didn't say anything. Next year was going to be the year galactic meet takes place, and it was very possible that Earth will be turned into a colony for another planet. Even if Earth is lucky enough to not be colonized, there were still a lot of raiders that were eyeing Earth covetously and menacingly. This was the galactic era. It was also a merciless era where the jungle rules applied. As the only army on Earth, the Espers were facing a lot of pressure. Monk asked. Extinction Site Administration. Li Muyun and Chu Li also wants to get you into their division office. Han answered, what were they doing before then? But I heard that a large crowd of Espers are taking the initiative to apply to the administration and other battle organizations, so Chu Li probably isn't short for hands. Cheng Zhong nodded, young man. Before there was Key Lake handling everything for us. Espers were free to do whatever job they wanted. That's not the case now. Without Key Lake, we have to shoulder the responsibility. If I can't pass the pressure examination, then I'm applying straight to the Marines. Right after he finished his sentence, the watch on his wrist started beeping. Cheng Zhong put his backpack on the ground and took out a piece of ham that was at least 2 pounds in weight. He opened his mouth wide and started swallowing the meat, chunk by chunk. After seeing Han and Monk looking at him, Cheng Zhong threw a photo at them. In the photo was a handsome young man with a muscular body. Aside from the little ponytails on his head, it was really hard to tell that this was how Cheng Zhong used to look like. Cheng Zhong sat on the floor and quickly shoved that giant piece of ham through his mouth into his stomach. He drank 2 mouthfuls of water and started working on a second piece of ham. Han saw that Cheng Zhong's neck had already turned red from the eating, as if he was about to puke any time, yet he was still shoving meat down his throat non-stop. I need to eat. I need to eat non-stop. There is no other choice. I'm a conversion descent Esper. Without fat, then I have no fighting power. Without fighting power, how can I protect anyone? I'd rather eat enough to turn into a pig than to experience what happened that day again. If you guys want to laugh at me, then go ahead. I don't care. Han and the monk, of course, didn't laugh at him since they only respected him more after seeing the photo. To other people, delicious cuisine was an enjoyment, but to Cheng Zhong it was pure suffering. This bloody world, it had turned a handsome young man into the Cheng Zhong right now. Han let out a light sigh. He raised his head and saw the endless candlelights and all the people praying under that light. Such a sight, it was beautiful. Such pressure, it was unbearable. Chapter 25, South Pole Base. Just on time, hours before leaving for the South Pole, Han finally received the package sent by Pathless origin. He didn't even have time to open it before he was already on the military plane with Li Yu. Shua. The United Government's God Strength grade military cargo airplane was traveling at an incredible speed. Aside from carrying Han, Li Yu, and a few other passengers, the cargo was also carrying supplies and resources for the base at the South Pole. Although these military-grade cargo airplanes were gigantic, it was also capable of ascending vertically and was equipped with 6 super turbo engines. The plane quickly arrived at the aerospace in the South Pole. Han looked down from the plane, only to see a world covered in white snow. The Extinction Site Administration base looked like a chessboard from the sky. There was a giant spherical carbon fiber building in the center, surrounded by a couple more smaller spherical buildings that were connected by pipe-like transparent corridor. It looked quite modern. Stepping off the plane, Han's 2 feet touched the icy ground and he could immediately feel the chill entering his body. We are here. This is our base. Anyone that enters this base will have to go through security, and if you want to leave the base, you will need to write a report for approval. This place is not somewhere to just go in and out at will. Wu Di, previously called Zhao Wu by Li Yu, carefully explained to Han. Han nodded. The bases of the Extinction Site Administration were Earth's secrets, so the management and administration part was obviously stricter than anywhere else. A lot of people came out of the base to help transport the cargo, and Wu Di introduced Han to everyone. After hearing that Han cured Li Yu's 0-degree region atrophy, they all gave him a big thumbs up and became very welcoming towards him. After all, Li Yu was the pillar that was supporting the Extinction Site Administration, everyone's leader. Han did a huge favor for Li Yu, which was the same as doing a huge favor for everyone here, and not one of them knew how they could ever repay the favor. Li Yu went to the control center while Wu Di took Han on a tour around the base. You could tell that the Extinction Site Administration was very well funded and had access to a lot of resources due to all the equipment in the base. Aside from facilities that catered to normal day lives, there was even libraries, pool tables, tennis courts, 12 virtual training pods, spacious multi-purpose gyms, and so on. Han got a single room of about 20-something square meters. The window went all the way to the floor, which gave a beautiful view of the snow. There was also a vertical showering unit, a study desk, and a small sofa. "You can leave your things for now. Let me take you to register your DNA data," Wu Di said. Han threw his stuff onto the bed and followed Wu Di to the center of the base. At the center of the base lied the headquarters, and it also served as the entrance to the Extinction domain, an alternate space that you enter after entering the gate at the Extinction site. Wu Di pointed at a spherical machine and said, "This is a complete DNA assessment system. It will not only record your DNA data, but also track and record your power source index. You just have to stand on this machine for a few seconds, and you can come back any time later on and to check your progress. The machine will automatically generate data table telling you how effective your training is and what improvements to make. In addition, your DNA data is recorded as well, and that will be your passport here. We don't have any access cards at the base. We only use DNA." Han nodded, shocked by how advanced the equipment was. Just one machine could have that many purposes. At that moment, Li Yu walked past with a few commanders from the administration and saw Han was about to do the DNA assessment. He was pretty interested in the results, and he stopped to introduce Han to the other colleagues. "Here, this is Han. It's all because of him that I'm able to come back to base." Everyone nodded with respect and looked at Han with appreciation. The machine was silver-colored, and it was like a tube. When someone stands in the tube, there will be a red ray that scans the entire body. Han stood still. Seconds later, the system screen displayed Han's basic statistics. "Natural growth rate is 2.1. That can't be right." Wu Di looked at the results and was completely shocked. "Let me see." Li Yu curiously walked over. He stared at the screen for a long time and finally said in a deep voice, "It's really 2.1. Oh my God." "Chief, did you just come back from the hospital or Taobao Chinese Amazon? Growth rate 2.1. Every day he just have to stand still and he can grow 2.1 points. Honestly, where did you dig up this monster?" "That's an incredibly high natural growth rate. It reminded me of Key Lake." Within 3 days, Han's power source index increased by another 6 units. Now he has 48 points of power source index. Including Chief Li Yu, everyone was thoroughly impressed by Han. Of course, everyone was also confused. With such a high growth rate, Han should have already been a high-level warrior. Why is it that he was already an adult, but he just hit the 48 mark? It was as if he had just acquired his power or something. Actually, Han indeed did just acquire his power recently, but he obviously had no good way of explaining power crystals, so he had no choice but to play dumb and pretend that he didn't know too. Li Yu patted Han on the shoulder and laughed. "Chu Li was just calling me last night asking me if you really agreed to join the Extinction site administration. I said yep, and he got so mad that he hung up my phone. So that's why. Such talent." Li Yu continued, "There's no point trying to discuss why your power source index didn't grow in the past. What's most important is to capture the present. Wu Di will take you to the training facility. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask him. And if I'm not busy, I will be paying attention to you too." Han got to know a lot of people on his first day at the base. He received a lot of compliments, especially on his natural growth rate. He didn't have to move a finger and he could already grow 1 points every day, and if combined with the 46 ensemble training TL, explained later, the growth speed would be even faster. Everyone thought he was someone God sent from heaven. That night, Han spent a few hours like usual to write the drug index, then he stopped at Pathless Origin's website and opened the chat window. "Teacher, I found a very ideal location for training. It's a miraculous body of water that doesn't freeze when the water goes below 0. I will soon be going in there to practice 46 ensemble training. Will there be anything I should do or pay attention to during training?" Han asked politely. "Sure." Pathless Origin responded really quickly. In the past, Han always waited for a long time, but unbeknownst to him, his response time has dramatically decreased. Now, Han gets a response immediately after he asks a question. The first time is of course very important. Did Little Black TL, referring to Nightwalker, give you any drugs? I bought some Source Energy pills from him. Source Energy? I guess that will work. Take 3 doses of Source Energy pill. Don't bring your battle suit or weapon. Just go in naked into the water that's not lower than -10 Celsius. Stay there for at least 3 hours. Only practice the first ensemble of the 46 ensemble training. Han was shocked. Going into the freezing water naked and train? Take 3 times the normal dose of Source Energy pill? Hold for at least 3 hours? If Han didn't know that Pathless Origin was a pro, he will think that he's out of his mind for sure. This kind of training, it was a suicidal pace. Although Han had a little doubt on the inside, he knew that Pathless Origin had a bad temper, so he didn't dare to say more. He quickly thanked him and turned off the window. Han looked at his body. Ever since he became an Esper, his physical body properties have had very significant improvements. But will his body be able to hold 3 hours under -10 degrees Celsius water? On the bed was placed the black celestial python suit and his tritanium dagger tremor. The black battle suit had a great texture. It could reach 3 stars high for physical defense. Originally, Han planned to wear this precious battle suit, but guess he has to wait a little longer. Han put away his suit, weapon, and laptop, retrieved the dark net access software back to his necklace, and left the room. He headed towards that miraculous water spot. Sorry guys, the story may have been progressing a little slowly right now, but don't worry, something exciting's going to happen soon. Anyways, thank you guys for being loyal readers of GNC. Chapter 26, Mad Training. DNA assessment complete. Access granted for entering Extinction Site Level 1. The system said as the heavy metal alloy gates opened. There was a very long passage going down to ground level, where a car running on tracks took the passengers to the first level, where the Extinction site was. After Han got on, the electric car started moving automatically. After around 5 minutes, Han got off and came to the first transfer platform. Continuing straight ahead would be the entrance to the actual Extinction domain, where the secret of this administration lied, and Han wasn't authorized to enter yet. 2 Esper soldiers were on the night shift. The blonde one that smiled a lot was named Charlie, and the guy with a big nose and black hair was named Fo Lehman. Both of them were veterans in their 30s that had worked for a long time at the administration. Although their job was just to protect the entrance to the Extinction domain, they still worked hard with no complaints. In their eyes, if they were not qualified to go into the domain, standing outside to guard it was still a great honor. Dusk approached. Wu Di had introduced them to Han before, so they all knew each other. Han greeted them, then went on a side track beside the entrance. When the Extinction Site Administration was exploring this site a few years ago, they found a miraculous pool of water near the entrance. The temperature of the water was below 0, but it wouldn't freeze. When Han said he wanted to find an extremely cold place for training, Li Yu immediately thought of this place. This pool of water was outside of the Extinction domain, so even if Han was not some important personnel at the administration, training near the domain shouldn't be a problem. After discovering this pool, the administration installed a trail of lights near it, and Han followed them. The pool was like a terrace, divided into different layers, with each layer being a different temperature. Starting from the highest layer of 0 degrees Celsius, every layer going down was a 10 degrees Celsius decrease in temperature. With a total of 24 layers, the deepest layer of water reached -230 degrees Celsius. You must know that even absolute 0 is only about -273 degrees Celsius. At this place, even the air was unbearably chilly. The pool's 2 sides had steps left behind by the prehistoric civilization. It seemed like a prehistoric intelligent species also frequently visited the pool. Unfortunately, the administration investigated the pool for a long time and still couldn't make sense of the purpose this extremely chilly pool served. If it could be used for Han's training, Then it can be counted as useful. Pathless origin told Han to start from a temperature of -10 degrees Celsius first, so Han went to the second layer and put down the 46 Ensemble Training's frequency spectrograph on a piece of rock. 46 Ensemble Training was accepted by the Milky Way galaxy as the most effective Foundation training. Apparently, it was found when exploring an extinction domain. It was a type of aggregated training that enhances source energy, physical body, martial arts, and reflexes. Just like its name, it was composed of 46 sets of movements of increasing difficulty from easy to tough. All the Espers in the entire Milky Way all started their training with this, with almost no exceptions. As well, they only started to learn other skills or techniques after learning the 46 Ensemble Training. As for the frequency spectrograph used for training and studying purposes, it was a fully automatic holographical projecting system. After turning it on, it was like a half-intellectualized virtual teacher that helped students practice. They pointed out the areas that were lacking and needed improvement during the training. Han didn't need anyone to give additional pointers when he trained, and that was because in this era, the foundational training was completely intellectualized. It's pretty convenient. Aside from those extremely rich families that would still hire personal trainers, the majority of the Espers started their training with instructional programs, and meeting teachers to learn usually happens after learning the 46 Ensemble Training. Han forced his hands down into the -10 degrees Celsius water, and the chilly water felt as if it was piecing through his skin, entering through the pores into the body. But Han was an Esper after all, so the source energy could help him cancel out a portion of the cold he felt. Standing up, Han pressed the combat-sized medicine kit on his left wrist. It was the gift from Night Walker, a type of small metal box that could contain all sorts of drugs. All you needed was to put the box close to your mouth, and drugs will automatically pop out. This could run on either voice command or touch screen control. It was designed this way to improve convenience during battle, since during a fight that decided life and death, no one really had the time to take out a handful of drugs, pick out the ones they wanted, and then put them back into their pocket. Intellectualized drug containers allowed soldiers to take drugs within the shortest time, so it enjoyed a high popularity in the market. Han placed his square, watch-sized medicine kit near his mouth. Source energy, 3 pills. Pa. Right after the words came out of his mouth, the kit automatically shot out 3 blue pills, and these high-tech training drugs melted immediately in Han's mouth, showing their effects right away. Han felt his own energy and power quickly increasing. After 20 minutes later, the drug will reach its maximum effect and will continue until the training ends. Han took off his clothes, turned on the frequency spectrograph, closed his eyes, and jumped into the icy cold water. Experienced people all know that cold water was a lot more merciless than cold air. Cold water could pierce through skin and muscles and quickly suck out all the heat energy from the human body. Shua. The frequency spectrograph started working, projecting 2 holographical human shadows, one in front of Han, a virtual instructor, another one identical to Han. Whenever Han made a wrong move while practicing, there will be a deviation between him and his hologram. The hologram will turn from white to red so that Han was notified when his movements were not proper. Now beginning with the first ensemble. Up, stretch, preserve strength. Transfer. The 46 Ensemble Training Frequency Spectrograph was a very advanced system. It will adjust the speed based on the status of the user, and will repeat moves whenever the user fails to perform it correctly. When Han was back home, he watched some online videos and scratched the surface, but it was his first time using a legit frequency spectrograph. He carefully practiced with a hologram and tried his best to stay focused. But trying to focus in a 90-10 degrees pool was not an easy task. Han lost an incredible amount of heat energy every second, and his inner source energy started feeling the challenge of the harsh environment. It started to actively help Han fend off the cold, which was surprising and reassuring for Han. No wonder Pathless origin consistently emphasized the importance of the cold environment. Source energy and zero-degree brain region are all reacting as a self-defense mode. In such a cold environment, the zero-degree brain region probably thought that my life was in danger, so it started to operate faster and pushes source energy around my body at a faster speed to keep me warm. Han thought to myself. When the cold temperature approaches lethal levels, every organ inside Han's body started to operate like crazy. Putting up a great struggle in the face of death was a special property about humans, and it was also a property of the zero-degree brain region. Han had never experienced this feeling before. It was as if every cell inside his body was trying to fight for survival. But, after a while, the struggle began to lose effect. The cold was not only draining his heat away, but also his life. At the verge of collapsing, Han suddenly thought of what Pathless origins said. Fight to kill, hit every punch, trade eye for eye, only surrender in death. Without such a mindset, it is impossible to become elites. Han was completely affected by the sheer force of those words. The cold environment was like a battlefield. If he chooses to run away from the cold, what will happen if he joins the battlefield? Where could he run? Practicing martial arts was just like practicing your will to live, and training was like a battle. Without realizing it at first, Han started to feel a small yet miraculous change within his body. The more persistent he was to continue the training, the more the zero-degree region of his brain was influenced by that determination, releasing waves and waves of source energy. This energy entered Han's body and became the power that supported Han to continue the training. It's like a positive feedback loop. Only madmen that were persistent to push themselves to the verge of death could really unleash this off-the-chart amount of potential. It's just, Han's potential was a bit different. His zero-degree brain region didn't belong to him, but from succeeding an unknown ace Esper. Chapter 27. Reached 2 stars. Shua! In the extremely cold pool, white steam was rising. Han's skin and muscles became crimson red, as if it was burning. His source energy was being released at an incredible rate, quickly circulating through Han's entire body to provide him the heat necessary for survival. Revealing potential at this amazing speed was not just the expansion of Han's zero-degree brain region, but a dramatically increased learning speed. The reason is simple. Han inherited his power from an ace Esper, and ace Espers had obviously practiced 46 ensemble training before. The insane training activated some memory locations inside Han's zero-degree brain region, allowing him to get more and more skilled with the movements that were already mastered by the ace Esper before he passed away. The increasing speed of his movements, along with further activation of the zero-degree region, finally allowed Han to resist the icy water's intrusion into his body. Without exaggerating, Han felt like he took a walk in hell, came back to the mortal world, and saw a completely different scenery. What improved was not only Han's source energy amount, but also his level. Hong sound of something exploding. Suddenly, the source energy rushed out of Han's body like an explosion, pushing away the icy water surrounding him. Han suddenly felt like his brain became much clearer. The surrounding scenery didn't change, but the feeling changed, as if someone had placed wings on his back, allowing him to soar through the sky. When people were concentrated on something, time feels like it's flying by for them. When Han walked out of the icy pool of water, it had already been 4 hours. Put it on his clothes, Han returned to the base. At that time, it had already become busy inside. Most people have woken up and went to the cafeteria to eat, chat, or grab a cup of coffee and sit by the corner to read today's newspaper. When walking across headquarters, Han decided to go for an assessment. He wasn't so sure the meaning behind the source energy explosion. It was only after 4 hours of training anyways. He felt very relaxed and free, as if all the impurity in his body was completely washed away, replaced by surging energy. The powerful DNA system was always monitoring Han's power source index, so Han just needed to find the data on the machine. After a few clicks on the screen, Han's real-time statistics was generated into a display appearing onto the screen. Rank, 2 stars. Power source index, 103. Han was speechless, so he had already passed 2 stars. He's now a 2-star ranked Esper. At the icy pool, when his 0-degree brain region suddenly releasing a large amount of source energy, it was actually a sign of advancement in rank. Within one night, Han's power source index increased by 55 points. It had more than doubled. That's incredible. Han grabbed a large cup of hot chocolate and 2 meat buns from the cafeteria and went back to his room. He turned on the computer and logged onto the Galactic dark net. Teacher, I followed what you said, and something unbelievable happened. My power source index increased by a lot in one night. My level is also 2-star now. What's happening? Han opened the chat box and asked Pathless Origin. It was as if Pathless Origin waited because he knew Han would ask him right away after training, so he quickly responded. Stupid. Inheriting someone else's power was never an easy thing. The power crystal was molded by the Esper's undying soul. Transferring someone's power into your brain is the easy part. The hardest part is the refinement. Because the power crystal not only has source energy, but also the Esper's soul that is unwilling to disappear, it's a lot more difficult. Those greedy power crystal smugglers obviously told you a lot of benefits to inheriting a power. Liars. Those people's existence relies on tricking ignorant people like you. Successors and the deceased Espers have different physical attributes, past experiences, and also consciousness. If something goes wrong, it won't be as simple as not being able to fully inherit the power. It's also very possible for the deceased Esper's consciousness to collide with yours and cause the 0-degree brain region to explode. Yes, literally, an explosion inside your brain. So, the inheritance-type Esper need to use the most extreme method to fully active the full potential of the power, which is this method I taught you. So yes, inheriting power can go either way. You can either take over all the training results and abilities that the previous owner of Void End mastered, or if you fail, you will die faster. Han was left speechless. He never knew that inheriting someone else's power could be this dangerous. No wonder that even if the power crystals were sold on the dark net, the sales volume was always not too hot. It was actually because of the high risk associated with inheriting the power. Han thought for a bit and asked, Teacher, I never told you that I got my power from a power crystal. How did you know? Are you stupid? You are this old and you are still learning basic stuff. If you didn't get your power from a crystal, did it just fall out of the sky then? Okay, in conclusion, martial arts, you need to train with your life on the line. Successors of other people's power also need to train with their lives on the line. So now it's your destiny to put your life on the line for everything. You need to do that for training. Also for battles. If you want to be successful, then you have to push yourself with the most extreme methods and trade it with a comfortable life. Now, tell me, how much did your power source index increase? Han answered, under the 10 degrees pool, I trained for around 4 hours and my index number went from 48 to 103. Pathless Origin always respond very quickly, but after Han sent the last message, he actually didn't respond for a while. After many minutes, Pathless Origin finally replied, Yep, not too bad. Looks like you inherited from a very powerful Esper. If you still have energy, you can do a bit of training in the normal training room, but you don't need to train that hard in the pool anymore. Now just focus on solidifying the source energy you just gained. Next time you go to the pool to train, you just need to take 1 source energy pill. Keep the time you train to within 4 hours. Extreme training isn't about the time, but the intensity. As long as you can push yourself to your limit for 10 minutes, the effect is way better than just doing normal training for 10 hours. You can come ask me again after you're done training tomorrow. That little black TL, a cute nickname Pathless Origin has for Nightwalker, left your little troublesome brat with me. I'm going to get him back for this. After sending that message, Pathless Origin left the chat room. He actually voluntarily told Han to find him tomorrow. That's the first time he said that. It was as if Pathless origin has slowly gotten used to Han's daily questions. If one day Han doesn't ask him questions anymore, he might actually get lonely and feel uncomfortable. Han felt a great boost of confidence. Now his experience and physical strength were all increasing non-stop. Only after a few hours of sleep, he was already able to jump out of bed fully rested. It was a bit too early to write the drug index, so Han decided to go to the training room to do a few normal training exercises. And since it was normal training exercises, Han could finally wear his brand new battlesuit. He put on the black celestial python. It felt a bit cold, yet really soft, and there was an exquisite layer of scales which was what really protected the wearer. About the tritanium dagger tremor, it was really heavy, at least 80-something pounds. It was the weapon that enjoyed quite a bit of popularity among the fighters. Han tried to swing it around for a few times, but it felt kind of heavy, so he couldn't do it with high proficiency. But that was okay since Han's level was increasing quickly, so being able to freely use the weapon was just a matter of time. In theory, now that I'm a 2-star Esper, I should be able to create a void domain of 1 meter in radius. Han started to think about it as he walked to the training facility. Chapter 28. Deeper Layer of Darknet. The Extinction Site Administration had hundreds of Espers employed. In order to keep these Espers in shape, there was a huge and advanced training facility. The training center had a large gym, and the equipment were all tailored to the strengths and capabilities of Espers. Other than that, there were also single training rooms where Espers were allowed to shut themselves away to train in peace. Han wanted to try his void end, so he booked a large single training room. At this moment, the majority of Espers were exploring the Extinction domain, so there weren't a lot of people there. Han went to the single training room on the top floor. It was about 200 square meters with large glass windows that extended to the ground. The floor and the wall were all built from enhanced carbon fiber. The structure was even stronger than steel, but also lighter and more resilient. Han stood in the center of the training room with his eyes closed, trying to use his mind to slowly gather all the source energy. Shua. When the source energy was gathered to a certain degree, it suddenly triggered a property change and opened up a dimension that was 1 meter in radius with Han at the center. This was the void domain. The moment anyone entered this domain, their power would be immediately taken away. Any long-range superpower attacks will vanish the moment they entered this zone. This was a bit different from the power immunity Han already had. Power immunity acted no matter when, even if Han was sleeping. If an Esper attacked him with a power, for example, an ice arrow, the moment that ice arrow touched Han, it would melt immediately. But the void domain needed Han to consciously activate it, as well as draining some source energy. If he didn't activate the domain, no one would ever know that he had such skill, so it could be pretty deceptive. Only Han will be able to see the coverage of the void domain, which appeared as a thin layer of light in his eyes. No one else will be able to find out whether Han activated the domain or not. It was very possible that the enemies will charge right into Han to use some power attacks and then suddenly realize that their power was gone and be completely exposed to Han's counterattack. In conclusion, Void End was a very overbearing and unreasonable power. The moment one entered the domain, everyone would be powerless and be forced to fight against Han with martial arts. Of course, in order to forge iron, the tool itself must be tough. Even if Han could take away the enemy's power, he still needed to be strong enough himself in order to stay alive in fights. Han practiced many times to release and withdraw the domain, and used up quite a bit of source energy. Then he started practicing the 46 ensemble training. To every Esper leader, 46 ensemble was still the basics of the basics. Even if they were in later stage with high achievements, they still won't stop practicing it because there was a whole list of benefits for practicing this. For instance, when you are tired, it can help you regain energy, relax your body, and increase power and flexibility. Han looked at Pathless Origins database. Apparently high-level Esper soldiers will usually practice 46 ensemble once before they begin their training as a warm-up. and once more after they are done to regain energy and relax the muscles. And Pathless Origin himself was also inclined to recommend practicing 46 ensemble. He thought that as an Esper soldier, regardless of how high level they were, they should never ignore the effects of practicing 46 ensemble and continue to do it until they die. Han turned on the frequency spectrograph and started practicing every move after the holographic teacher. The rhythm during battle and any fundamental skills and practices related to battle were all touched upon in the 46 ensemble. Although it looked like a simple exercise, it was able to exercise every piece of muscle inside Han's body. Han's shadow in the training room became very agile, one moment suddenly imitating an eagle soaring in the sky, another moment mimicking a crimson rabbit surging towards the moon. The benefits of activating the 0-degree brain region with extreme conditions slowly began to surface. As Han's source energy drastically increased, he also felt like he had woken up the memory from a long time ago, making him feel like the 46 ensemble couldn't be more familiar. The predecessor that left behind the void end power crystal must have practiced 46 ensemble very frequently, and now that Han inherited the power from the predecessor, he was able to progress 1,000 times faster in comparison to other novices. Han had looked up the people that previously possessed this power, and the search result was a bit unbelievable for him. There was only an old senior called Ye Shuihan, a 6-star warlord ranked Esper who was naturally talented. He did not work under anyone during his time, and he used that unique and unreasonable power of his to cause havoc everywhere. His whole life could be concluded as a life full with dispute, and he was quite famous in the Milky Way galaxy. Then Ye Shuihan disappeared in the end. No one knew if he was still alive. But if we hypothesize that he died on a foreign planet and passed on his power to Han, it was actually very likely. It was just that. Han couldn't believe how lucky he was. A garbage power crystal he bought for 10,000 GC was actually left behind by the warlord Ye Shuihan. Han couldn't believe it nor deny it. Maybe the answer to whose void end and legacy he inherited will always be a myth. After the afternoon training was completed, Han had some dinner, took a break and went back to his room for some rest. Then he started to write the drug index number and started training in the pool after he was done. Following Pathless Origin's instructions, every time Han trained, he will put half of his life on the line in order to push himself to the verge of death. Starting from the second extreme training session, Han only took one source energy pill each time. According to Pathless Origin's explanation later on, it was actually because he was scared that Han would die from the first training, so he told him to take 3 times the normal dose of nuclear energy to protect his life at crucial moments. Now that Han had slowly adapted to this type of crazy training, his drug intake also decreased to the normal amount. With a godlike speed of improvement, Han could always increase his power index by 30 points every day. If compared to the natural growth rate, it was more than 10 times bigger. Even Pathless Origin said more than once that Han's speed of improvement was okay. And with Pathless Origin's strict character, when he says it's okay, then it must be really okay. This continued on for a week. Han followed Pathless Origin's pointers and trained hard every day. His power source index also successfully passed 300. On the night Han passed 300, Pathless Origin suddenly gave Han a link to a website. From today forward, you don't have to do regular training anymore. It's pointless for you. Your power is from inheritance, so you just need to fully activate your zero brain region, and then your fundamental skills will naturally be there. Do you have a virtual pod over there? Go visit that website, Pathless Origin told Han. Do this belong to the dark net as well? Han looked at the address and asked curiously. Yep, websites like Little Black's drug market is just the first layer of the dark net. They are just the things floating on the surface. But what I'm giving you belongs to the second layer, and normal people have no way of even coming close to it. I already added you to the whitelist and gave you access. Pathless Origin explained, and about the website's content you will know after you see it. But you have to pay close attention. Han nodded and inserted that address onto the login program. He had become more familiar with the Darknet's rules now. The dark net was actually like the network rule. Most of the websites need a referrer to give permission in order to let users log on. Han first met Nightwalker, and with Nightwalker as a guarantee, Han was introduced to Pathless Origin. As he became familiar with Pathless Origin also acted as a referrer and introduced Han to another website that was hidden even deeper in the dark net. All these relationships were created to form a hidden network, and those so-called public forums in today's Han's eyes were really ordinary, way too far away from being the dark net's deepest layer. Just how deep was the galactic dark net? What was its deepest layer? Han was completely lost. Chapter 29. Live Broadcast of Death. Han took a break for a few hours and went to the training center at around noon as per usual. In the training center, there was a row of public virtual pods for the use of Espers that live at the base. After picking one in the corner, Han took out the darknet access card from his necklace. Accessing the darknet required a login program as well as DNA information, so even if someone managed to get Han's access card, without Han's DNA information, it will still be useless. The darknet login program was really intelligent. It will automatically encrypt the data, so even the central control system will only know that Han used the virtual pod. About what specifically that pod was used for will be completely confidential. Laying down in the virtual pod, Han pressed the start button. The virtual pod and the laptop had similar functions, but using the pod enhances the user experience. For instance, every day Han, when visits Pathless Origin's website, the laptop shows the website on a flat screen, whereas the virtual pods will generate a virtual store, and the experience was like shopping in real life. After typing in the address on the screen, the login program verified Han's DNA data and started connecting to darknet. Very quickly, a virtual world appeared in front of Han's eyes. The address led to a door with bloodstains splattered across it. Han stood on the outside and read the descriptions displayed on the screen. This website was called Live Broadcast of Death. It was a darknet video broadcasting website. The description was written as follows: chosen the most fearless Esper warriors of Milky Way to fight to the death in arena. Due to the amount of blood violence, please view at your discretion. Han was shocked for a bit. Real people fighting to the death broadcasted live. The dark net was really a screwed-up place. They even have this. With tons of curiosity, Han entered the website. A screen popped up to let Han choose the broadcasts he wished to watch. According to the rules of Live Broadcast of Death, the viewing will charge according to the fighter's ranking. A fight between 2-star Espers costed 100 GC, 3-star Espers costed 200 GC, and 4-star Espers costed 400 GC. And as for fights between 5 stars or above, it's only available at certain times and it costed 1000 GC. Other than that, there were also Esper survival competitions and mass chaotic brawls, which were pretty expensive to watch and were only available during certain times. Aside from watching live broadcasts, people could also watch videos from the past which only costed 110 of its broadcast price. So watching 2 stars fight only costed 10 GC. Han saw a lot of loyal fans. They all had a warrior they admired, so they were willing to pay a large amount of money to watch the live broadcasts to get the most updated news about the fighters. They can also set bounties or give rewards to the warriors, so it was kind of like fangirling, only just that what these guys fangirled about killing. Han wasn't some fanboy, so of course he chose to watch the cheaper replays for past broadcasts. After some consideration, Han felt like his fighting style was closer to a strength descent Esper, so he decided to watch a 2-star brawl between 2 strength descent Espers. The system automatically withdrew 10 GC from Han's account and sent him onto the battleground. Virtual live broadcast had a huge benefit, and it was that the audience didn't have to watch from their seats. They could also watch on the stage closer to the fighters. Han chose to watch the fight from up close. He figured that Pathless Origin sent him to this place because he wanted him to learn real combat experience from others. Both fighters walked into the iron cage, which was spherical in shape and about 100 meters in radius, so the one losing had nowhere to run. The fight only stopped when one of them died. As for the fighters participating in this duel, there was one muscular man in black hair and another blond middle-aged man that was smaller in size but still muscular. The stopwatch counted down to 0 and the green light flashed on. The two men charged at each other at the same time. They didn't have any weapons other than their fists. The muscular giant swung his right fist, aiming for his enemy's head, but the smaller fighter was very smart. He lowered his body to dodge while returning a hard punch into the enemy's vulnerable belly region, and the giant shouted in pain. A fight between two strength descent Espers was the most brutal kind. After all, the taller warrior had the height and weight advantage, and had a higher tolerance to the amount of hits he could take. He saw how sneaky the enemy was, so he held his breath, used his body to tank a punch, and immediately swept his big right hand into the face of the smaller fighter. Jenksy sound of blood coming out. That giant's hand was like a block of concrete, thick and tough. The smaller fighter couldn't dodge in time, and the giant's fingers hooked into his mouth and immediately ripped it apart. Blood started to rush out, and it went all over Han's face. Although it was just a virtual environment, Han could still smell the thick scent and feel the warmth of the blood. The smaller fighter was placed at a huge disadvantage. He covered his face and started to retreat towards a corner. But as a result, he was oppressed and received a hard beating. All he could do was raise his hands to protect his head. Then, when the smaller fighter was about to get killed, he intelligently spotted an opening as the enemy relaxed his stance. He quickly charged out of the suppression and grabbed the giant's two arms with his hands, but he lacked the power and couldn't move him. Under desperation, the smaller fighter started to bite. He took a huge bite at the giant's ear and ripped it off along with half of the giant's face. Hong. The giant fell to the ground, but the smaller fighter was not done yet. He took advantage of this and used his fingers to gouge the giant's eyeballs. Then what happened after left Han in extreme shock. The moment the smaller fighter had the advantage, he started using the most merciless and brutal attacks like a mad dog to attack the enemy. When the fight was over, the corpse on the ground was already badly mutilated. Even the stomach was ripped open. As a spectator, Han had a sudden urge to puke. That fight was beyond Han's wildest imagination, so at the verge of life and death humans can reveal that much potential and become that merciless. In order to survive, the smaller warrior turned from a human to a wild animal under Han's own eyes. The screen displayed the winner, the smaller fighter, and he was awarded a prize of 8 figures in cash. But there was no smile on his ace because his mouth was ripped open and was still dripping blood. One of his eyes was already blind and the eyeball was dangling from the socket. That's when Han suddenly realized the reason why Pathless Origin told him to watch this merciless live broadcast of death. This was the true face of a battle. If it was just a virtual battle where no one could die and nothing was to be worried about, how could there be such desperate struggle in the face of death like what Han just witnessed? For survival, any moves or tricks that was conventional or unconventional could all be used. For survival, there was no rules you had to worry about. And real battles were just as merciless. Virtual battles can help someone develop their skills, but it can never teach the struggle in the face of death. The fight had ended, and Han's mood still couldn't calm down for a long time. On live broadcast of death, what he felt was the atmosphere of a real battleground. Everyone that participated in the fight were all like demons, putting everything on the line. It was only here someone can be taught what real battle was. Train using the most extreme method, study the most merciless fights. Without realizing it, Pathless Origin, the odd man that Han met by accident, was leading Han into an unpredictable future. Chapter 30. Base in Danger. The dark net was really a lawless place. When Han left the assessment pod and returned to his room, he was lost in thought. Originally, Han thought that the slaves, illegal drugs, Military-grade firearm black market were the darkest trades hidden on the dark net. Now that he witnessed the battlefield with blood flying everywhere, Han finally realized the dark net is not as simple as he thought. The people that made the live broadcast of Death Channel obviously didn't care about the Milky Way Galactic law. Han really wanted to talk to Pathless Origin about that broadcast channel, but he resisted the urge. Although Han always called Pathless Origin his teacher, their relationship was not really like that since the term teacher was just a polite form of address. Han was scared of pissing him off because, after all, having such a knowledgeable man from another planet to help him was a very precious opportunity that he didn't want to tamper with. If it wasn't for Pathless Origin, Han might never have come in contact with the deeper levels of dark net in this lifetime. Pathless Origin said that live broadcast of death was the second layer of the dark net. Does that mean there's still a third layer? Han thought to himself in excitement. Then Han shook his head. He spent too much time on the broadcast channel, and it was already midnight. He should go back to work now. Drugs, equipment, watching broadcasts, they all costed money, and that 1,300 GC he made from writing index reports every month was his only income. The increase in level was not only increased source energy, it also enhanced Han's intelligence. Now, Han could keep the time to write up an index report to just below half an hour. That was a speed that the Han a few weeks ago could never even imagine. Including the 1.5 hours needed to collect additional data, Han only needed to work for about 2 hours every day, making his life much easier than before. After finishing the report, Han asked Pathless Origin 3 questions as usual. It seemed like his relationship with him has been improving. In the past, Pathless Origin always used the simplest language to answer Han, but now he usually added a few more sentences to his answer, as if he was scared that Han didn't fully understand. In conclusion, your power is power immunity. You are destined to face other people in a fight for survival. You didn't make the wrong observation. I never emphasized the importance of techniques. Techniques are obviously important, but they can be developed through repetitive training. However, your will and confidence isn't something you can develop at home. It needs you to go onto the battlefield and participate those bloody battles. Training in the extreme cold or watching the live broadcast of a merciless brawl, it was all to train you to become a warrior with a strong will. A true warrior should carry a strong will, and even if one day he is killed in battle, his will still can't scatter. You must reach that degree in order to be qualified to be a true warrior, and that's also the only way to reach the pinnacle. Of course, at this stage, it is still more important to train under the extremely cold environment. After all, you inherited someone else's power, so if you don't completely reveal the source energy and potential of your predecessor, you are not only not fulfilling the responsibility to yourself, you are also being irresponsible for that warrior. That left behind the power for you. Tonight you can go to the minus 20 degrees Celsius water. You just need to take one source energy pill. I trust Little Black's skills. His drugs won't have any problems. But just to be safe, bring the 0-degree joviality pill too, and take it when you can't hold it anymore. About your training progress, I don't care. What's most important is for you to enter the struggling state in the face of despair. As long as you enter that state, any type of training you do will have doubled effect, and any training exercise will activate potential. You got it? Han quickly replied, Understood. Thank you, teacher, for your pointers. Get lost. You wasted so much of my words and time. If it wasn't for Little Black, who has time to even look at you? Pathless Origin never forgot to scowl at Han for a bit at the end of his answer. It had become a habit of his. In fact, Han can clearly feel under those harsh words there was some caring. But of course, a person with that much pride will always use Nightwalker as an excuse. But Han didn't tell him about one thing. It was about his power. Pathless Origin always thought Han's power was power immunity, but it's not. What Han had was a power that was infinitely times stronger than power immunity, but now that Pathless Origin had a fixated idea of what Han's power was, Han became scared that he would piss off him if he tells him that he actually had void end. I guess I will wait till later to tell him. Han thought for a bit and said to himself, training, writing index report, watching death broadcasts. It seemed like Han's life only had these three things to do now. He had been making great training progress, and every week he could achieve an increase of 230 points in his power source index score on average. Pathless origin also instructed Han to enter a colder layer of the pool after every week in order to increase the intensity of training. The changes that have been taking place on Han's body were very noticeable. 1 month after coming to the base, Han was a bit skinnier than before. The intense training had taken away the last bit of fat on Han's body, making his body shape more standard, with broader shoulders and a slimmer waist, although it looked skinny in clothes, but the muscles on his body were very resilient. Another night of training was completed. The time was still early, but the cafeteria was already filled with people, a lot of them sporting eye bags. No one was talking, and they all had their heads down in the food. It was a completely different atmosphere than when Han just arrived to the base. In the beginning, every time he came to the cafeteria, it was filled with laughter and joy, with people talking about all kinds of gossips. But now, the base's atmosphere made Han feel much more stifled. It was as if suddenly no one liked to talk anymore. "Still want a meat bun?" that old lady serving food asked in a smile. "Yep, and 1 large cup of hot chocolate, please," Han added. "Why do you like to eat meat buns that much? I feel like all the meat buns I made were not enough for you to eat," the lady joked with Han. "It's obviously because you have great cooking skills. I've never had a meat bun this tasty, so I can never get enough of it." "You little boy." The old lady had a bit smile on her face, and she quickly put in a few extra pieces of delicious meat when making the meat bun for Han. "Thank you, Ms." Han took the breakfast and was about to go back to his room to eat, but just when he walked to the door, he saw a 27 to 28-year-old soldier running out from the direction of the Extinction domain, in his full battle suit, and his body was covered in blood. "Dr. Rai, hurry to the clinic! Someone's injured," that soldier yelled. Dr. Rai, who was in the middle of eating breakfast, quickly put down that half bowl of soup he was drinking, grabbed his glasses, and ran right out of the cafeteria and to the clinic with that soldier. After a few seconds, an electric jeep appeared from the direction of the Extinction domain. A few soldiers jumped off carrying a stretcher and sprinted towards the clinic. The guy on the stretcher seemed to be in a really bad condition. His face was all pale white, and his body was covered in blood, dripping all over the ground as they moved. After the stretcher passed, the cleaners quickly mopped clean the bloodstains on the floor. The people in the cafeteria discussed in small voices as they cleaned. "How many is it now?" "Today's 3rd. "That's so unfortunate. Don't even know if he can be saved or not. Chief Lee is still down there. They haven't come up in a long time, right?" "Of course not. The assault troops have been down there for about half a month now. Now even the people working above ground are already nervous to death. We can only imagine how much pressure the troops working in the domain are experiencing." Chapter 31. Thorn Bird Raider Group. Under the dim starlight at some corner of the Milky Way, there was a space station. From the structure and design of the station, it should be an old model that was used as a hub. Any industrial spaceships that passed this station could all park here to rest a bit. The crew members could partake in recreational activities like getting drunk at the bar, picking up some chicks, and refilling fuel. Now that the space station was abandoned, it was taken over by a group of raiders. On the sides of the space station were painted 2 giant bird symbols, showing that the present occupants of this place were the members of the Thorn Bird Raider Group. In the Milky Way, there was a big difference between raiders and space pirates. Space pirates never land. They just intercepted transporting or commercial ships, while the raiders would go anywhere to rob as long as the loot was valuable. Generally speaking, raiders were a much more violent group that was developed on the foundation of space pirates. They were much more powerful and cruel as well. The 4-star Esper, the strategist of Thornbird's Defu, walked past the mess at the lobby. The pirate all had 3 big hobbies: money, women, and alcohol, and Thornbird raiders were no exception. A group of captured girls were forced onto the floor by the drunk raiders and made to play a game called Drunken Chicken. This game was really simple and cruel. You forced the girls to drink, and when they were drunk on the floor, then the obvious will happen. Daifu slightly frowned. He didn't like this kind of uncivilized game, but of course he wouldn't stop his bros. If it wasn't for the lawless environment and piles of cash, which Esper would be willing to be a robber. For the raiders, they could do whatever they wanted during their free times, as long as they give it their all on the battlefield. Daifu walked past the lobby and arrived at Lucas's, the boss, office. Lucas was a bit drunk already, and in his arms were two naked little girls. He wasn't wearing any clothes either, showing off his terrifying scars and bronze-colored muscles. In this world, there were two types of robbers. One were those criminals that had nowhere else to go, so they could only join raider groups like Daifu. He was the most intelligent existence in the group. His shirt was always pure white with not even a speck of dust on it. And then there was the second type that were natural-born outlaws. They loved the chaos, insanity, and living their lives on the edge of knives, like Lucas, who was born as an outlaw. Fresh blood and alcohol were his favorite pastime. "Oh, my counselor is here. What is it?" Lucas reluctantly pushed away those two beautiful girls, gestured them to get out, and invited Daifu to sit down in front of him. Daifu sat down and said in a deep voice, "Our client wants us to hurry up and execute the deal. The United Government of Earth is very likely going to finish discovering the C-ranked Extinction domain soon. If that happens, Earth might have enough income to form a stronger military, and by then our client's plan of colonizing Earth will have a lot more obstacles." Lucas started to laugh out loud, stood up disapproving, and yelled, "It's easy. I will just go myself and kill and loot everything on that place called Earth." Daifu shook his head. "Boss, Earth isn't suited for large-scale war." "Why?" Lucas was a bit confused. A lowly planet that just joined the Milky Way alliance under 20 years ago. Do we not have enough men to stomp it? Daifu slightly frowned, "Boss. On the meeting a month ago, I already analyzed the situation. Did you forget this quickly?" Lucas scratched the back of his head and carelessly said, "I forgot. But that's why I have you right. Why can't we just attack Earth?" Daifu actually disliked Lucas's careless character, but he was a smart guy and obviously wouldn't display his true emotions. He only responded sincerely. 9 years ago, the Earth Esper Key Lake won a huge spot at the Galactic meet. After the event was over, Earth got a Space Fortress-ranked battle cruiser as a reward. Now that 9 years have passed, I believe that Earth is potent enough to command the cruiser to quickly join battles. The strongest class of battleship in Thorn is your Eris-ranked destroyer. Although we have a lot more battleships than Earth, but without such a large ranked battleship still puts us at a disadvantage, and in a battle of assault and fortify, we might not be able to win. Secondly, although the rumor says that K Lake went missing right after the Galactic meet, we still can't rule out the possibility that it's not Earth's tactic of deception. The Space Fortress-ranked battle cruiser and a 5-star Esper Key Lake. These are Earth's only 2 cards in their hand, but they pose a large threat to us. Third of all, we sent Duo Ear to raid Earth before. It was a business, but it was also our initial assessment of the strength of Earth's power. The result was the complete annihilation of Duo Ear. The Espers on Earth are very courageous and united, which was beyond our expectation, and they actually killed Duo Ear before the military arrived. In conclusion, I strongly disagree going head-to-head with the United Government of Earth. Regardless of how weak they are still a country. Lucas nodded slightly. Actually, he didn't like Daifu's style either. He doesn't play with women, doesn't drink, and doesn't gamble. Nothing about Daifu looked like a robber, but he knew Daifu's intelligence was essential to Thornbird. "Counselor, what do you think we should do?" Lucas asked. "Very simple. Hit and run. According to our intelligence, the guy responsible for discovering and conquering the Extinction domain is called Li Yu, a 4-star ranked Esper. As well, there are about 10 to 23-star Espers. They must be the core strength of Earth's Extinction Site administration." Lucas scratched his chin and said, "But our client wants the Extinction domain. If we destroy it, our client will be unhappy." That's no problem. There are 4 extinction domains on Earth, 2 D class, 1 C class, and 1 B class. Up until now, Earth has already explored the 2D class, but they weren't able to provide too much income, but B class is too difficult for Earth at their current state to explore by themselves. So the only obstacle is that soon-to-be-explored C-class extinction domain. If we destroy it, then we will have destroyed Earth's hope to get back on its feet. And by the end of next year's galactic meet, if Key Lake really went missing, then our client can take over Earth without using a single soldier. What our client really wants is the B-class one. How can they not be happy if we destroyed a C-class so they can get a B-class? That's why, for us, the fastest and most efficient solution is to destroy the C-class extinction domain. We will send Pan Gongjin on the Reaper-class frigate to execute the plan, use an energy field to completely seal the entrance to the extinction domain so that the enemy can't send any reinforcements. Then let Non-Gongjin lead a troop to rush into the domain, plant the bomb and quickly retreat, completely blowing up the site and all the Espers inside. From start to end, we only need 3 minutes to finish the battle, and we can avoid facing their battlecruiser that way too. Lucas actually didn't care about how many of his guys died, but it's obviously better if the job can be done without any sacrifices. Good, then this task will be assigned to Pan Gongjin and those guys to finish. There will be large rewards after that job gets done. Chapter 32. The Dangerous Night. Extinction Site Administration, South Pole Base. The base was shrouded by an intense and anxious atmosphere. Han finally understood why he hadn't seen Li Yu or Wu Di for such a long time. They were actually working hard in the extinction domain. No wonder the training center was always empty. The majority of the Espers here were actually on the assault, and they were fighting with their lives on the line inside that extinction domain. As to the progress in extinction domain exploration, Han didn't understand at all. It seems like exploring extinction domain is quite different from those archaeology projects. A high number of Espers were stationed inside the domain, and it was also extremely dangerous. There were always Espers either severely injured or killed getting carried out of the domain, and the medical team was the second busiest department in the base. Even the janitors at the base became a lot more careful than before. Everyone's walking pace were significantly faster, and no one spoke in a loud voice in public anymore. Han's circumstances were a bit special. Although he was registered as a member of the Esper administration, he doesn't really have any duties. Li Yu just wanted to return the favor and let Han use the training facilities at the base. Now, Han already had 983 points in Power Source Index, and he was at the gate of breaking the barrier to becoming a 3-star Esper. At midnight, Han finished writing the index reports like usual, set it as a scheduled post, and went to find Pathless origin. It's a bit unbelievable. You managed to reach the gate of a 3-star Esper in under a month. That speed is a bit insane. I'm starting to worry whether progressing this fast will leave an unstable foundation and other side effects. It seemed like he was really satisfied with Han's speed of progress, maybe even proud. He started talking more and more to Han. In the past, Han always had to be careful and ask only 3 questions, fearing that the odd Pathless origin will get irritated. But now, even if Han asked him 30 questions in a row, he will still answer one by one. Han's fingers were quickly typing on the keyboard. That shouldn't happen, right? Every day I put in a lot of effort on those fundamental exercises. I heard from others that normal Esper soldiers started to learn higher-level fighting techniques when they reached 2 stars, but I'm still practicing the basics, and it seems like we are planning to continue practicing them. Pathless origin was a bit unsatisfied. Why do you care about what other people do? They started learning higher-level martial arts at 2 stars because it usually takes them 1 to 2 years to advance to 2 stars, and you only took a little more than 1 month. How could that be the same? Han quickly responded, "Teacher, don't get angry. I was just saying it. And for my achievement up to date, I feel like it's mainly because of your help. Otherwise, I would be nowhere as close to what I am now." "I will soon be pushing for 3 stars, teacher. Do you have any pointers?" You had to admit it, Han really knew what to say to change his teacher's mood, staying very humble and respectful. Han also discovered Pathless origin kind of had the temper of a little kid. He got mad easily and frequently, but he quickly forgets about it later. With your potential, you are going to reach 3 stars for sure. So, the main objective is still to stabilize your foundation. Today, you can practice in the minus 50 degrees Celsius area of the pool. The moment you reach 3 stars, go back to the shore immediately, put on your battlesuit and go back into the water. Training in extremely cold water is mainly for exploring potential, and now that you are progressing at such a fast pace, you will occasionally need a break and focus on stabilizing the new energy you gained. Tonight, just do what I say and you will be good. Han nodded. Understood. I will go train right away and report back to you when I'm done. All right, go. Remember to use the proper dose of source energy pill. Han brought his battle gear, including his tritanium dagger, and came to the familiar pound in a delightful mood. Today's guard on duty was still blonde-haired Charlie and big-nose Fo Lyman. Every night Han will meet them at the entrance, so they have already become friends with each other. Charlie was a guy that liked to smile. He had a great personality, and he always joked about Han not being able to give birth to a son because of staying in the cold water for so long. Big Nose Fo Lyman was a serious guy. His eyes were focused on Han the entire time. With Han's authorized level of access, he shouldn't be anywhere near the entrance to the Extinction domain, and seeing Lyman's expression, it was as if Han will get arrested if he gets one step closer. Seeing Han coming from far away, Charlie smiled and yelled, "You are on time again, Han." "I told you before, my grandpa said—" Not even waiting for Charlie to finish, Han said, I know, stay in cold water for too long, and I won't be able to have a son. You are a really boring man, every day making the same joke. I would say a daughter is pretty good too. When my mom was alive, she always said that a daughter is like a little cotton-padded jacket, and she always regretted not giving birth to a little sister for me. Here's some midnight snacks for you two. Han smiled as he gave a bag full with food to the 2 guards. Those 2 couldn't leave their post, and Han always came at around 3 o'clock in the morning, so he brought them food. Han was about to head to the little path on the side when suddenly the heavy gate of the Extinction domain opened up. Wu Di walked out and saw Han. "Fifth brother, I haven't seen you in a long time. What's the situation down there?" Wu Di was the youngest student of Li Yu's 5 students, so Han called him fifth brother. Wu Di let out a long sigh, heavy sacrifice. But finally we are close to taking control of it. Han asked curiously, I don't really get what happens in the Extinction domain, but I saw that all of our brothers at the base were all very worried and nervous. Also, there were many severely injured brothers getting carried out. Thanks for the hard work. Wu Di shook his head. Our brothers even sacrificed their lives for this, so our hard work is really nothing in comparison to their contribution. You don't know how important this Extinction domain means for Earth. Since we are already at the last stage of taking control of it, I will just tell you, as long as we can secure this Extinction domain, there is hope for Earth. Now the biggest program for Earth is money. You saw the equipment that Charlie and Fo Lyman are wearing? Those are all from the second-hand market from space, and the quality is only okay. And that's our Earth's Extinction Site Administration Department. The other department's equipment quality is even worse. The entire Earth Army only has 1 battleship that can travel across the Milky Way, and it was still something that Key Lake won from the last Galactic meet. We have around 15,000 Esper soldiers, but the majority of them don't have any weapons or equipment, not even access to training facilities. If we can take down this Extinction domain, Earth will have waves and waves of income. We can use the loot from the Extinction domain to trade for GC, buy some equipment for our troops. And if we are lucky, we can even buy a few more battleships. Now you tell me how much this Extinction domain means to us. Han was shocked. It means that Earth can finally be really recognized as a country in the Milky Way. It means that we can finally form a real Esper military. It means hope for Earth. Wu Di answered in excitement. That's right. That's why teacher said, even if he has to die in the extinction domain this time, he will make sure that we take this extinction domain. For Earth and the future of us humans on Earth, this is our responsibility. All the brothers in there have all swore to God, even if it costs them all of their lives, they will still take over this extinction domain today. Maybe it's because it's almost over. Wu Di's mood was a lot better. That's why he chatted for a bit with Han and got Han's blood boiling. Although Han don't know what was really happened in there, but with over a 40 death rate, the assault troop is still in there giving it their all. They are really the true men. Can't talk more. I have to go to the control center. There's no signal in the domain, and headquarters is still waiting for my report. Wu Di patted Han on the shoulder and started walking towards the control center with big, proud steps. However, Han realized Wu Di was walking with a limp. It seemed like his leg was injured. Looks like there will be a result tonight. Pray to God that nothing goes wrong. Han was rethinking about what Wu Di just said, and he said to himself, after tonight, I will be a 3-star soldier too. How about I sign up to join the assault team and offer my contribution too? GDN, Chapter 33, Past 3 stars. Water under 50 degrees Celsius was obviously not something normal people could handle. Even espers that enter will soon freeze to death. And the training that put his life on the line was also what made Han's training so different. Maybe no one else's training method was more unique. Under Pathless Origin's mentorship, Han placed himself constantly in extreme conditions in order to forcefully activate the 0-degree brain region to fully unleash the power of that unknown predecessor. Hard work yielded results, and due to Han's unique way of training, his level had been increasing at an insane rate, breaking past both 2-star and 3-star within 1 month. If other people heard about this speed of progression, many will doubt that Han was even a human. Of course, Han was a human. He's just a bit more special. Everything in this world came with a price, and Han's lightning speed of improvement obviously didn't just fall out of the sky. He traded it with hard work and sweat. Constantly walking at the edge between life and death was not something anyone can do. The cold water domain stimulated Han's physical body and mental state, also triggering his 0-degree brain region to madly generate source energy. So, is inheriting someone's power a good thing? Of course it is, an elite's essence of lifelong training getting absorbed by another person. Why would it be bad? It's just that absorption is easy, but what was difficult was the infusion. The majority of people that acquired their predecessor's power crystal wouldn't be like Han, paying heavy and cruel costs just to increase 0-degree brain region and infusion rate. That's why they only got the power, whereas Han will actually completely activate everything left behind by his predecessor. In the negative 50 degrees Celsius pool, for every 10 minutes Han trained, he would get the same results as 10 hours of training done by normal people. After close to an hour, Han felt that his 0-degree region was actually pumping and trembling. After having the last experience, Han knew that this was the harbinger of breaking through a star level. The insane training had brought even more insane result. After only a month, Han had already reached 3 stars. Hong. The collision of force was much stronger than when he was breaking past 2-star, and Han almost felt like his body's going to explode from having too much source energy. The water inside the pool was roaring and splashing in all directions. With Han's body as the center, a giant vortex appeared inside the pool. Esper Soldier 3-star level has been reached. Han spent an entire half-hour relaxing his body before finally climbing up ashore. He put on his battlesuit and picked up his tritanium dagger. Tremor was a typical melee weapon. It had a sharp edge that also had an intricate curve, and the back of the edge was as heavy as an axe. The handle was metal as well, in order to increase weight to balance out both ends of the dagger. Han picked up Tremor. The dagger that he once felt was way too heavy now feels very light and maneuverable. Even as a heavy knife, it can still be used with great dexterity in Han's hand. As for the battlesuit Black Celestial Python, its weight wasn't even 1/5 of Tremor, so putting it on felt like Han was still naked. Han tried to stretch his body. It felt quite comfortable with no resistance. The material that went into the construction will indicate the level of the armor. Black celestial python was recognized as the king of pythons, capable of growing to 25 meters, and with a body covered by a layer of scales so refined that it didn't even allow air to pass through. But although the scales were very refined, it had an outstanding tolerance for physical attacks. In fact, the black celestial pythons were known because of this, because their species' tolerance for physical attacks were just way too unfair. With that seemingly invincible scale and skin, they often picked fights with opponents even 10 times larger than them in size. However, the black celestial python's weakness was as outstanding as its strength. Although being almost invincible towards normal physical attacks, it was not so great in terms of defending against other powers. Thunder, fire, and ice elements could all do serious damage on black celestial pythons. That's why Pathless Origin kind of despised the black celestial python battlesuit and labeled it as 2-5-star. But for Han, it was a completely different story. He could already defend against power attacks, and now he just needed protection against physical attacks, which made the black celestial python a fantastic combination with him. Han excitedly returned to the pool for practice, and due to the battlesuit, the cold water wasn't able to hurt him at all. Han followed Pathless Origin's advice and slowly practiced the 46 ensemble training, continuing to relax his body and mental state. Teacher finally allowed me to use the weapon. For the next step, he's probably going to teach me weapon techniques right, Han started to wonder. Training with bare hands was totally different from when you had a weapon. Generally speaking, training with a weapon required greater control of balance, because after all, there was another 40-something pounds added to your right hand. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Han ended his training on schedule and was ready to go back to his room to rest. Pathless Origin said continuing to push oneself was necessary, but occasional relaxing for a bit was also necessary. After a long 1 month of extreme training, it was time for Han to loosen up his tight mental state. Suddenly, just when Han was about to take off his battlesuit, a huge sound came from the ground, as if a nuclear bomb was detonated around the base. The water inside the pool started trembling. The stone ceiling and walls began to fall apart. It was immediately followed by more explosion sounds, but they were far weaker than the first one, sounding like mines or hand grenades. Something's wrong. Han was shocked for a second. He immediately grabbed his tritanium dagger Tremor and rushed towards the gate. Before even reaching there, Han could already hear the sound of fighting and killing. Shua. Han accelerated. He jumped out of the side path and witnessed a fight breaking out at the front of the Extinction domain's gate. Gold-hair Charlie was already lying in a pool of blood lifelessly, and Fo Liman was surrounded by 2 unknown Espers in the corner. Jiangxi. A fireball was fired right into Liman's face, and he had no choice but to raise his arm to block it. At that moment, the other Esper on the side took advantage of this and sprinted at Liman, stabbing him twice in the chest. "No!" Han yelled in despair. But it was already too late. Liman and Charlie, the 2 loyal guards, had already collapsed onto the floor. At that moment, Han finally saw the enemies clearly, a small-sized fat man and a muscular man, both in black battle suits with a strange bird icon on the back. One tall and one short, the 2 Espers quickly turned to Han. The strength descent big man led the charge with the short fire descent Esper following behind. It seemed to be their typical combination. Another raider group from space? Han's eyes became widely open as if they were about to explode. He had seen that type of battlesuit before. It was the same as that fight in Shanghai, the group of enemies that took away 7 lives of Earth's Espers. With eyes filled with red anguish, Han charged right into those 2, raising his dagger at the same time as the strength descent raider raised his sword. Void End, open. Chapter 34. Han vs. Thorn Bird Raiders. Han charged right at the muscular raider, his eyes turning red. A cunning smile appeared on the face of the tall and muscular raider. He saw that Han was about to step right into their trap and quickly stepped aside. Immediately, the shorty raider suddenly shot 2 fireballs right at Han. This was their usual combination. The big guy tried to attract the enemy attention and dodge immediately before the clash to create an opening for the shorty to shoot fireballs. When the fireballs hit, the big guy will then wickedly take advantage and jump onto the enemy and end their life right there. It was a very logical and efficient tactic which utilized great synergy between range and melee. It was also a trap that enemies could easily fall into if they were not prepared. But today, they faced Han, the Han that possessed the Void End. Secretly, the Void Domain was already summoned. Han didn't even need to dodge the enemy fireballs, and he held on tighter to his tremor, ready to strike. Shua. The fireballs that entered the Void Domain immediately vanished, and the 2 raiders were completely confused for a second. But at that moment, Han had already arrived right in front of the big guy. The black edge drew a beautiful curve under the quiet night sky, slicing through that big guy's neck. Jiangxi. Killed in 1 shot. Han didn't hesitate at all, continuing on closing in the shorty. When had Shorty run into this kind of strange event, seeing the big guy get his neck cut by Han? He wanted to keep on using his firepower to attack Han. Unfortunately, he lifted his hand, but nothing came out. Han's Void Domain had completely taken his firepower. What welcomed him was only Han's icy cold dagger. The edge passed through both of his hands and sliced his head right open like a watermelon. Jiangxi. Fresh blood mixed with white brain fluid, it splashed up at least 3 meters high. Double kill! Han couldn't care less about those 2 bastard raiders. He anxiously kneeled down beside Charlie. Charlie's signs of life had been weakening drastically. He felt very weak, but he struggled and opened his eyes, took a look at Han. The usual smile appeared on his face again. Hairstyle, is it still fine? Very. Han quickly responded. His eyes turned lifeless and he passed away. Han closed Charlie's eyes and felt his eyes tearing up. He lifted up Charlie and wanted to bring both Lemon and Charlie to the doctors. Han only saw Lemon putting 1 hand on his chest, struggled to sit up in his pool of blood, trying to stop Han with his eyes. I can't make it. Defend this place. Please, defend. Without finishing the sentence, Fo Lemon collapsed and his breathing stopped. Ah! Han let out a painful cry. His eyes were blood red, and blue veins were popping out all over Han's forehead. Suddenly, Han heard footsteps from the passage ahead. It was the enemy closing in. Han clenched his teeth and stood up. Fuck, we were delayed by a bunch of weak Earth Espers. The Ken brothers should have opened up the Extinction domain portal yet. Those people were stronger than predicted, but that's okay. We have completely sealed off headquarters so they won't have any reinforcements coming in. It's our world now. Due to the echo from the passage, Han could clearly hear their conversation. Delayed by a bunch of Earth Espers, they were probably the brothers on night shifts at headquarters. If they were sacrificed too, it was very likely that Han's the only man left capable of defending the portal. Headquarters was sealed off. This meant Han won't be able to wait for any reinforcements. He had to face everything on his own. About 20 raiders have closed in. The 2 sides spotted each other at the same time. Wu Di's words were still resonating in Han's ears. Today decided the fate of Earth. If the Extinction domain could be successfully captured, then Earth will have hope in the future. And Lemon's last words, at the final stage of his life, he was still thinking of his duties. Han doesn't have any big principles to live by or any important responsibilities, but he really loved his home. If that little park where Han and his mother used to fly kites was no longer there, if his friends were no longer there, if those places and people that created the precious memories inside his brain no longer existed, then what was the reason for? Continuing to live? Han once thought, with a galactic passport, if Earth fell, he would just go live on another planet. But now he realized, even if his physical body was to leave this place, his heart and soul will always belong to his land. Instead of running away like a pussy, he would rather die trying. He will sacrifice his life and defend this homeland that he truly loved. Tonight, I will protect this place for you guys, I swear on my life. Han felt blood surging inside his body. Han held tighter onto Tremor. At this moment, he has no other choice. He had to stand here and stop those raiders at any cost. Even though he was alone, even though he would probably die alone. There's one more left? I will finish him. Careful, the Ken brothers died to him. A black-haired man with a stubble quickly charged out of the crowd. He was very quick and was able to jump again before his feet even touched the ground. He opened his arms, summoning a dark, cold wind. Wind descent. Han was shocked for a second. He chose to charge instead of dodging. Shua. That man was called Wang Xiaoshan. He was a very powerful fighter in the Thornbird gang, a 3-star ranked Esper, and was also the right-arm man of Pan Gongjin. Wang Xiaoshan smiled faintly, crossing his arms in front of his chest, forming a weird gesture. Wind had always been a very cool-looking ability, and what Wang Xiaoshan was using was called the double-edged wind blade, a long-range wind attack. The strong winds soared like blades, capable of wiping out an entire army. It seemed like Han wanted to engage in a melee fight, but Wang obviously wouldn't give him that chance. Shua. He swung both arms. The move was as good-looking as always. But what was strange was, not even mentioning any wind blades, he didn't let out a single fart. After being within 10 meters range of Han, Void Domain had mercilessly robbed away his power. Just at the moment of shock, Han already arrived in his face, lifting up his tremor and sliced down as hard as he could. If Wang immediately stopped relying on his power and fought Han in melee, maybe he would have had a chance. But humans always have a habitual way of thinking. Wang never knew how powerful Han's power was, and he was still thinking of letting out another wind attack. He folded his hands and gestured towards Han, still trying to say, "Mad win." But before even letting him finish saying the name of his ultimate, Han's tremor had sliced through Wang's shoulder, removing his entire head and neck from the rest of the body. "Mad wind your mom," Han cursed. Triple kill. That was Void End, the most brutal power in this world. The moment someone entered the Void Domain, no one's power was useful. Either you fight Han like a caveman with a weapon, or you die. "Stop!" Pan Gongjin found it very odd. He raised his arms and halted his squad. Daifu strongly recommended him to lead this operation not without reason. Pan Gongjin was not only cold-blooded, but very intelligent. He was not like the typical brainless warrior that just jumped right into a fight. What happened? How did Zhoushan die? Where was his wind blade? Where did Zhao Shan's wind blade go? The raiders began to worry. They've never seen an enemy as strange and mysterious as Han. It looked like Han took away all of Wang Xiaoshan's abilities. If he can take away Wang Xiaoshan's, then couldn't he take all of theirs? With his back to the Extinction domain, Han raised his head. He held a blade in his hand, a black dagger. The body of the blade was as black as the night. Fresh blood was dripping non-stop from the tip of the sword, the enemy's blood. At this moment he was on his own. He had no other choice. Chapter 35. Penta Kill. Pan Gongjin had a pair of cunning eyes. It was only for a brief moment, and he already figured out a plan. "You and you two go kill them," Pan Gongjin ordered emotionlessly. The team led by Pan Gongjin were all 3 starfighters. The rest were defending the outside. Among the assault team, the 2 strongest Espers were the ground descent Zaynite and the wind descent Wang Xiaoshan. Seeing how Han killed Wang Xiaoshan in one shot, Pan had no choice but to be cautious. The 2 fighters he sent were 2 of his weakest followers. Pan was planning to send them as sacrifices to gain more reveal Han's fighting style and power. The 2 fighters knew what their cruel leader was planning, but they had no choice but to man up and charge at Han. Pan's caution was usually an advantage, but it was the largest mistake he would make today. Han could triple kill the enemy because he relied on nothing but two things. First, he was the unique mystery descent, void end user, capable of robbing anyone's ability. Second, he had the balls to fight on the verge of life and death. Against someone as hell-bent as Han, the most effective method was to all attack at the same time. As the saying goes, 2 fists are tough against 4 hands. Han couldn't possibly take so many at the same time in a melee match. But Pan Gongjin was too cautious. When being pressured by time, he actually chose to gather intelligence on Han first, giving up the best opportunity to kill Han. Shua. The 2 3-star raiders charged towards Han. They were both power descent Espers. Although they didn't have fancy powers, they have a lot more strength than others, and they tend to focus on doing their physical training. Their muscles weren't something Han could ignore. That's why it was actually tougher for Han to go up against 2 power descent Espers than the other raiders he had faced before. But there was another fate-deciding factor on the battlefield, and that's the sheer force of character. From the moment Han became an Esper, he was always learning with the most extreme training and battle methods. Even when he's spectating fights, he watched the broadcast of death that only aired bloody brawls to the death. That's why Han's willpower far exceeded his control for techniques. He was using the most basic techniques, but he fought without worrying about death. You give me a cut, I will give you 3 cuts in return. But the thing those 2 Espers lacked was the sheer force of character. The moment they entered Han's void domain, they suddenly felt as if their power was taken away, so they lost the mental battle right off the bat. Then, after getting chased by Han, who was swinging his dagger like a madman, the 2 matured Esper raiders were completely suppressed by Han on the battlefield. They were too busy defending Weiwei against Han's attacks and couldn't find any opening to attack. Han knew very clearly. He took advantage of Void End's power. Anyone that enters his domain will feel weakened at first, and he needed to finish them off completely before they could ever have a chance to adjust. But 1 against 2, it was already hard for Han to be the winning one. How could he finish the battle quickly? There was no other way. You need to trade it with your life. Martial art users are practicing techniques with their lives on the line. Fight to kill, hit every punch, trade eye for eye, only surrender in death. Han suddenly remembered what Pathless origin had told him in the past. Shua. The black edge suddenly came slashing down. Han started trading blows with the enemy. It seems like he doesn't care at all about the enemy's edge ending up on his body. What's called hell-bent. You can give me a slash, but my next slash will kill you. The enemy was completely lost against his attacks. Han didn't block nor dodge, but chose to slash right back. Is this guy insane? Han was completely committed, but the enemy couldn't do the same. He nervously tried to flee to the side to dodge, but his speed was not as fast as Han's edge. His blade landed on Han's shoulder and left a bloody cut, but Han's tremor landed on his neck. It ripped him apart. Tonight's quadra kill. Injured Han turned around and his eyes were set on the other raider. He used the same method without even bothering to dodge. Han began to fight him with his life. Gotcha. The enemy saw how insane and fearless Han was, and also how his teammate got ripped apart. Seeing Han turn the target to him, he was so lost in fear that he turned around immediately, trying to run. Gengsi. Han slashed open that guy's back. 5th kill. New York, headquarters of the Earth Esper administration. A big screen was broadcasting the situation at South Pole live, only to see a Reaper-class frigate pierced headfirst into the center of the base, activating its energy shield and using it to completely separate the center of the base from its surroundings. That's the tactic the Space Raiders used, isolating the center so that none of the surrounding Espers that were resting could attend the battlefield. In the display, the Esper soldiers at the Extinction Site administration were trying very hard to attack the energy shield. Unfortunately, the Reaper class was a medium-sized frigate. How could a bunch of average Espers rip open its shield with only their bare hands? A heavy weapon was needed to destroy the energy shield generated by a medium-sized frigate, but the South Pole base was an exploration site, not a military base, so it was not equipped with any heavy weapons. Another large screen was playing Han's battle. The quality was a bit blurry, but people could still see Han and how he was defending the base on his own. The Reaper-class frigate could cloak, and it was equipped with powerful defenses, but signal disturbance was its weakness. Although separated by an energy shield, headquarters could still acquire real-time signal and information from the South Pole base. When Han finished off the fifth enemy in one swing, everyone watching at the headquarters in New York was speechless. It was a result that no one predicted. It wasn't because there was no elite Espers in the Extinction Site Administration base, since Li Yu's army was probably one of the strongest on Earth, but unfortunately they were all stuck inside the Extinction domain, leaving Han on his own outside. Although it was only Han, but his hell-bent and fearless character was able to fend off the enemies. That was beautiful. Who is that guy? According to our record, he's the Han Lang that was brought in last month by exception. He's from the Asia District, possessor of the powerful Dark Descent Void End ability. That can't be right. 1 month ago he was just a beginner, now he's 3-star. When Han's personal file was found, people saw a steady line that was going through the roof. This was Han's power source index progression graph. His number was like a rocket soaring towards the sky, showing no sign of slowing down. Chief of the New York headquarters, Talon, was also very excited from seeing Han's courageous performance, but he was very clear that it would be impossible for Han to defend against the raiders by himself. "How long till our air fortress arrives at the South Pole?" Talon yelled. "At least 3 minutes. "That's too slow. The enemies chose to attack us at this time. They most likely want to destroy the Extinction site. Command air fortress to advance at full speed." "Chief, they already are. Our brothers on the ship are also very anxious." Talon didn't say anything. 3 minutes? It's still unclear whether little Han could hold out for the crucial 3 minutes. If he loses, then it means that the entire Earth will have lost. The Lady of Destiny showed its merciless face, putting the fate of the entire Earth on some unknown boy. Can he defend against these brutal raiders? Suddenly, someone at the control center yelled, "Fuck! The raiders are storming Han!" Chapter 36. I still got a bunch of tough bones. After all, Pan Gongjin was an experienced fighter. From the last fight, he completely understood Han's power and his style. In conclusion, Han's power was most likely a unique power that could grant him immunity towards other powers. Another possibility might also be that it was some mind-controlling power that restricted enemies from using their abilities. But regardless of what power Han had, he needed to get into melee range in order to kill, and that was his only method of combat. A merciless smile surfaced on his face. Pan yelled, "This guy isn't scary at all. Everyone follow me and storm him at once. Let's finish him." Right after the sentence, the 11 raiders that were still alive followed Pan Gongjin and charged at Han. 1 against 11 enemies, which also included a 4-star Esper. This was clearly a hopeless fight. But Han had no other options. If he retreated then, he would be at the Extinction domain entrance, where Li Yu and his brothers were fighting with their lives on the line. If Han couldn't hold off the enemies at this spot, not only would he die, but everything Li Yu and the brothers had been fighting for would be in vain, and Earth would lose its last hope. It didn't matter how small and weak Earth was, it's still my home. Han suddenly thought of the last words that Pang Zuolin yelled before he sacrificed himself. He felt a stream of hot blood coursing through his veins. Earth wasn't just Pang Zuolin's beloved home, it was also Han's, and every brother and sister on Earth. Han was born here and grew up here. This beautiful blue star had left Han with memories that he wouldn't ever be able to discard. Even if it meant death, he still didn't want to see the home he grew up in, lose all hope and see his brothers and sisters become either homeless or slaves. They charged. That group of ruthless raiders charged at Han, pairs and pairs of evil and malicious eyes, weapons reflecting cold and merciless light. Suddenly, Han raised his left arm. His expressions began radiating a feeling of darkness. "If there's no other way out, then let's all die here." Cut. The combat medicine box was opened, entirely opened. All the drugs stored inside the box were swallowed in one mouthful by Han. Source energy pill, 67 doses. Nuclear energy, 10 doses. Sensory enhancement pill, 10 doses. Shockwave, 10 doses. 0-degree relaxation, still 10 doses. The people that saw that scene at headquarters started shedding tears. That was a big handful of drugs. All of those combined far exceeded the tolerance level for a normal human, and Han would be dead for sure. The people at headquarters thought that those were just normal pill manufactured on Earth, but little did they know the handful that Han swallowed were all illegal drugs from the dark net. It would be poisonous enough to kill a normal human more than 100 times. But even if it would cost his life, Han wasn't planning to back away from the fight even one step. Han's eyes suddenly changed color entirely, turning into a crimson shade of red. The large doses of illegal drug quickly circulated to his entire body. The source energy was originally flowing like a little stream inside Han's body, but within 1 second, that little stream had become like the rushing tides of an ocean, surging into every cell inside Han's body. "Ah!" Han let out an angry battle cry and started charging towards the group of raiders. His hair was all standing up, and his face was twisted like a demon from hell. Illegal drugs in more than 10 or 20 doses really had an insane effect. When slashes landed on Han's body, he couldn't feel a thing and quickly counterattacked. He was already surrounded by too many enemies, but Han discarded the feeling of fear, and the killing became more fun and free. Martial art users are practicing techniques with their lives on the line. Fight to kill, hit every punch, trade eye for eye, only surrender in death. Han really understood the meaning of all those words. Within a blink of eye, Han's body had taken 7 or 8 cuts, but the group of raiders also lost 2 fighters. And as for the raiders, they were disgusted, completely disgusted. The moment they came close to Han, it was like as if they saw a demon or something and became completely powerless. Their only option was to trade blows with Han. For Espers that never imagined a day where they could only use weapons like ordinary people, they dedicated their entire lives on mastering their power and left physical strength aside. Unfortunately, Han's void end was that unreasonable. Capable of nullifying all power. Want to kill Han? Yeah, sure. You just have to show what you are really capable of doing it without your power. In Han's world, it didn't matter how fancy the power, they were all useless. The only things that mattered was who was more merciless and lethal, whose strategies were more subtle and whose combat consciousness was more insane. Talking about consciousness, it had to be said that Han's sensory skills in combat was excellent. He noticed a guy among the enemy group that was a bit different from the others, carrying a big military backpack. When Pan Gongjin commanded everyone to storm, he was the only one that didn't join in but took 2 steps back instead. Something was definitely fishy. Han seemed like he was aimlessly fighting and trading blows with the enemies, but he had a clear goal. His goal was to get to that guy with the backpack. After killing 2 enemies and taking 7 hits, he forced open a bloody trail in the enemy crowd. He suddenly rushed to his target, raised his tremor up high, and struck down with brutal force. Kacha. As the enemy tried to dodge, Han cut the string of the backpack and took the heavy green military backpack into his arms and gesturing immediately to slice it open. At that moment, all the raiders went crazy. Inside the bag was nothing short of a small ion tremor bomb. They planned to place it inside the Extinction domain and destroy Earth's hope with it. Ion tremor bombs were extremely powerful but very unstable as well. If Han actually tried to cut the bomb, then it was very possible that everyone will die. Although Han fought like a madman, he wasn't stupid. He saw the fear and nervousness inside the enemy's eyes, so he only slashed hard enough to cut open the bag and show the gray spherical bomb. He grabbed the bomb in his arms and took a few steps back. Now it was time for the enemies to be nervous. They all looked at Pan Gongjin asking about what they should do. The people at headquarters saw the scene. They were in complete shock and couldn't believe their eyes. By himself, facing a group of ruthless raiders, Han not only killed 8, but also took control of the situation. Looked like the raiders were actually scared to make any moves, fearing that someone insane like Han would actually set off the bomb. Now, Han's only thought was to keep the enemies away from the entrance to the Extinction domain and try his best to get Liu more time. So, he led the raiders to where he trained, that pool of freezing cold water where he's most familiar with. Time was passing by second, and Pan Gongjin knew that they were running out of time. Earth had an Air Fortress-class frigate. It was an extremely powerful battleship, and if that thing were to cut them off, then they were done. By now, Han already retreated to the edge of the pool. The drugs were rolling in his body like tens of thousands of sharp daggers, stinging his organs and muscles, and it felt even worse than death. But Han was still holding on because he knew that was his only option if he wanted Earth to keep its last hope. "Little brat," Pan Gongjin finally broke the silence and yelled, "I will give you 2 options. Either you give me that thing and I will let you live, or we will attack you all at once and kill you." Han's face already became pale white, and he started laughing like a madman and yelled, "Let me live! What kind of joke is that? I don't have anything else, but I still got a bunch of tough bones. I will die, but you motherers don't think of living either." Hong? Pan Gongjin felt a sudden dizziness from getting too angry and embarrassed. He brought his best subordinates, and he couldn't chew the tough bone Han. Retreat. Time's up. That fearful air fortress was about to arrive, and there was nothing they could do about Han, so someone cautious like Pan Gongjin chose to retreat. Retreating back to Thornbird would be impossible. Screwing this up means that Lucas won't let him live. Pan Gongjin's only option would be going to another raider group. The raiders heard Pan's command to retreat and felt a sudden feeling of relief. No one wanted to continue playing with someone as insane as Han. This fight was disgusting since the beginning. Suddenly, just when they were about to retreat back to their ship, an aged voice loud enough to tremor the ground sounded. "None of you are leaving today!" Completely swallowed by the drugs, Han focused his eyes and saw Liu. They were out. The strongest army on Earth, the army that was executing the hardest job on Earth. They finally came out of the Extinction domain with victory. That moment, Han had reached the end of his tether. He was able to stand for this long in front of so many enemies and not back off from the fight. He relied solely on his undying battle will and the drugs that far exceeded normal dosage. Now those illegal drugs have begun devouring Han's body. He finally lost consciousness and fell. He fell into the cold body of water, one hand with a bomb, one hand holding the dagger, that black dagger that was still dripping blood. At headquarters, everyone started crying. Han's last words were still lingering in everyone's ears, not going away. "I don't have anything else, but I still got a bunch of tough bones." Hi guys, thank you so much for being patient with me. I have 2 more exams and 1 final project due in the next 4 days, but I will try to squeeze out some time to get some translation done. Anyways, thank you guys so much for the support so far. Chapter 37, Galactic Chess of Chaos. At last, Han collapsed. He fell down into the -170°C pool. His body was covered in wounds, which quickly froze in the presence of the extremely cold water. In fact, under such a temperature, the wounds were not the only things freezing. The cold had shut down every cell inside Han's body. When Han lost his consciousness and gave up resisting, there was still one thing struggling inside his body, and that was Han's 0-degree brain region. Under the stimulation of the extremely cold water, his 0-degree brain region was shining with a strange light, blinking on and off like some emergency signal. After undergoing the extreme training, Han's zero-degree brain region had adopted a habit. Whenever the extreme cold pushed Han towards death, it would release abnormally large amounts of source energy to ensure Han's survival. Pathless Origin's extreme training method forced the fusion between Han and his inherited zero-degree brain region. Not only was the potential of the power crystal fully revealed, the power and his body synced perfectly. This time, the zero-degree brain region still didn't want to give up. It was struggling. However, Han already went unconscious due to fatal injuries and drug dosage. And this time, without the support of Han's body, that brain region couldn't go on by itself. After struggling for around 20 seconds, the light started to dim, eventually going out and leaving Han's brain in total darkness. On a mysterious planet in Milky Way, in a castle constructed in the forest, lived a strange old man. People sometimes saw him in long black dust coat, lost in thought inside his backyard full with fallen leaves, with a cold, expressionless face. He never opened his mouth to talk. The old man didn't have any kids. He lived in the dark castle by himself. The nearby villagers started gossiping that this old man was the incarnation of devil, so they never allowed their children to go close to that castle deep in the forest. This strange old man was Pathless Origin, the man that led Han to the most extreme path of training and combat. His clothes were always black coat, black shirt, black boots, black hat. Pathless Origin had a pair of very sharp ears that seemed to be capable of sensing and seeing through everything. But today he was trapped in confusion because Han hadn't asked him any questions for many days already. He always thought Han was just some little brat that bothered him every day asking random stuff, which was very annoying. But now that Han stopped, he realized that his life had become much less interesting. Go back to selling on the dark net. Don't joke anymore. Pathless Origin's website didn't sell more than a few items every year. Due to his odd and impatient temper, his only customers were introduced to him by Nightwalker, and most of them got so verbally abused by him that they never showed up anymore. Han was his only loyal customer. Although he almost never bought anything, he always asked basic and funny questions. After time passed, answering a few of Han's questions and scolding him a few times had become an essential dose of fun every day for Pathless Origin. Now that Han had disappeared for a few days, Pathless Origin actually couldn't really adapt. D. Finally, an email. Pathless Origin clicked it open and frowned. It was just Nightwalker wanting to play chess with him. This little black. Pathless Origin cursed. He went to an old but very exquisite virtual pod in the corner of his room and laid down. Shua. A few seconds later, Pathless Origin and Nightwalker met in the virtual world. Nightwalker looked like a dork no matter how you saw him, in his gold-framed glasses sitting under a big tree. Under the tree was a white chessboard carved out of granite. It was quite big and looked really complicated. This was the Galactic Chess of Chaos, a very ancient but challenging chess. The legend said that the universe at birth was just a giant ball of chaos, incapable of separating black and white or by planets. The way to play was not put pieces onto the board, but to take them off. Whoever controlled a larger portion of the galaxy wins. The younger generations barely touched this type of chess anymore, simply because there were much more fun things to do out there, leaving only these nostalgic old people to still play this kind of long and dry game for fun. Pathless Origin sat down in front of Nightwalker and mumbled that Brat couldn't be dead right. Before he always annoyed me with questions on a daily basis, but now he has disappeared for many days already. Nightwalker slowly took away a piece and answered, "Oh, you are talking about Han. His drug index isn't updating anymore too, and the people on the forum were pretty angry. He's going to lose a big chunk of his clients this time." Pathless Origin gave Nightwalker a white eye, old black. Sometimes I really don't get you. Why would you associate yourself with those ignorant retards and try to coax a bunch of children in that stupid forum? Is it fun? Nightwalker shrugged his shoulders, of course, although the younger generations are a bit short-tempered, but they are ambitious. And now I'm someone with wife and kids, and when my daughter gets married, I will have grandchildren and great-grandchildren. So, of course it's necessary for me to stay in touch with what the younger generations are up to these days, right? And also to make some money to feed the family. Money? Pathless Origin looked at Nightwalker in a strange way. It seems like he really despises money. Old Black needs to make money. That's the biggest joke I've ever heard. Nightwalker very sincerely nodded, "Yeah, man. Last month I made about 2 million GC, and I was so happy that I accidentally agreed my daughter to give her a big house when she gets married, and I've been deeply regretting it ever since. So that's why I need to work harder and make more money. There's also my wife. She wants a big ring with a big cobalt ultramarine galactic diamond on it. I accidentally agreed too. That thing costs at least 5 or 6 million GC, and now I'm still sad about it." I'm saying, do you really plan on hiding in dark net forever? Pathless Origin asked in curiosity. Nightwalker answered plainly, "If we can't fight it, then of course we have to hide. And if we are going to hide, then we have to be good at hiding." You named your website Origin of the 10,000 Paths, and your name is Pathless Origin. That's called hiding? That's you showcasing your ass online? Mind your own business? Pathless Origin scolded back in a rude voice. Nightwalker smiled a bit, but as I was saying, I don't care about what you do on the dark net, but if you do something too out of line and cause our identity to get exposed, then I'm going to care. A lot. Let me ask you, what did you really teach Han? Pathless Origin lowered his head to avoid eye contact and mumbled, "Teach him." Am I bored out of my mind? I don't find a genius to teach, but find someone insanely stupid among the trillions of people and teach him. Am I retarded? Nightwalker laughed and pointed his finger at him. You are such an unreasonable old man. Your whole life you've been getting the worst of it because of your mouth. Take a look at this. He gently swiped his finger across the thin air and dragged out a display. In screen it was playing that fight between Han and the Raiders. He not only completed 8 kills, but ultimately robbing the bomb and forced the Raiders to retreat. That fight is the true definition of heroic and exciting, Han charging fearlessly into a group of strong enemies as if it's nothing. Especially that moment when Han yelled, "I don't have anything else, but I still got a bunch of tough bones." No one's blood was not boiling and calm after watching that scene. Then it was the scene of Han falling into the water, his body becoming a block of ice, and that was the end of the clip. Nightwalker pointed at that block of ice. "Look at him yourself. That body of demonic spirit. He's almost a monster now, and you said you didn't teach him?" Pathless Origin was silent like usual, but he let out a slight sigh. His 2 fingers that were holding of a piece of chess shivered for a few times. So, is Han really dead? All right, homies, one more exam this weekend, and then I will be free until one more exam on the 27th. Thank you guys for being so patient, so watch out for how many chapters coming your way starting from this Sunday night. Chapter 38, Monsters. So Han's really dead? Pathless Origin tried to ask while hiding his emotions. Nightwalker hesitated for a second and lightly shook his head. Nope, he just went into a coma, that's all. I noticed that Han's index number wasn't updating for a few days, so I went onto the web servers on Earth, where Han lives, and did a bit of research. As a result, I came across this video about Han that went viral. It seemed like everyone on Earth sees Han as a hero now. That video's content was very short. It wasn't everything you just saw. That's because I found a famous hacker on the dark net and paid him to hack into Earth's United Government's Esper administration. That video you just saw was what we got. But suddenly, a strong light came across Nightwalker's eyes, Pathless. Seems like age didn't set your skills back that much. Han didn't know you for more than a month, and, not mentioning other things, Han's sheer force of character already resembles you quite a bit. Hearing that Han was still alive, Pathless finally let out a long sigh and a bitter smile. I'm not going to lie, I really got old. Just moments ago, when I thought Han was dead, I was actually really disappointed and sorry. Pathless continued, but actually Han was able to achieve this height was not all because of me. I just taught him how to be a true warrior, and also taught him effective ways to practice for combat as someone who had power immunity, and that was all. Today's results was more due to his hardworking character. Nightwalker laughed. You really think Han's power is power immunity? Pathless waved his land. Of course not. If I can't even notice that, then I might as well run into a wall and die. Let me show you something. Quickly, Pathless pulled out a large graph, and which was Han's power source index's progression scale. Although verbally he said that he couldn't care less about Han, but behind the curtains he took the time and carefully summarized all of Han's progression data into graphs. Below the graphs were a lot of notes Pathless made. It was obvious how much he valued Han. Knight saw the graph and was shocked. Such a steep slope. Pathless nodded. I've never seen it before, too. Without a question, he inherited a super soldier's power crystal. Now that I come to think about it, Han took so much drugs, why was he still able to escape death and survive? You are the expert in this realm, you should know. Knight lost in thought for a brief moment. To be honest, Han's survival actually troubled me for a few days as well. It shouldn't be. An overdose of illegal drugs in one mouthful, not just some 3-star Esper like Han, even you might be half ruined. The reason I invited you to meet today was also for solving this mystery. Coming with the training method you taught Han, maybe it can be explained why he was able to escape from death. Pathless laughed and said, Old Black, you told me to stay quiet on the dark net, but aren't you the same as me? The moment there's some challenging problem about drugs, you get excited. Then Pathless quickly changed his tone of voice and answered seriously, what I taught Han was the extremity oppression method, risking one's life to force out the power crystal's potential during early stages. I forced Han to train in cold water. Rather than calling this training his body and skills, it is more suitable to be described as training his life. Since I never inherited anyone's power, I never actually put this method into practice before, Han was the first one. Forcefully activating the full potential of the power crystal, I actually didn't know what would happen too. Nightwalker continued Pathless' chain of thought. So what you are saying is, maybe it was because Han's power crystal was too powerful. It protected Han at the most crucial moment and forced Han into a self-defense mode. Kind of like the electric fuse box tripping when the current is too high. And because Han was always practicing in the freezing water, every time he entered the cold water would simulate his 0-degree region to a high degree. And when he fell down into the freezing water, the result that occurred was the unexplained coma situation. Oh right, there's also something else that's interesting. Han's not really a power immunity Esper. Do you know what his real power is? Pathless thought for a bit. Don't laugh at me, but I feel like his power is void end. Of course, I know it's impossible because the only one in this world that has that power is Ye Shui Han. It's impossible that Han got void end because that would be too much of a coincidence. Suddenly, before Pathless even finished, a crafty smile appeared on Nightwalker's face. What are you laughing at? It's really void end? Han actually inherited that monster's power, Pathless questioned in excitement. Nightwalker nodded slightly. It's really void end. When I saw the data, I was shocked too. Couldn't believe that after that old monster Ye Shui Han comes a little monster Han. Looks like the Milky Way won't be at rest with the birth of Han. Holy shit, it's really void end. Pathless slapped his leg loudly and yelled. When I first saw Ye Shui Han, I was so disgusted that I was going to puke. I couldn't use any power, not even a single skill. I felt like a complete moron at that time. At that moment I thought, I never want to meet that guy again, ever. That monster, it's not enough that he doesn't have any fancy powers, but he doesn't let anyone else have any too. What kind of unreasonable power is that? I can't believe Han actually inherited that monster's void end. Oh, that doesn't even end there. After inheriting that monster Ye Shui Han's power, he also got trained by a monster like you. Han's like a monster among the monsters now. Nightwalker laughed and said, I named myself Nightwalker out of my respect for Ye Shui Han TL. Ye Shui Han directly translates to Nightwater Cold. The moment he enters the battle, all of you guys became idiots. Oh boy, it's funny every time I think of it. The days with Ye Shuihan was actually pretty fun. Countless of elites were trolled hard by him. Pathless curled his lips. Nightwalker opening up his old scars made him kind of depressed and speechless. But he had to admit it, Ye Shuihan was really a troublesome guy back in the days, and almost all Espers hated him. Nightwalker once again took off a piece from the chessboard. Both of them had a very unique style of playing chess. Pathless' style was cruel and merciless, but Nightwalker was always able to calmly resolve any dangerous situations with a few moves. I'm thinking, Han already inherited that monster Ye Shuihan's power, and also got trained by a monster like you. I might as well do something too, Nightwalker said. Pathless was shocked for quite a bit, Old Black. You are finally going to do something now? Nightwalker nodded slightly. We will see. Han's current comatose state is a challenging question I've never encountered. I want to try to solve it. Also, you tested a training method on Han that you never tested before. How come I can't test a drug on him that I've never made before on him? It's only fair that way. Pathless shrugged his shoulder and said helplessly, Fine, Han's the lab rat. Ye Shuihan's power, my training, your poisonous monster's medicines, if all three of us monsters all use force on his, I have a feeling, if Han can wake up from this, his life is going to be really tough. Nightwalker smiled slightly. Then, that's settled. Tomorrow I will ship some special medicine for him. If he can wake up, then he will continue to train under you, you monster. Oh, by the way, do you think that our other monster is interested in giving Han a hand? Pathless Origin quickly waved his hand. You want to involve him too? What do you want Han to turn into? A real monster? Chapter 39, Golden Injections. New York, Esper Administration Central Hospital. Han still laid unconscious on his bed. His room was filled with flowers. The majority were sent from his colleagues at the Extinction Administration, and some were from his friends from the China Division, like Cheng Zhong, Li Qi, the monk, Li Muyun, Chu Li, etc. Overnight, Han had become a hero. It was unclear who but someone uploaded that video of Han fighting off an entire group of raiders on his own, and it soon went viral globally. At first, there was that bronze bull warrior Peng Zuolin and his last words, "Doesn't matter how weak Earth is, it's still my home." It was known to everyone on Earth, motivating countless Espers on Earth. Now there's Han, shouting out another war cry that made everyone's blood boil. I don't have anything else, but I still got a bunch of tough bones. The name Tough Bone Han spread like wildfire, and everyone sincerely prayed for Han. Outside of the hospital, every one day there were people coming to send flowers. They couldn't get into the highly classified hospital, so they just left the beautiful flowers neatly placed at the front yard, which became a beautiful sight. Li Yu and Wu Di arrived to visit Han again. To Han, Li Yu was full with appreciation. He smiled bitterly. At first, I just wanted to find a good place for him to train, so I brought him in by exception. Now that I think about it, I actually took advantage of Han instead. If it wasn't for him that day, then the Extinction site would be long destroyed by the raiders. Even we would be dead too. I really hope that he wakes up soon. Earth really need talented Espers like Han. Wu Di said in great grief. He defended the gate to the Extinction domain with his life and protected Earth's last hope. But he didn't even get a chance to look at the domain once. God is so unfair, giving someone so talented such bitter ending. Li Yu's feeling towards Han's level progression was both excited but also suspicious. In just 1 month, Han climbed from a beginner all the way to a 3-star rank. This speed of improvement, can't say that it can't be surpassed, but at least there weren't any who can claim they can mimic it. Now, no one even compared Han with that legendary Key Lake, because Han's potential has far exceeded Key Lake's. Wu Di's hidden communicator sounded. Wu Di had a brief conversation and turned to Li Yu, teacher. There's a delivery for Han. It's from a foreign planet. Li Yu was shocked for a bit. Han did mention that he had a very powerful friend from space, and that miraculous 0-degree brain region revitalizer was from that friend. Hurry, let them bring in the package." Very quickly, a security guard from the gate delivered the bag to Han's room. The bag didn't have any caption saying where it came from, nor was there a name of the sender. But judging by the shipping company and the packaging, it's obviously a delivery from outer space. Li Yu thought about it. Maybe Han's mysterious friend knows that he's in a coma. That's why he sent this package. But how did he know to send it to the hospital address instead of Han's house? Wu Di frowned and asked, "Teacher, should we open it for Han and check?" Li Yu considered for a brief moment and decided to open the package. It was their only chance, because with the medical skills and equipment on Earth, it wasn't even clear why he's in a coma, not to mention curing it. Li Yu knew that Han had a friend in the medical field from outer space, and in his eyes this package could very likely be the last hope. The important thing right now was waking Han from the dead. He quickly opened the package only to see a very refined alloy safe box. It looked really high-end, and after opening it, they saw that the inside was filled with cold air containing 12 automatic injectors and a set of instructions. Li Yu carefully read the instructions. It seemed like those automatic injectors were really medicine to cure Han. The sender of the package didn't state his name, but only said that he's Han's friend, knew that Han's in trouble, and that he prepared a special course of medical treatment for Han. About whether the special medicine could cure Han, this mysterious person didn't make any promises. According to him, this injections meant hope, and without them there won't be any hope for Han to wake up. Li Yu thought about it for a long time, decided to first test the drug ingredients and use it on Han when he made sure it's safe. After all, Han's already in this kind of condition. Li Yu couldn't let go of any hope. So, Li Yu found the most experienced doctor, the head of the hospital, Chu Taibo. He told Taibo everything, and Taibo immediately agreed to drop everything he was doing, use Earth's most advanced and only lab that was fully equipped with outer space technology to analyze the mysterious golden fluids inside the injectors. The lab had a glass wall facing the hall, and Li Yu was staring nervously from the other side. The investigation continued from afternoon all the way until midnight. Q Taibo and a few of his assistants walked out of the lab in confusion, took off their lab protection clothing, and wiped off the sweat off their forehead with the back of their hands. "What's the result?" Li Yu asked anxiously. Q Taibo responded slowly, his eyes full with surprise. "Too miraculous. These medicines are truly miraculous. The degree of activity of the molecules is unimaginably queer. We used all the equipment in this lab and still couldn't gain any understanding on this medicine." Li Yu was shocked. "Chief Chu, you are someone that was sent by United Government to an extremely developed planet to learn medicine. Not even you can figure it out." "Not just me. My teacher when I was out there studying is Kellen Republic's top 10 specialists in pharmacology. I sent him the data we took, and not even he could figure out what's going on." Li Yu thought about it. That means this medicine is actually really high level. Q Taibo said in a deeper voice, "Very high. My teacher said, this medicine's molecules are very active. Even if you leave it for 10,000 years, it wouldn't degrade at all. The combination of different materials is highly precise. Not even the most advanced machine can reach this level of precision. And as for the components of the medicine, it is totally unknown. It probably used some hidden pharmacology technology." Li Yu was really confused now. That means the friend that sent this medicine is actually a grand master in medicine. Q Taibo looked around to check that there's no one else, and lowered his voice. "My teacher said, unless it is one of the top 20 grand medicine masters in Milky Way, no one else would be able to reach this level of precision. It was prepared completely by hand, and that master's strength is beyond measure." Gudu sound of swallowing saliva. Li Yu swallowed a heavy load of saliva. He thought that grandmasters in medicine was already the top existence, but who would have thought Han's friend was actually the present medicine god, and he's ranked within the top 20 in the entire Milky Way. After a long time, Li Yu finally withdrew his surprised expression, and he said in a deep voice, "We must keep this confidential." Q Taibo nodded. That goes without saying. My teacher told me numerous times too, attempting to reverse engineer the receipt of a medicine god. If that existence finds out about it, then I would be truly screwed. Li Yu still couldn't wrap what he'd just learned around his head as he returned to Han's room. He realized that the longer he knew Han, the less he knew about him. A teenager that was able to jump to 3-star in a month, an existence that convinced the present medicine god to prepare treatment for, the Han Lang that is currently lying lifeless on the bed, he was definitely a monster. Wu Di asked quietly, "Teacher, should we use the medicine?" Li Yu hesitated, bit his teeth, and said, "Of course, a grandmaster in medicine sent this from outer space. Maybe Han can really return from the dead like a miracle." Wu Di nodded as he carefully carried the alloy box over. If Li Yu didn't know how high-level this medicine was then, it would have been fine. But now that he knew about the complexity and value of these injections, his hands started to shiver. Rolling up Han's sleeves and sterilizing with an alcohol rub, Li Yu ultimately made up his mind and pushed the injector into Han's vein. Even the injector is so high-tech, the whole process was automatic. There was a chip inside the injector that checked Han's heartbeat and blood pressure level to monitor his reaction towards the injected medicine, then adjusted the injection speed accordingly. After the injection, it self-destructed and erased any leftover content of the medicine. Shua. The golden fluid was injected into Han's body. It quickly spread throughout Han's body. Han's skin slowly turned ruby red, with strange white steam coming out. Chapter 40. Half of the Heart of Darkness. In the virtual world. Pathless and Knight met again, still playing that galactic chess while talking about Han. Old Black, judging by the time Han should be doing his last injection now, right? What did you give him? Will it wake him up from the enclosed state that his zero-degree brain region is in? Pathless Origin asked curiously. Nightwalker pushed up his golden-framed glasses and responded mysteriously, "I don't know about waking up or not, but I know that if he does wake up, he would be a true monster." Pathless Origin was shocked for a second. Monster? What did you give him? Is it your best force of Milky Way? Nightwalker slightly shook his head. Then it's 9-layer starlight? Nightwalker still shook his head and smiled. Do you still remember the Heart of Darkness? Pathless Origin curled his lips. Of course, that heart is one of the reasons why we are stuck in the dark net. It's all your fault. You were so possessed and determined to steal that thing. Wait, no, don't tell me you actually used the Heart of Darkness as a base for the medicine you made for Han. That was your treasure. Nightwalker answered indifferently. The most valuable materials are only valuable because of what they can make. Han's void end belongs to the dark and mysterious descent, which is kind of related to the power of darkness, and the Heart of Darkness is among the highest concentrated dark material you can use in medicine, so the two should be able to work together. All these years I've been focused on investigating the properties and medical reactions of the Heart of Darkness, and I discovered that its true nature is really scary. Normal people can't use it. Only Espers like Han with dark, mysterious descent powers can possibly trigger the effect of the heart. A few hundred pills were swallowed at once by Han, yet he's still alive. That says enough about how unique Han's zero-degree brain region is. It has a powerful self-defense mode, but it's still not the solution. That's why I chose to fight poison with poison. Fight poison with poison? Pathless asked curiously. You mean letting the Heart of Darkness to attack the poison that already resides in Han's body? Nightwalker nodded. I used half of Heart of Darkness combined with 1,000 golden, yellow, and silver blue skyline to make this special medicine and divide it into a course of 12 injections. If my calculations aren't wrong, Heart of Darkness will first react with the existing poison in Han's body. The first 3 injections that enter Han's body won't hurt Han because his lifeline has already been isolated and protected by the zero-degree brain region. After 3 doses, not only will Han not die, the poison inside his body would be cleared empty. At that moment, Han should already build up immunity towards Heart of Darkness, which means that Heart of Darkness is no longer a poison that can kill Han. At that moment, injecting large amounts of Heart of Darkness will allow Han to completely adapt to the power of the heart. After the 12 doses completely enters Han's body, then his tolerance to Heart of Darkness will also reach the pinnacle. At that moment, the heart isn't just not going to kill Han, but will become a part of Han's body. Pathless Origin swallowed a mouthful of cold air, taking advantage of the defensive measures of Han's 0-degree brain region to force Han to adopt the Heart of Darkness therapy, ultimately absorbing the most dangerous and unreasonable dark medicine. In Milky Way, Nightwalker's technique is still as on point as before. If everything you said happened, Han will ultimately clear out all the poison in his body and take control of the Heart of Darkness. Then what happens? Pathless asked in curiosity. Nightwalker answered in a deep voice, 2 main effects. First, Han will naturally wake up as healthy as ever. Second, because Han's body will gain the power of half of Heart of Darkness, Han will grow an extremely strong tolerance for poison. I can't say he will be totally immune, but it can at least provide up to 90 immunity from poison damage. Pathless clapped out of excitement, 90 reduction to poison. That means if other people can only eat 2 or 3 nuclear energy pills before dying, Han can eat 10 or 20 consecutively and still have no problem. That means he can eat the drugs with less severe side effects like candy. And since Han already has Void End, if he has to face a strong opponent, he can still kill them by just taking drugs and pills. An overpowered physical property of almost full immunity to poison. It's awesome just thinking about it. Nightwalker smiled. It doesn't even end there. Why did Han improve that fast? It's because he absorbed Ye Shui Han's power crystal. Ye Shui Han had the foundation of a 6-star warlord, and with your extreme training methods to add a bit of pressure and force some of that energy from the 0-degree brain region, that's why Han's level skyrocketed. But about what will happen later, you know too. It is almost impossible to fully inherit the power from the predecessor. Ye Shui Han's a 6-star warlord, minus that loss from inheritance, then Han would only be able to reach around 5-star tops. Nightwalker stopped for a second and continued. Now, if Han can really wake up, his body would naturally gain half of the Heart of Darkness. What does that mean? It's the natural antitoxin, which means that unless he takes something more poisonous than the Heart of Darkness, no other drug will hurt him. That means Han can take large amounts of support medicine during training, like source energy pills that boosts training efficiency. Other people can only eat 1 per day, but now Han can eat 5, 10, or 15 and still be fine. Then top that with your unique extreme training. Even if Han uses up all of the potential that Ye Shui Han left him, it's still okay, because those drugs will still allow Han to keep on reaching breakthroughs and let his levels soar through the sky. You tell me if it's awesome or not. Pathless Origin had never been this excited in a long time. Awesome. Too awesome. I can't even wait to see the expressions on other people's face when they meet Han. They finally waited till the death of Ye Shui Han, and now here comes Han. Not only did he inherit that Ye Shui Han's power, his potential is even better than him. All the Espers will go insane after meeting Han. But Old Black, this time you really used your most hard-earned capital. The Heart of Darkness is unique in the entire Milky Way, and thus it's priceless. You used half of it at once for Han. Wouldn't it make your heart ache? Nightwalker's eyes suddenly dimmed. He let out a long sigh, I must say. Being stuck here in the dark net, you aren't the only one getting bored. Although I got a wife and daughter and the management of a company to keep me busy, it's still incomparable to before. His gaze moved to the horizon. Nightwalker continued, we both can never return to the past. We can only sit here in boredom. But luckily, fate finally showed us its good side and gave us the chance to meet someone interesting like Han. Helping him is actually helping me. Han has the talent, determination, hard-working character, stubborn personality. He really resembles us when we just entered the Milky Way. Being able to watch Han grow bit by bit is my biggest spiritual sustenance right now. Pathless origin let out a long sigh, too. There's nothing we could do for ourselves at this stage. At last we offended someone that can't be offended. This huge Milky Way actually doesn't have anywhere else for us to go. Let's just wait and see. Today's the day for Han's last injection. Hopefully he will get better soon. Chapter 41, an enhanced version of Han. Li Yu picked up the automatic injector. This was the last one, but Han's still in a coma. If Han still couldn't wake up after this, then it would have come to pass that Earth had forever lost this miraculous young man. That was not something they wanted to see. All the life monitoring equipment in the room displayed that Han's condition was normal, but he was still unconscious. He had a regular respiration rate, heart rate, and his brain was still working, but he just didn't have any consciousness. From a medical standpoint, this was an incredibly odd sign. Letting out a small sigh, Li Yu injected the medicine into Han's arm. The gold fluid slowly got pushed into Han's body, and at the same time, Han's skin was becoming red as if he was burning. The monitoring equipment displayed a rapid increase in the activity of cells inside Han's body, reaching 1,200 times the normal rate of ordinary people. This intense level of metabolism caused Han's body temperature to rise rapidly. His whole body was sweating non-stop, pores expanding, and a gray-white fluid start to come out from the pores. Every time they used this special injection, Han had a similar reaction. At first it was black fluid coming out of Han's body, but as more doses were applied, the fluid's color became lighter each time, ultimately becoming the gray-white color right now. But it could be clearly observed after consecutively using those 12 doses, Han's skin had become smoother each time. From observing Han's eyes, they could see that it was getting purer, as if Han underwent a complete change each time. The medicine's effect ended and the heat started to drop, but Han's eyes were still tightly closed. There was no sign of consciousness. Li Yu shook his head and said to Wu Di, who was standing beside him, "Let's go. The new Extinction site's exploration plan is now at a crucial stage. As for Han, I hope fate can take care of him." Wu Di nodded in disappointment, but just as these two were about to leave the room, there was suddenly a sound inside the room. The two were immediately shocked. They turned around only to find Han waking up. Just when they are about to give up, Han woke up. He comfortably did a long stretch and looked at Li Yu and Wu Di with a big smile. "Where am I? It seems like I slept for a long time." "You are awake? Han, how are you feeling right now? Does your body hurt anywhere?" Li Yu and Wu Di asked in excitement. At the same time, the monitoring equipment detected Han's return and quickly signaled the nurse and doctor on shift to quickly come in. Han thought for a bit, got up. "It doesn't really hurt anywhere, but I need to go to the washroom." When Chu Taibo anxiously rushed to the hospital room and found that Han wasn't there, he yelled, "Where's Han?" Li Yu pointed at the closed washroom door, taking a bath. Taking a bath. Chu Taibo was shocked. He was unconscious for a whole month and was just awake for a few minutes, and he already has the strength to take a shower. Wu Di shrugged his shoulder. How should I put it? Han seemed really energetic when he woke up, a lot more active than before. Chu Taibo took a deep breath. This was really a miracle in medical history. Normally, after being in a state of coma for such a long time, the patient should be completely out of strength when they wake up. But for Han, it was like nothing really happened, and being unconscious for a whole month was like an afternoon nap for him. But Chu Taibo thought for a bit and came to acceptance of the fact. After all, the medicine that cured Han came from a medicine god's hands, so this kind of effect was expected. The sound of running water in the washroom finally stopped. No one knew where he got it, but Han came out with his black celestial python clothes on. After coming out, Han looked at the torn parts on his shoulder, leg, and back region and lightly sighed. What a pity. I didn't even get to wear this for a few times, and it's already in this condition. It was pretty expensive. There are no words to describe how confused everyone was inside the room. After recovering from such great catastrophe, the thing Han cared about most was his clothes. Han, lay down and let Chief Chu perform an overall assessment. Li Yu saw that Han was fine and felt like the huge weight on his shoulders had disappeared. It was just Chuo Taibo and Li Yu in his office. His power source index is 1013 at the 3-star rank, Chu Taibo said in a deep voice. Li Yu nodded. That didn't change. It's the same as when he was taken into the hospital. That night when he was fighting the raiders, he had just reached 3 stars. Chu Taibo took a look at another stat. He was shocked at first, and then he put on his glasses and stared carefully at the screen for a while. Then finally, he said in astonishment, his total source energy count didn't change, but his natural growth rate changed. It's now 5. Li Yu was shocked and asked curiously, is that the weekly or monthly increase? Neither. It's the daily increase. Chu Taibo took a deep breath and said, Hong. Li Yu felt a huge sound in his brain. Daily growth rate is 5 units? That's way too overpowered. Before, Han's natural growth rate was only 2.1 units per day, and now it's more than doubled? Li Yu thought, this severe injury Han had, if it couldn't kill him, then it would at least leave behind some consequences. But instead, not only was Han completely fine, but he's a lot stronger than before. How is that even possible? Chu Taibo was completely shocked by every aspect of Han's body. He carefully examined every result from the assessment. Han's cell's activity rate at least tripled, which meant that Han's speed of recovery from an injury is now a lot faster. His brain's cognition region expanded, meaning that Han will be able to learn a lot quicker now. His body's self-cleansing rate and resistance to poison have also dramatically increased, meaning that most types of poison in this world were now completely ineffective to Han, and that he had a body immune to almost all poisons. As Chu Taibo was analyzing each result, Li Yu was so astonished that he couldn't even close his mouth. His eyes got all sparkly. Chu Taibo couldn't hide his excitement and said in a shivering voice, in conclusion, what you see now is an enhanced version of Han. Every aspect about him has far exceeded his past. It's just like the old saying, not dying in a huge catastrophe must mean that a great fortune awaits. Li Yu nodded. He couldn't be happier. What he was most worried was Han's inability to recover from this incident and Earth losing a great talent that it has never seen before. Now Han not only miraculously recovered, but he's a lot stronger than before. It's a result that no one expected. After dialing a few numbers on his phone, Li Yu found his student Wu Di. On the other end of the phone, Li Yu heard heavy breathing, as if he was doing some intense exercising. Wu Di! Is Han with you? Li Yu asked in curiosity. Yeah, we went to the rehabilitation center. Han's really strong. I practiced a few rounds with him and still couldn't get any hits in. Wu Di answered as he tried to catch up his breath. You guys went to do combat training. Han just woke up. Don't you know that? I didn't have a choice. How could I stop him? But Han is nothing like someone that just recovered from a severe injury. He's even more alive than before. Turning off the communications, Li Yu and Chu Taibo looked at each other, completely speechless. Chu Taibo shrugged his shoulder and finally said, without a question, Han is really a monster. Chapter 42. The First Esper Legion of Earth is here. Li Yu saw Han and Wu Di in an intense fight at the rehabilitation center. From a level standpoint, Wu Di was at the pinnacle of the 3-star level, expecting to level up anytime soon. His power source index was over 9,000 units, which meant that he should be a lot stronger than Han, who currently sat at around 1,000 units. But when they really started fighting, Han actually wasn't disadvantaged too much as Li Yu expected. Wu Di, just like other Espers, was used to using his ice descent abilities. When fighting against Han and getting robbed of his power, it was really hard for him to adapt. In addition, Han's attacks were very fierce, displaying an attitude that he wouldn't give up until he died, and it was actually hard to tell who was winning. Li Yu slightly nodded as he observed. Han completely took away his opponent's power and then forced everyone else to fight with their lives on the line like Han was. Wu Di knew about Han's power, but he wasn't familiar with that odd and fearless combat style. Not to mention those people that don't even know about Han's power, the moment they noticed that their power was gone and Han charging at them fiercely like a beast, of course they would get scared and be at a major disadvantage. In fact, Han was able to go against all those raiders by himself because he relied mainly on two things. First was the element of surprise. When everyone loses their power, there is always a moment of shock that Han could take advantage of. Second, he was fiercer than anyone as well as more fearless. The moment he gets the chance, he wouldn't hesitate to deliver the fatal blow. "Time to stop!" Li Yu shouted. "You two, come over here." Han and Wu Di finally stopped fighting and came over to Li Yu. Wu Di scratched his head and said with a little tone of embarrassment, "Sorry that I embarrassed you, teacher. I went even with Han. I must say, Void End is really brutal. I've practiced ice attacks for my entire life, and when it got suddenly taken away, I couldn't adapt for a long time." Han responded humbly, "I just took advantage of that this time. Next time we fight, I won't be able to go even with fifth brother." Li Yu really liked Han's attitude. Even though Han was famous now and everyone knew about the tough bone Han, he was still as humble as always. Li Yu thought about it and said, "Han, this time you were able to escape death. What's your plan for the future?" Han smiled and said, "Of course I have to continue training hard. Time is running out. I must try my best to compete for a spot at the Milky Way Galactic meet. Also, I want to apply to join the assault army." Wu Di said in a pretty proud tone on the side, "You might not know yet, but when you were unconscious, the United Government officially approved the formation of our first ever Esper Combat Legion, and now the assault team has been renamed as the United Government's Esper First Legion." Han was shocked, and he laughed. "Then that's even better. I want to apply to join the First Legion." Li Yu confirmed, "That's obviously no problem. This time you can wake up was all thanks for the medicine your friend from outer space sent. Did Wu Di tell you this yet?" Han sighed with emotion. Nightwalker was always really nice to Han, and the reason he was able to escape death was all thanks to him. He was like a mentor to him. Also, Han finally remembered his drug index numbers. He hadn't updated in a month, and he couldn't even imagine how his customers have verbally abused him already. Breaching the agreement of daily updates meant that he needed to pay his subscribers back for damages. Han finally made some GC, and now it might not even be enough as compensation. Whatever's coming will come. Now there are other people, and Han couldn't get a chance to log on to the dark net. After Li Yu and Wu Di left, then Han will go and clean that mess he made on darknet. Li Yu doesn't know what Han was thinking, but he remembered what Chu Taibo asked him earlier, so he tried to test the water and asked, although the First Legion is now approved, it still needs to stock up suitable equipment and medicine. Right now, the United Government doesn't have too much knowledge on the outside world, so I was thinking, maybe your friend that sent you the medicine might be able to help us out a bit. Of course, I will ask him later about medicine, and for the equipment I have someone else that can help. But for both the equipment and medicine, it will probably cost a lot." Wu Di patted Han on his shoulder, said proudly, "Don't look at Earth like the old days. Now that the Extinction domain at South Pole has been captured, we now have a stable source of income. I wouldn't call us rich yet, but of course it won't be poor like the old days anymore." Han didn't really understand how Extinction domains worked, so he asked in curiosity, "So Extinction domains can bring in income too?" Li Yu smiled slightly and answered in a serious tone, "Oh, you reminded me. Han, would you like to see the Extinction domain that you put your life on the line to protect?" Visiting an Extinction domain. Of course, Han even dreamt about going there. To protect the Extinction domain at South Pole, Han pretty much lost half of his life during that battle, and the assault army lost about 50 of their brothers. The cost was way too heavy. Han have heard a lot of rumors about Extinction domains, but he's never seen one with his own eyes. So, he accepted the invitation right off the bat and agreed to return to the South Pole with Li Yu. But just to be safe, Li Yu wanted Han to stay in the hospital for a little longer, just to monitor his conditions. Han had no choice but to stay, and after Li Yu and Wu Di left, Han got someone to deliver his personal laptop. He took out the login program in his necklace and entered the Darknet's public forum. He didn't know what to say after seeing Nightwalker's pinned post on the forum, stating that Han couldn't update the index numbers because he got into a little accident and was hospitalized. Nightwalker was very high up in the hierarchy in the drug industry, and with him personally explaining for Han, the majority of Han's customers all showed understanding. After all, it's a subscription cost of only 3 GC per month. No one's going to be angry over that little money. Han felt very grateful. He rushed to Nightwalker's website, found him, and thanked him right away. No need to mention such easy task. Your situation was a bit special. It was a great opportunity for me to test my newly invented drug. Nightwalker answered Han in a very relaxed manner. But little did Han know, the reason he was able to survive miraculously costed Nightwalker half of his priceless heart of darkness. Han said, "Regardless, without you I would probably be dead already, so I still need to thank you, and also for the drug index. If it wasn't for you to show your face and explain to the public, my subscribers would probably want to eat me alive." Nightwalker answered in a careless manner, "This is the dark net. You took the money and worked hard, and that's already really good. There's no good people on Darknet. I saw countless swindlers taking money but never sent the products or the other way around. It's all too normal. But now that you mentioned it, what do you plan to do with the drug index?" Han hesitated for a bit. Index report was like the light novels online. It required daily updates in order to get readers. It is still okay to take a day off occasionally, but it requires prior notice to clients. This time the break was too long. Han's reputation was seriously damaged, although it is still possible to continue, but he's very busy now and he will only get busier. A job like this that required daily effort was no longer suitable. After thinking about that, Han had no choice and said, "Although it wasn't my intention to take such a long break, but the impact is already done. I should just sell it all at once and refund the residual subscription fees back to my clients." Nightwalker knew about Han's condition. Of course, he wouldn't have that much time to waste on writing those numbers. After all, his destiny was to become a fine warrior. "That's fine too. Writing an index is time-consuming and makes very little money. How do you plan on selling it?" Nightwalker asked in curiosity. "Actually, there were always a few people that wanted to buy my original data. I can find someone that I can trust and sell all my previously collected data to him. In addition, I can advertise for him and recommend all my subscribers to him, so that can count as like an additional value. Okay, after you are done negotiating, I will act as a guarantor. And there's something else I want to ask you. The planet I'm from, Earth, its united government is looking to purchase a shipment of drugs, mainly for source energy pills used for training, and also some other drugs that can temporarily boost soldiers' combat performance. But my home Earth is still really poor right now and can't take out too much money, so would it be possible for you to give me a discount?" Nightwalker started laughing on the other end of the dark net. Han really cared about Earth, and he knew about it. Otherwise, Han wouldn't have risked his life to fend off those fearsome raiders. "Fine, I don't need that money anyways. From now on, anything you buy, I will give it to you at base price, but you still have to pay for shipping though." "Thank you so much." Han didn't expect Nightwalker to be this nice about it, and he was really happy. "Later I will give you the list. Now I will go visit Pathless Origin and see if I can buy some cheap equipment from him. I have no choice. Our united government is really tight on finance, so I have to save for them as much as I can." Han said farewell to Nightwalker and went to find Pathless Origin to ask where he could buy cheap but good equipment. Chapter 43. Equipment of the Dead. Pathless Origin was as cold as before. "Oh, you got hurt. I thought you little brat finally stopped bothering me. What do you want to ask me this time?" Han anxiously asked. "I do have a lot of questions, can't help it because I'm young and inexperienced. But I really want to thank you. From my last battle, I finally understood. You taught me that the most important thing isn't skills nor how to train, but the battle spirit. That's the foundation of a soldier." For the lifetime, everyone will keep on running into challenges and obstacles, and enemies will always show up. But for a warrior with the true spirit and will of battle, he will be able to hack his way through difficulties and accomplish more in life. Thank you for teaching me something that important. Pathless rarely shows emotions, but he starts laughing on the other end of dark net. Seems like Han's pretty savvy and finally understood the underlying lesson he was trying to teach. But Han also did well himself. Seeing how Han yelled his famous words in front of a group of stronger opponents, "I don't have anything else, but I still have a few tough bones." Pathless was really proud. At least the time spent on Han was not wasted. This little guy really showed some good fighting spirit, and he's like a true warrior now. "Don't kiss my ass." Pathless was happy, but he doesn't want to show it, so he said in a strict tone, "You are still a long way to becoming a true soldier. Killing a few robbers doesn't mean anything. A true warrior need to not display emotion even when facing an entire army. Also, did you do an assessment on your body? Did the injury leave behind any sequela?" Han typed. "The doctor checked. He said I recovered really well and there weren't any sequela. In addition, my natural growth rate was increased a little from before." Pathless Origin frowned a little. "Be clear. How much is a little? 1 unit? 1.5 unit? Han replied honestly. The system said, "My natural daily growth rate is at around 5 units. First, Pathless was astonished, then excited, then that changed right into anguish. "You little bastard! From 2.1 to 5, that's called increased by a little by. That's more than doubled. How did it grow by that much?" Han thought for a bit and replied, "I don't know. Maybe it was the medicine given to me by Teacher Nightwalker." Pathless sneered. "If that old black has that ability, I will write my name in reverse," Pathless said to himself on the other end of the dark net. He's very familiar with Nightwalker's background, so he was sure that it had nothing to do with Nightwalker's medicine, but with Han himself. To be honest, Han's natural growth rate increasing to 5 units per day really shocked Pathless, but on the outside he still have to play it cool and emotionless. That's just okay. This kind of speed in Milky Way isn't that impressive. You can't be arrogant because of this. But now that you have recovered, you must not slack off. Let's dial the training progress back a notch, starting from -20 degrees Celsius and slowly increase to the -50 degrees Celsius you were at before the fight. You must be patient with this. Do you have any other questions? Han anxiously asked. Teacher, I noticed that among all the stores that sell equipment and skill scrolls on Darknet, you charge the lowest price. Now my Earth's united government wants to form an Esper Legion, but we are really poor and can't afford too much. Don't know if teacher has any ways of helping us get some cheap skill scrolls? All the things here are second-handed, you know that? Yep, but that's okay, as long as they are cheap. Han didn't mind at all, because with the current financial ability of Earth, being able to give every soldier some second-hand equipment is already good enough. The equipment sold on Darknet, they are usually acquired from illegal channels. You don't care about that either. That's no problem, whether it's stolen or robbed. Right now we just need something that's cheap, but also decent. We can't afford to care about where it's from. Pathless hesitated for a second and said, I will be honest, the things I sold were all from stripping the dead. Many great battles took place in Milky Way, and those large-scale wars involved over millions and millions of Espers killing. After the war, dead bodies were left everywhere. Some of the equipment I sold still have bloodstains, and that's why. In the Milky Way Alliance, it is illegal to strip and sells the stuffs of the dead, but there's someone called the Skinner. That's all he does. How about this? Let's book a time and I will take you to see the Skinner. If you want some good equipment, but don't want to spend too much money, then that's the only way. Han didn't even hesitate to agree. So what if it's taken from the dead? Right now, 90 of the Esper soldiers don't have any equipment. Last time, Han was able to survive in that fight mainly because of his black celestial python. Without the protection from armor, even one blow from the enemy might end Han's life. Han booked a time with Pathless and reported everything to Li Yu on the second day on their way to the South Pole base. Li Yu couldn't help but frown a bit. Han, what kind of friends do you have? He suggested, taking the equipment from the dead soldiers. Is that even illegal? Han wanted to say he met both Nightwalker and Pathless Origin on Darknet, and if the business are legal, then that would be strange. But of course, Han wouldn't tell Li Yu the secret about Darknet, so he replied in a deep tone, "Chief, I was there at the fight at Shanghai." Before the soldiers from Esper administration arrived, the ordinary citizen Espers didn't have any equipment. They couldn't even protect themselves, and they had to risk their lives to protect the civilians. I never want to see that kind of sacrifice again. Even if the equipment is second-handed, stripped from the dead, illegal, so what? In my opinion, the equipment that can arm our brothers and minimize avoidable sacrifices are the best equipment. As for the Milky Way law, fuck that law. When did that fucking law protect us? Why should we respect it if it wasn't there when we are suffering? Li Yu was deeply convinced. Not just the fight at Shanghai, the fight at South Pole was the same. If the equipment were better, maybe a couple more brothers could live. Even if it can help one more brother live. Earth has about 150,000 Espers, not counting the minors, low-levels, non-combats. Only about half of that number can actually go to war. Every Esper's strength is very important. We can't let our brother's blood drip in vain. Thinking about that, Li Yu said in a deep voice, "Okay, do what you said. Let your friend get us a bunch of illegal equipment and arm our brothers first. I will handle the headquarters side of negotiation." Shua. The plane landed in South Pole. Li Yu and Han exited the plan and walked towards that extinction domain that's hidden under the base. Thanks from Mighty Sugar Daddy for sponsoring this chapter. Anyways, since Black Bean's sauce is going to be dead for the next few days, I will be proofreading my own translations to see if it works out or not. Chapter 44, C-Class Extinction Domain. When Han returned to the South Pole base, he received unprecedented amount of welcome. "Yo, Han, you are finally back." "I missed you, brother. Good as long as you are back." "Thank you. It was all because of you that we got to keep this precious extinction domain." Han smiled as he greeted everyone, although he didn't know most of them since he didn't stay for too long at that base, and he focused on training, and those people that saw Han as their close brothers only met him probably once or twice. But that didn't affect how much everyone loved Han, the tough bones Han. There's no one on Earth that's not familiar with that nickname. In everyone's eyes, Han may not be the strongest, but he's absolutely the most fearless existence. 1 against 10 and 20 times the enemies, and still charged bravely without hesitation, fighting till the last moment and almost sacrificing his life. Han's story is like a legend to everyone. Ever since the last incident, the security level at base significantly improved. Now there are 2 special force squads guarding the entrance to the extinction domain. That's about 22 people. Han looked at that silver alloy gate and sighed. That's where he saw the death of Charlie and Fo Lehman with his own eyes. Now revisiting this site, how could he not feel down? Stepping past that mysterious gate, Han finally arrived at the legendary extinction domain that he heard so much about. A bit different from what Han imagined. There's no fancy decorations nor artistic statues. It's more like a metal fortress, the grand lobby connecting countless passages. Most of the passages have rails installed, and electric transporting trains dragged out carts and carts of black minerals, sending everything to the gigantic machine at the lobby for refinery and sorting. The black coating of the minerals were scraped, leaving behind light yellow crystals. The crystals are pretty small, like grinded transparent sand, and the workers are in the middle of boxing them up. The extraction rate isn't too much, harvesting only a few pounds from a cart of mineral rocks. Han curiously watched everything, the steel-reinforced walls, roof, passage, and there are murals on the wall and roof depicting the vast Milky Way, as if the prehistoric civilization were very fond of the starry space. Li Yu let out a sigh of relief. Now this is a C-class extinction site that belongs to Earth. It was a prehistoric ore yard that carries pretty good quality sunfire crystals, which is that little yellow rock. It's used to manufacture high-level alloys, and each ton can be sold for 50,000 GC. The ore yard's current production rate is 1 ton every day, and we can take these minerals to the Milky Way public market for sale. That way, United Government will have an income of about 15 million GC every month. As productivity picks up, the harvesting rate will increase as well. When it can reach to around 3 tons per day, that's 45 million GC. You must know the United Government's income last year was only 50 million GC. Han was a bit confused, but I don't really get it. It's just exploring a mine. How did so many brothers die in battle? Li Yu looked at those dark passages and said, because there were dark beasts. Han was slightly shocked for a bit. He doesn't really understand what Li Yu meant by dark beasts. Follow me. Li Yu took Han through one of the pathways. The people working here are all ordinary people without power. Seeing how sweaty and hardworking they are, they probably know how important this mine is to Earth, so they are really trying their best to finish their mission. A predicted monthly income of 45 million is still not enough for a populated place like Earth. All the Espers will need equipment and medicine, and that's already very costly, not to mention if they want to form a space fleet. Right now, Earth only has one Air Fortress-class frigate, and it was a prize won by Ka'a Lake for scoring 9th place during last Galactic meet. But regardless of size, Earth is still a country. For a country to have only one space frigate, it's really a joke. But to obtain more ships and train more personnel, it's a huge expense. In addition, United Government has to import some advanced energy sources, machines, training systems, and it also needs to travel for diplomatic reasons, and these all cost GC. So right now for Earth, it's not a problem about being poor, but a problem being really poor. Han followed Li Yu and arrived at the depth of the passage, and marks left behind battles began to appear. The claw marks on walls were at least 15 centimeters deep. If those marks were left on soldiers, it would be an instant death. Li Yu recollected his memory as he spoke. Before the prehistoric left, they locked down many mines, research facilities, bases, and left large quantities of dark beast. Normally, the higher the class of the extinction domain, the stronger are the dark beasts that were left in them, and they also left traps inside extinction domains class B and up. So, for us to retrieve the treasure left behind by the prehistoric civilization, it wasn't an easy task. Like this ore yard, it's actually fairly easy to capture among all the other classes, but it still caused the assault army to suffer heavily. With Earth's current strength, if we would to explore higher class domains, it would probably bring extinction upon the whole army and possibly Earth. Han slightly nodded, thought for a bit, and asked in curiosity, but how do people determine which class an extinction site is ranked as? Also, I don't get it. If the prehistoric civilization left Milky Way, then why did they seal away everything and make it that troublesome for other people to access it? If they don't want other people to access it, why didn't they just blow them up? The extinction sites are ranked based on their value and difficulty. The lowest one is D class. It has no threat. C class is a bit more dangerous, but still manageable. B class means a significant amount of risk, and only the developed countries in Milky Way has the ability to explore a B class, and lower-level countries will either ask those developed countries for help or form an alliance with other countries, and then they would barely manage to explore it. As for a class, it's difficult beyond imagination. Even if the most developed countries of Milky Way form an alliance, it's still impossible to completely capture an A-class extinction domain. That's like the ultimate forbidden domain for humans, with countless of traps, hidden passages, and dark beast. Galactic meet of Milky Way's primary objective is actually to gather all the talented young Espers in Milky Way to form an alliance to explore those special A-class domains, which are A7 domain, A19 domain, and A23. These 3 A-class domains are very unique. There's a restriction placed at the gate, allowing only people under the age of 30 to enter. That year, Key Lake successfully explored A7, and his overall score was ranked 9th in the entire Milky Way, displaying an enormous amount of potential. With powerful young warrior with such potential here on Earth, although after the galactic meet ended some countries still suggested to colonize Earth, it was quickly declined by the Milky Way Alliance. After all, in their eyes, a top talent like Key Lake might be really helpful to the Milky Way Alliance in the future. But sadly, after the galactic meet ended, he sent his Air Fortress-class frigate back to Earth, but he never returned home and no one knew where he went. Until this day, we still haven't heard anything about him. After talking about Key Lake, Li Yu could hardly hide his emotion. Key Lake was a student of Li Yu and 2 others, and they all shared a deep bond. It has been almost a decade. If Key Lake was still home, then Earth wouldn't be in such a difficult situation, with even the raiders dare to push it around. After a brief hesitation, Li Yu continued, as to why the domains are heavily defended, it's because the prehistoric civilization believed that one day they will ultimately return to Milky Way, so that's why they carefully sealed everything away. They still want to come back? Then I'm more confused. Moving as an entire race is not a joke, and it's really costly. If they are going to come back then, why did they move away as an entire civilization? I guess they have their reasons. That's why it has been the biggest mystery of Milky Way. Normally, an entire race moving is usually due to a threat. But from the materials and technologies harvested from the domains, it's clear that before humans there was a very intelligent race with high degree of civilization. Humans only learned a fraction of the technology results of the prehistoric civilization, and it has already been so useful. Battleships capable of crossing Milky Way, fusion electric energy technology that's like a free source of energy to the entire world, those are all technologies left over by the prehistoric civilization. In fact, no one knows the type of threat that the powerful prehistoric civilization was facing that caused them to feel so determined to move towards the unknown distant. But there's one thing certain, the existence that forced the prehistoric civilization to completely leave Milky Way must be a very dangerous enemy, and that dangerous existence is still here somewhere in Milky Way. It's still in a dormant state, and we just don't know more about it, that's all. Regardless, Milky Way is a chaotic and dangerous place. As a member of this galaxy, Earth is way too weak. The only way is for us to get stronger, and then it will be possible to fight off all external threats. The most I can do is to put in all my effort to develop extinction domains. As long as Earth has a stable financial income, we can slowly accumulate strength. And you just need to find a way to make it to the galactic meet. I believe that you have the potential. Han nodded. Don't worry, I will try my best. To my knowledge, Headquarter also has a team of professionally trained young Espers. They should be going for the advancement match to the galactic meet, right? Li Yu looked dignified, tough to say. Now they are like you, shut away from the world to train. Oh, right, you will meet those guys soon. Also, Cheng, Zhong, and Monk, they are all coming to attend First Legion. Han was so happy to hear that, although they haven't known each other for a long time, but they've fought side by side like brothers, sharing the same life, and that's the best kind of relation. Soon Han and Li Yu came to the end of the pathway. The rails are still being installed, and the mineral pit is going to be explored soon, to provide valuable financial support to Earth. Li Yu stared at the blood left on the wall, said in a deep voice, "If we can't secure a good spot at the galactic meet to avoid becoming a colony of other countries, our only chance would be to forcefully activate the B-class extinction domain here. And let our brother Espers on Earth fight for the last hope." Han was shocked and asked in surprise, Earth still has a B-class extinction domain. Chapter 45, Ancient Battleground. Han was shocked and asked surprisingly, Earth still has a B-class extinction site. According to what Li Yu just described, a B-class extinction site was an extremely valuable existence that can only be captured by the more developed and powerful planets in the Milky Way galaxy. The result of excavating an extinction site was, of course, an immeasurable amount of wealth. Han never would have guessed a small planet like Earth was capable of having a B-class extinction site. Li Yu slightly nodded. Earth really has a B-class extinction site, and since you are already an official member of the Extinction Site Administration, I don't have to keep it confidential towards you anymore. But you know what's sad? It's that we defend a gold mine, but we can't harvest any of that gold. We have no choice but to watch the wealth sleep underground. Han was shocked for a second. Because we are too weak? But didn't you say before that we can partner with other big countries to explore these high-class extinction domains? Li Yu showed a bitter smile and his eyes dimmed. It's not that Earth hasn't tried negotiating the exploration with other countries. The closest planet, the Centaurus Sally Empire's initial offering was 95. The extinction domain is on Earth, and they want to take the majority of it. How can anyone allow it? Also, the side effects of that negotiation was that the intel that we have a B-class domain got out, and the Sally Empire has been eyeing us menacingly ever since. I suspect that the past raids were all ordered by them. Unfortunately, that day you almost died to stop those raiders. We still couldn't kill them all. Some ended up fleeing, so we felt really guilty. Han hastily responded, I knew what happened that day. When our brothers got out of the extinction site, they had already reached the end of their tethers, so it's already a success to be able to kick them off Earth. Li Yu smiled bitterly. First Legion's formation, it's also part of a plan to explore B-class extinction. If the Milky Way Alliance really ratifies Earth as a country that needs to be colonized, then we will force open the B-class domain. Right now, the main army has already moved to the location of that extinction domain. The 1st Legion's headquarters, the Air Fortress-class frigate, is positioned there as well, and this C-class location will be turned into a simple ore yard. After a few days, let's move to the new base with the last batch of soldiers. Li Yu stayed at the base to finalize some moving arrangements, and Han resumed his daily training. As the base moved, that freezing yet still unfrozen strange body of water will be completely moved too, to create a place to train for Han at the new base. After training, Han felt a great sense of refreshment throughout his body. He asked for 2 meat buns and 1 large cup of hot chocolate at the cafe. Then he returned to his room and started to think while eating. Earth was not in a good position right now. Possessing a B-ranked extinction domain was Earth's luck, but it's also a source of disaster. If it wasn't for Key Lake, Earth probably would have already become a colony 10 years ago. It's very easy for the developed and powerful countries in the Milky Way galaxy to claim Earth. They just need to write a report during the galactic meet of the Milky Way, saying that Earth was too weak and unprotected. Then they would request for the responsibility to protect it. Then the members on the executive committee will do a vote, and if the majority doesn't reject, then Earth will become a colony. But like Li Yu said, betting with everything on the line to force the opening of B-class extinction domain is also not feasible. A low-level C-class domain already took the lives of many Esper soldiers, so it won't be enough capture the B-class domain even if they send all the soldiers on Earth into the domain. Sigh. It's time to attend the appointment with Pathless. Han let out a sigh and headed towards the training center. He found a public virtual pod and logged onto the Galactic dark net. They agreed before to visit Skinner, the guy who strips dead bodies for equipment, to talk about buying weapons. Shua. After a flash of light, Han was sent into the virtual environment created by the computer. There was a little stream with many blue stone chairs and tables, 4 sides surrounded by green grass and pleasant sound of nature. It was really peaceful. Pathless origin still hasn't shown up, so Han waited patiently near the little river. This time, Pathless was so nice that he agreed to take Han to see the buyer. That's really a rare opportunity. Soon, Pathless showed up, looked around, and said, "Once you are ready, we will get going." Han nodded. Pathless opened the address display, entered a link, and then copied the link to Han. Note this down, and next time you can go find Old Mo yourself. Han and Pathless teleported one after another to Skinner's camp. Han suddenly realized this campsite wasn't virtual, but instead was real. Right now, Han and Pathless consciousness got placed into 2 walking robots. The dark net had connected the robot's data end, and that way, although being thousands of light years apart, Han and Pathless can still be physically present. Han looked around in curiosity and observed that the place Skinner lived wasn't that great. A ragged, tiny industrial ship parked on a cliff with an energy shield protecting the top and surrounded by small mountains of equipment and weapons piled randomly after being taken away from the dead. There's no one at the campsite, just a few robots covered in rust stains, and we don't know how long it had been since they were last cleaned. Missing an eye or short an arm or leg, it was very common. Around the campsite were large quantity of robot remains. They were taken apart by someone and thrown into piles. Han looked down at himself. The robot he got placed in is actually quite interesting. Different from those common crawler-type robots, the one Han's controlling is more human-like, with 2 arms and 2 legs, and the workmanship and material that made this robot also seems higher class. Moved fingers around, attempted to jump a few times. Han then saw Pathless origin. He's a robot too now, and there's a screen on the head, and on that screen is that emotionless, cold, wrinkly face of Pathless. Pathless said in an arrogant voice, "What? You've never seen robot before, right? These things are a big taboo in Milky Way. Using intellectualized robots? Death. Repairing robots? Death. And manufacturing robots will also result in the whole family getting death sentence. I trusted you, that's why I brought you here. So you can't tell this to anyone, even if you get beaten to death." Han nodded, but asked in confusion, "Robots violate Milky Way's law. Although I've never came in contact with one, but I've watched a lot of movies on robots." Pathless said in a serious voice, "Anything related to artificial intelligence is a big taboo of the Milky Way Alliance because they are scared of the power of artificial intelligence. They feel that robots might one day betray the human race, so they strictly forbade all research and work related to robots." That Skinner old Mo built his campground on the side of a cliff, and there's a shaky steel-chained bridge linking to the other side of the cliff. As Pathless took a broad view over the boundless field on the other side and said in a deep voice, "That's the main battlefield of the Zizou Empire and Luolan Republic, where over 20 million Espers fought to the death. The war continued on for a year and 7 months, and all the killing resulted in blood running like rivers and bodies covering every inch of the ground. Ultimately, both powerful countries used supernuclear weapon at the same time, instantly killing all the soldiers on the field regardless of them being ally or foe. The bloodiness of that war was beyond imagination. After the detonation of supernuclear, this planet became a forbidden zone for humans. The average radiation index reached 76,000, especially the land right across from us, which is the center of the battlefield. The radiation index passes 5 million. No one, not even warlords, were able to survive in radiation that strong." Han asked in confusion, "If there's so much radiation, how can Skinner Old Mo survive and live here?" Pathless Origin waved his hand and said carelessly, "You will know in a second. Old Mo isn't even human." Chapter 46. Skinner. Pathless waved his hand and said carelessly, "You will get it when you see him later. Old Mo isn't even human. You, always saying bad things about me behind my back." Right after Pathless' words, Han heard the industrial ship's hatch door open, and someone with messy hair and wearing thick black goggles spoke as he walked down. Han found out in surprise, Old Mo really isn't human. He's in thick armor with only 2 hands exposed. He has very long nails, just like hard eagle claws. He's covered in gray scales, and his body size is far larger than humans too, approaching 3 meters. This must be Skinner Old Mo. Although he's not human, but just like Han and Pathless, he spoke Milky Way's common human language. Right now, Milky Way already has its unified language and writing, and since Earth is a newcomer to the Milky Way Alliance, different languages still exist based on where you are from on Earth. For instance, as Han, Chengzhong, Li Qi, and other friends from China still speaks Mandarin when they are together, but they all speak Milky Way's unified language during other times. Pathless saw Old Mo is here. He smiled and said, When did I say bad things about you? You are not a human. Pathless turned around and explained to Han, Old Mo belongs to Kui race, a very rare race in Milky Way. They were born on a planet that's really radioactive, so they originally have very high tolerance to radiation. Later, Milky Way Alliance wanted to take over the planet due to its rich nuclear resource, and since Kui is a small race, they couldn't defend against the invasion of a large human army. So, the Kui race got scattered. And due to the fact that they have high resistance towards radiation, a portion of them became skinners. This Old Mo has been wanted by Milky Way Alliance for a long time, so if you need money one day, just chop off his head and hand it in, and you can redeem quite a large bounty. Old Mo has really good temper. He didn't get angry, and he stopped beside Pathless and Han. Pathless was very straightforward, Old Mo. This is Han. He wants to buy some equipment from you. Old Mo nodded and pointed at the nearby small mountain of equipment. To be honest, due to the heavy nuclear pollution on this planet, all my equipment here are contaminated, and that's why they are so cheap. After shipping them back, they still require some processing to be usable. Pathless added, Old Black knows a few things about processing. You just have to buy something that neutralizes radiation, that's all. After Pathless and Old Mo's explanation, Han finally understood the so-called skinners are not merciless outlaws, but just someone that uses robots to clean up battlefields. For example, Old Mo, he belongs to a rare race and lives in difficult conditions under the oppression of the Milky Way that's dominated by humans. That's why he made the risky move and started this kind of business that can get him killed. Right now, United Government of Earth has 10,000 official members. They are all elite Espers picked from the entire planet, the majority being 3-star Espers with some 4 stars as well. According to plan, Han will need at least 10,000 3-star battle suits and 10,000 weapons. During a large-scale battle, aside from battle suits, Espers usually wear another layer of alloy armor in order to strengthen their defense. Rarely being able to find a low-price supplier like Old Mo, Han of course wants to finish buying all the equipment at once. Usually, 3-star battle suits are around 100,000 GC each. Armor and weapon depends on quality and material. Han thought for a bit. Weapons and armors don't have to be exceptional quality, but buying battle suits is quite troublesome. Battle suit is the most foundational equipment. Not only must it have good defense, capable of entering water or space and maintaining life, it also needs the flexibility of being able to adjust when wearing. Too loose or too tight are all not good. They require an advanced degree of technology to manufacture, and it's also costly to make. Even these contaminated second-handed battlesuit are still not cheap. Han and Old Mo negotiated. Old Mo considered for a while and finally said, How about this? 3-star battlesuits, I can sell them for 8,000 GC each, and then armor and weapon, including shipping, I will charge another 2,000. That's my bottom price. As for my 4-star battlesuit, I only have around 10. I will charge 1 million GC. During the time of that war, high-level soldiers were all concentrated at the center of explosion, so the equipment left over on the battlefield are usually from soldiers of average and lower rank. The high-rank equipment were mostly destroyed with those high-level soldiers, so they are rare to find. Han saw Pathless nodding slightly on the side to show his approval of this being a good price, so Han agreed to the deal. It costed 101 million GC to buy this shipment of equipment, and if Han were to buy it from legal Galactic market, then it would cost at least $1 billion or $2 billion. Then Han thought about the problem with shipping. Old Mo laughed and said, I've been cleaning this battlefield for many years. There shouldn't be too much stuff left over. Later, I will tidy up the items you ordered and ship it to Earth myself, and then I will head to another battlefield. Han and Old Mo were still talking about shipping arrangements while a large group appeared from the distant. It's a group of hardworking robots that goes onto the battlefields to retrieve equipment. They stopped at the campground and started sorting the equipment they retrieved. Han became very interested in the system of control Old Mo has in place. Although Old Mo came from the Kui race, he still can't tolerate the high radiation at the center of battlefield, and he had no choice but to stay on the outer ring. He still can't expose himself to the radiation too much, so he always takes baths with medicines regularly to make sure that he doesn't die from a prolonged exposure to radiation. As for the robots, they aren't afraid of anything, and they don't understand what it means to be tired. If robots aren't banned in Milky Way, Han really want to buy one too. Old Mo, where did you get those robots? Han asked curiously. Old Mo laughed and said, from a junk planet. The robot were destroyed after the ban, but there were a portion of the parts still on that planet, so I resembled them. Unfortunately, these robots had logic chips installed before, and they were taken out before the robots were destroyed. There's a big difference between the robots with and without logic chip. The ones without has very basic intelligence, and they only understand to follow orders. If the robots have a logic chip installed, then it becomes just like a human, capable of smiling and thinking. Old Mo also told Han that to avoid being copied, Milky Way Alliance took away all the logic chips and sealed it at a highly secured location. It is said that logic chips are also something left behind by the prehistoric civilization, and it is impossible to be produced under the current level of technology that humans possess. So, as long as Alliance doesn't remove the seal, then Milky Way Galaxy will never have truly intellectualized robots. Han listened and thought emotionally. Using large quantities of robots can significantly improve humans' production capability, and it's such a pity that they were sealed away. Old Mo saw Han asking so many questions about robots, he laughed and said, "You are really interested in robots?" Han nodded rapidly. Old Mo said with great sentiment, "Me too. Ever since I was a child, I already became obsessed with robot technology. These robots are not just tools that I use to clean up battlefields, they are more like families that I know will never betray me. If you like them, I will let you lead a group and explore the ancient battlefield later." This bonus chapter is sponsored by Synthos. Thank you, bro. Chapter 47, Exploring the Battlefield. Han took 2 cleaning robots and decided to go take a look at the battlefield that Old Mo and Pathless have talked so much about. Both robots are crawler type, suitable for moving in complicated terrain. Their arms carry digging tools, and because they don't have logic chips implanted, they look kind of dumb, only capable of listening to orders. Han told them to go sit on the car and wait for him, and they ran to the car and waited there like a good boy. Old Mo told Han that the robot Han's in right now used to be the most advanced model in the old days, named R7, made from high-level titanium alloy, has an identical body of human with arms and legs, height at 1.8 meters, connected and controlled using the darknet communication port. After getting ready, Han waved goodbye at Old Mo and Pathless, stepped down on the gas pedal, and the vehicle rushed onto the steel chain bridge towards the Battleground remain. Old Mo commanded the rest of the robots to start picking out the equipment that Han wanted, and pack them all into his sketchy industrial transporting ship, waiting to leave the planet to get them cleansed first before sending them to Earth. In the blink of an eye, Han has already traveled very far. Old Mo's base became a small black dot behind him, and in front of him is the limitless desert. After the cruel nuclear explosion, the land has become completely lifeless. Only Old Mo and maybe the robots count as the only life on this planet. The vehicle is called a land speeder, a very common mean of transportation in Milky Way. It has no wheels, uses magnetic suspension system to float about 1 meter off the ground, with 2 high-powered jet turbo engines providing the speeder the necessary propulsion, capable of traveling up to 3,000 kilometers per hour. Old Mo's land speeder doesn't have a top and also carries a cargo box like a truck. It looks really simple. But after all, he's an engineer that can even repair the complicated robotic devices. With his tuning, the land speeder has excellent performance and great drifting speed, topping it off with powerful jet engine that set off a huge amount of sand behind them as it roars. Han controlled a robot to drive the land speeder so the air resistance and noises were not a threat to him, allowing him to fully enjoy the pleasure of speed. After only 2 hours, they arrived at the heart of the battlefield. Here he saw the land clouded with giant craters that resulted from bomb explosions. Some of these bombs didn't detonate on the ground, but in the air instead, releasing supershock waves capable of shattering the internal organs of soldiers to create more casualties. The large empire-level countries in Milky Way have incredible strength. At this war between Zizou Empire and Luolan Republic, just Espers alone, both sides putted in as much as 20 million. In comparison, Earth has at most 15,000 Espers, and that's including those non-combat ones like the Esper that can grow more teeth or do math faster. It's clear to see the huge gap that exists between Earth and those great powers in Milky Way. It was said that the most powerful countries in Milky Way, the 12 permanent members of the Milky Way Alliance, each has at least 100 million Espers. For countries with such strength, destroying Earth is as easy as stretching fingers. The ancient battlefield has a long history. Coupled with the robots led by Old Mo that have been here for decades, there wasn't any remaining equipment in sight. In fact, Han also knew that it would be impossible for him to find anything valuable on this ancient battlefield because they would have long been taken away by Old Mo. Now he just wanted to get a feel of the atmosphere of the battlefield. Despite the battlefield now looking like a deserted desert, there is one thing that will not die out because of time but grow more and more intense, and that is the soldier's indomitable soul. The wind blows and the water gets cold. Warriors leave home but never return. The barren desert filled with a chill atmosphere. The warriors that fought bravely here in the past have died, but their souls are still here wandering. Before the dark and stormy night, the sound of wind on the desert is their lamentation. TL translated from a Chinese poem. Han imagined the scenes of the war that year, picturing rivers of blood running on the desert. Before he knew it, he has driven past the heart of the battlefield and came to the end of the desert, facing layers and layers of mounds. Han stopped beside a mound. He looked at the time, and 5 hours have already passed. Blazing past over 10,000 kilometers, it is very hard for people that aren't personally experienced to understand the joy Han had riding that land speeder. Although Han knew that it's highly unlikely that he will harvest anything, but after all, for a journey on the battlefield, he should at least get something as a souvenir. He's really not reconciled to go home empty-handed. Even finding a dagger to bring back is good enough for him. So, Han decided to enter the hilly area. Driving in the desert just needs speed, but driving in this hilly terrain requires more skills. Han slowed down his speeder and advanced along the valley between the hills. A sudden turn will drift up the center of gravity of the speeder, adding on a thrilling pleasure that wasn't present in the desert. 2 more hours quickly flew by. Han still hasn't made any discovery. Not even the main battlefield have any more remnants, not to mention this region outside the battlefield. Well, it's not early anymore, time to go back. Thinking about that, Han tilted the steering wheel and got ready to turn back to the camp. After all, Han is still a beginner at driving land speeder. He rushed between the hills and was a little anxious when making a quick turn. After hurtling sideways, the speeder actually couldn't stop and began to quickly drifting sideways. Shit, too much speed. Han cursed, quickly activating the brake. At the presence of an opposite force, the speeder began to react by shaking violently, sending dirt flying all over the sky. Shua! The speeder finally came to a difficult stop only a few meters away from a small mound, barely avoiding collision. The scene was breathtaking. Han turned his head to check on the robots. Crap, he and the land speeder are okay, but those 2 robots got thrown out of the cargo container due to a shift in gravity, landing head first into a mound. Han hurried and got off the speeder to dig out the 2 silly robots from the soil. Huh? Suddenly Han froze because as he dug out the robots and pulled them out of the dirt, he noticed that the dirt wall is actually hollow inside. There is a cave with its entrance covered by dirt, and as Han dug out the soil layer, he was able to see the cave from a top corner. Come, let's dig open this hole and take a look, Han asked the 2 crawler-type robots. So, Han and the two robots struggled as they finally opened up an entrance big enough for them to fit. Then the robot opened a flashlight and accompanied Han into the cave. The cave is a natural formation, not large in area. The nuclear explosion that year possibly shook off the top layer soil, blocking the entrance to the cave. The light shined onto the end of the cave. Han seemed to see two dark shadows. Chapter 48, 90 million GC. There seems to be two dark shadows inside the cave. Han hastily walked over and saw two long dead soldiers both knelt on the ground. The one on the left pierced the other one's chest with a knife, but the one on the right landed a sneak attack with a dagger hidden in his sleeves right before his death. The edge went into the neck, dealt a fatal blow. Undoubtedly, there is a significant skill gap between the two warriors. One of them took all the advantages and straight up slashed the other one's combat armor into a mess while not getting a single scratch on his body. Unfortunately, the weaker one was more sinister, releasing his dagger right before death and ended the enemy's life. Han felt incredibly lucky. It's an unintentional move, but a traffic accident knocked open a cave, and the weapon and armor left by both soldiers are his. The warrior with a pierced chest was wearing a leather combat suit. It was severely damaged, possibly wasted. But the warrior that got stabbed in the neck, his uniform was intact, black. It feels like a fiber texture, but also a bit different. Han quickly ordered the two crawler robots to take off the items on the corpses. The silly robots are used to doing this kind of work. They quickly scavenged the bodies and also dug out an inheritance power crystal from one of their skulls, golden, sparkling. Han knew, generally speaking, that only high-level Espers will possibly leave behind inheritance power crystals after death, and the probability is less than 1 out of 10,000. Judging by the color and purity, the crystal can easily sell for 1 million GC. And if this person is a high-level soldier, then the items he left behind must be quality stuff as well. But after digging around, aside from his combat suit, he only found a ring. Perhaps because of his confidence, he didn't bother wearing a layer of alloy armor. The soldier in leather combat suit did wear armor, and he also carried a leather backpack, although there isn't anything valuable. But the dagger in his hand is really unique. It's actually not metal, but made with animal bones. Han quickly packed everything up in excitement, got on his land speeder, and went straight back to Old Mo's campsite. "Come check this out, I found something." Han landed the speeder safely and shouted in excitement. Soon, Old Mo and Pathless got out of the industrial ship, and they were surprised to find that Han actually found some equipment after circling the battlefield once, and it looks very good too. A complete combat suit, a broken combat suit, a blue ring, a backpack with a few gems and other food supplies, a silver dagger made from animal bones, an alloy armor, plus a power crystal. Old Mo skillfully picked up an armor and knocked. This is a protective armor built with Fuli Dragon alloy. Good stuff. Although it has many scratches, but it can still sell for 120,000 GC. As for the power crystal, it should be metal-bending descent, worth about 10 million GC. On the other side, Pathless picked up the dagger, weighted it with his hands, tilted his head, and said, "This is a dagger made with black celestial armor beast's tailbone, a very insidious weapon that not only can escape the scanner, but is also highly toxic. It can sell for 70 or 80,000 GC. Han nodded on the side. No wonder that higher-level warrior dead right away after being stabbed. The dagger was poisonous. Old Mo checked out the leather combat suit and backpack and felt quite impressed. He said in a deep voice, "This dead man appears to be from the witch race. He not only uses the dagger made from black celestial armor beast, but also used red tail. Viper's leather as armor and backpack. Both of these are poisonous, distributing a scent that will trigger hallucination after inhaling. The witch race?" Han was shocked. The witch race is one of the Milky Way wisdom race. Its scale is smaller than the Kui race Old Mo is from, and it was said that they are all insidious people that are skilled with using poison. Pathless stared at that last combat suit and blue ring for a long time and asked in a deep voice, "Han, where did you get these stuff?" So Han told Pathless and Old Mo the whole story. After hearing it, Pathless laughed. I get it. Luo Lan Republic was said to have hired soldiers from the witch race, so this 4-star soldier should belong to the Luo Lan side. But the owner of the other battle suit and ring should be a young aristocrat from the Zizhu Empire. First, let's talk about this knife. Silver Moon Crescent Blade, top-tier blade in the Zizhu Empire. Annual production was no more than 10, and they were only given to the elites of the empire and never sold to public. Its price is at least 1 million GC. This combat suit is even better. It uses a special type of soft metal named Black Kylan, ranked low 6-star. Without at least 20 or 30 million, it's impossible to buy an all-round combat suit of this high quality. Han was shocked. He placed his hand on that black combat suit, stroked it a few times, and said in surprise, "So this is soft metal?" Its texture feels like fiber. No wonder this guy only wore this combat suit, but not the alloy armor. It's actually because he's really confident in his equipment. Pathless nodded slightly, although his equipment is good, but it's certainly not 6-star. Or else how would the 4-star Esper from the witch race be able to kill him? Old Mo said carelessly, Zizhu is an empire with many wealthy aristocrats. Maybe this person is a noble offspring, so he was able to play with these high-level equipment. Pathless, what's the deal with the blue ring? It's been in your hand for a long time. Pathless slightly smiled. This thing is even better. You have never seen it before, right? This ring inlaid with the blue stone is the legendary Blue Sky Ring, a dimension ring left behind by the prehistoric civilization to store items. Old Mo, right now I'm in a robotic state, so I can't use my source energy. You force some of your source energy into the ring to open it. Maybe there's something valuable inside. Old Mo nodded. The sky blue ring is quite amazing. A DNA-detecting chip is installed on the ring, so whoever wears it, only his or her source energy can activate the ring, and ordinary people without source energy won't be able to use it. Soon, Old Mo opened the blue sky ring and poured out a lot of good stuff. Most of the things are supplies, food, medicine, water, underwear, and stuff. In addition, there's some letters and a notebook and a pile of money. Pathless picked out the money and medicine and passed it to Old Mo, threw away all the food and water, picked up the letters and notebook, and began to read. Quickly, a faint smile appeared on Pathless' face. It really is a young noble offspring of the Zizhu Empire, and he was also in a relationship. These are all diaries and letters to his girlfriend that he didn't have time to send out. After readily throwing away the letters, Pathless picked up the piles of banknotes and counted. One of the pile is in notes of 10,000 GCs, the other 2 piles are in 1,000 GCs, and there were a few hundred GC bills too. Pathless smiled and said, Noble's children are really spoiled, carrying this much money just to go to war. These are all GC cash issued by the Milky Way Alliance. Although the majority are now using electronic money, but these notes can be converted any time. It's about 23 million. Han, now you are rich. Silver Moon Crescent Blade is worth 20 million value of 6-star Black Kylan combat suit, 10 million value of power crystal, 23 million in cash. The bone dagger is about 2 million, and these medicines seems pretty decent and can go for around a few hundreds of thousands, and not to mention this sky blue ring that can generate in 1 cube dimension for you to use as storage. On Darknet, sky blue rings of 1 cube large is worth at least 50 million GC. Adding everything together, your loot has a value of about 90 million GC. A harvest of 90 million GC worth. Han was so excited that he wanted to jump. Not long ago, due to the loss of his drug index, Han started to worry about his source of income. But today he was able to gain this enormous wealth all of a sudden. You must know Li Yu and the brothers putting their lives on the line to explore the C-class domain, and their monthly income is just about 45 million GC in total. Han took a visit to the ancient battlefield, and he was able to harvest loot equivalent to 2 months of Earth's income, which after conversion is more than 100 billion in United Government currency. Talking about being wealthy enough to compete with countries. Of course, these wealth are mostly just on paper. Black Kylan battlesuit, sky blue ring, silver moon crescent blade, white bone dagger, fully dragon alloy armor, these just make up a complete set of combat equipment, and of course Han wants to keep them for own use. Pathless thought for a bit and said, "Sell the power crystal, and let old Mo bring you the cash and equipment when he goes to Earth." Chapter 49. Nazca Base. Tomorrow is Earth calendar's New Year. Before New Year, Li Yu, Han, and the last group of personnel that are moving from the South Pole base loaded up the ship with supplies and arrived together at southern Peru's Nazca wilderness. Headquarters of 1st Legion and the undeveloped Class B Extinction site are all located here as well. Sitting on the plane looking down, the first sight was the well-known Nazca lines, a line stretching for several kilometers, constituting a variety of vivid patterns engraved above the field, and its origin still remains a mystery up to this day. Hercules' transporter skipped those miraculous patterns, and the atmosphere changed suddenly when an enormous interstellar warship appeared into their sight. This is the Air Fortress-class cruiser, Atlantic cruiser. Its length covers more than 1,500 meters, width expanding to nearly 400 meters. 30 stories high, 6 main artilleries at the front and back, 18 secondary side cannons as support, 4 linkage missile launchers, 2 fixed-space torpedo launchers, and 2 decoy launchers, and so on. The Atlantic cruiser is equipped with a series of heavy firepower attack means. Atlantic cruiser carries 800 crew members. As Earth United Government's only interstellar cruiser, Atlantic shoulders the important mission of guarding Earth. Unfortunately, although Atlantic has incredible firepower, there's only one which can't protect every corner of Earth. Those space raiders are currently taking advantage of this to carry out hit-and-run tactics, normally fleeing before Atlantic even arrives. After crossing the Atlantic cruiser, they saw the 1st Legion headquarters, which is also the entrance to the B-class Extinction domain. Numerous white circular buildings surrounded the entrance to the domain. Over 10,000 Espers are guarding on Atlantic cruiser, and so if the raiders plan to destroy to Earth's B-class domain again, they will have to check if they got what it takes. Christmas just passed, and it's New Year's Eve, but there's no colorful lights nor celebration at the base. The Hercules landed in solitude just a few miles away from the airport. Han followed Li Yu and got on a jeep towards the base. On the way, he saw many soldiers jogging in the dark night, people holding thick books and studying under the outdoor lights, and the training facilities were crowded as well. The jeep stopped at the back of the base. Li Yu looked around and said in a deep voice, "Next year is the Galactic meet. Everyone in the Legion is very nervous, so when Long Chuan proposed to have a New Year's celebration, no one responded at all, and that's how much pressure everyone is under right now. Come with me. I will take you to see another group of young men that are participating in the pressure exam." The Nazca base has a separate spherical building saved for the most promising group of talents that are attending the Galactic meet. They deemed Han as one of them, so Li Yu took him to see his future comrades. Your department is the expansion of the headquarters talent team. There were originally 7 little monsters under the age of 30, but reached 4 stars. Now, plus the 32 Espers selected on Earth that have the hope of making it to the Galactic meet, there's a total of 49 members. Your supervisor is Long Chuan. He is also the captain of Atlantic cruiser. Because of how busy he is, you might not always get to see him. Also, your good buddy Cheng Zhong is also here. Han nodded. He has already heard of the famous Long Chuan, who was one of Key Lake's 3 teachers. Comparable to Li Yu and Talin, the 3 figures have made an indelible contribution to Earth. Now they all occupy pivotal positions in the United Government, with Li Yu being the chief of the Extinction Domain Administration, Talin being the chief of headquarters, and Long Chuan taking over Earth's most important military power, the Atlantic. As elsewhere, there is no celebration in the training camp. Han and Li Yu came straight to the training center, only to see fatty Cheng Zhong training his leg muscles, doing exercises while chewing non-stop on a bucket of beef jerkies. Compared to the first time Han saw him a few months ago, Cheng Zhong got a lot fatter again, with cheeks bulging and belly almost sticking to heaven. Han! Cheng Zhong saw Han, and he immediately ran towards him while holding his bucket of beef jerky. As he ran, the training center's alloy floor trembled as well. "Brother, I missed you, man," Chen Zhong shouted in a very affectionate voice. Han looked around. "How come only you are here? Where's Monk?" Chen Zhong curled his lip and said, "Monk didn't pass the pressure exam and got eliminated. He's on the assault team now." There are several other people in the training room, and Chen Zhong's open personality strikes again as he dragged Han and introduced him to everyone. Li Yu still got other tasks to attend to, so he left early. Chen Zhong enthusiastically took Han on a tour around the building. United Government spent a lot of money on this promising group of youths to prepare them for galactic meet. The training center has a personal simulation pod for everyone and also all kinds of training facilities. It's been a while since he last saw Chen Zhong, and just as Han was excitedly chatting with him, a cold voice suddenly came to Han's ears. "You are Han?" Han turned around and saw 7 people walking out from the training center. They are all really young, and the obvious difference between them and others is that they are each in decent quality combat suit and wearing a 4-star honor badge on their chest. Han knew they are the legendary 7 geniuses from headquarters. Being able to reach 4 stars before the age of 30, these people all have impeccable potential. As for Han and Chen Zhong and the others, they are all latecomers to the department, and they are all 3-star Espers. It looks like these geniuses aren't that gregarious, especially the tall, thin, blonde young man that's leading the group. His eyes are somewhat domineering, has a flat mouth that coldly shouted Han's name. Speaking about them, the biggest difference between Han and the 7 geniuses is the sheer force of character. Although his level isn't as high, but Han fought real battles, saw blood, and also witnessed the kind of cruel and merciless fights at broadcast of death. Although Han's younger, but he seems more calm. Slightly smiling, Han reached out his hand and got ready to shake hands. "I am Han. Haven't asked what your name is, brother?" The tall, blonde youngster hesitated, reluctantly reached out, and gave a little high five to Han's palm and frowned. "You are very late. As of now, everyone is here." The old saying goes, "No rules, then there's no results." Tonight we will elect the battalion commander and a deputy battalion commander so that we can also have a voice and a backbone for subsequent activities. Han doesn't have any objections, but Chen Zhong already retreated to the side. Chen Zhong seemed to be a bit angry at them. These guys are most annoying. Just because they are higher level, they show no respect to all the late-coming 3-star warriors. They don't even train with us, and they always act alone. After talking with Chen Zhong, Han knows that the tall blonde youngster is called Jin Beige, Germanic origin, intermediate 4-star level, and among all 49 people in the training camp, he's the only one that reached such a high level. Of course, in a battle, level doesn't mean everything. Experience, courage, power, and so on are all important factors. Sin Beige really has a great surge of leadership gesture. He gathered all 49 students into the exercising room and said in a deep voice, "I suggest we perform simulated battles to pick out the battalion commander, and the deputy commander will be picked by the commander." After that, everyone have to listen to the commander's arrangements, stick close together, and grow this department into the strongest combat team as soon as possible. We old genius battalion all agree to elect me as a candidate for commander. You latecomers can elect a candidate now. Han slightly frowned. He's not very impressed by Shin Beige's decision. After all, everyone belongs to the same training camp and are fighting for the same goal. There's no need to distinguish between veteran members and late joiners. Sin Beige stroked his blonde hair, scanned the field of audiences, and said in a deep voice, "Then, if you guys have no other opinions, I will be the commander, and I appoint Anne Beibei as the deputy commander, who is also a very outstanding member among us old members. Anne Beibei is a very lively girl, looks like in her early 20s, has a nice tanned skin and a pair of slender legs. When Xin Beige mentioned her, she smiled and waved at everyone. She obviously has an open and cheerful personality. I disagree. The decision was almost settled, and Chen Zhong suddenly shouted, I think Han is more qualified than you to be the battalion commander. Unlike us, he once single-handedly blocked a dozen times more enemies and protected the Earth's vital C-class extinction domain. Talking about battle experience, Han is 100 times stronger than you guys. If you put yourself in Han's shoes that day, do you think you can block them? Chen Zhong suddenly carried out Han, and that slightly stunned him. Xin Beige's face doesn't look any good now. He has always considered himself as a genius and thought he's better than everyone else. If not satisfied, you dare to fight? Xin Beige said coldly. Of course you think we are afraid of you. Chen Zhong immediately rolled up his sleeves and revealed his arms, which are even larger than other people's thighs. Chapter 50. Long Chuan. Xin Beige didn't try to hide his overbearing character. He arrogantly asked Han, What did you say? Do you dare to fight me? Shua. All eyes gathered on Han. Against Xin Beige and his team of geniuses, a lot of people all felt grudges against them, but they knew that they were too weak, so none of them dared to speak up. However, now that Han's here, the soldier that was known as the possessor of the strongest superpower and bones on Earth, everyone, including Chen Zhong, all hope that Han can stand up for them and challenge Xin Beige and his arrogant group of geniuses. Smiling faintly, Han stood up and said, Brothers of Earth do not fight amongst themselves. But since it is just a contest, I guess there's no problem for us to just practice against each other. I also really want to see Brother Xin Beige's skilled moves. Han accepted the challenge so readily, which surprised everyone, including Chen Zhong, who was very familiar with Han. Usually, the boys from China were more shy and constrained. But after not seeing him for a few months, Han's personality seemed to have gone through big changes, becoming calmer and more fearless. But little did Chen Zhong know, during the past months Han had been closely following Pathless' training method, and Pathless obviously didn't teach Han those old and constrained Chinese training methods. What he taught Han was extreme training, extreme combat techniques, fighting with his life on the line and never giving up until his body was in a grave. Although Han was still young, he had already begun to think like a true iron-blood warrior, lowering his head and acting cowardly like a turtle. Not even a chance. True warriors shoulder responsibilities. If Han ever had the thought to hide like a turtle in a battle, then that could cost the lives of many citizens or comrades. Chen Zhong looked at the person. He's no longer that nerdy version of Han, but an unyielding warrior version of Han. Turning around, Han didn't even bother to look at Xin and said in a deep voice, Since it's a team battle, I need 4 teammates. Who's willing to accompany me and fight by my side? Of course, Chen Zhong was the first one to step up. Then Han picked out 3 others that looked really calm from the crowd. We will see you on the virtual battlefield in a bit, Han immediately said. Li Yu waved farewell to Han, turned around and went to Long Chuan's office. Opening the door, there sat a thin, white-skinned middle-aged man in front of the monitor. The expression on his face showed that he was eagerly looking forward to something. This was Long Chuan, the youngest one among the 3 teachers of Key Lake, and also the highest level, sitting at the pinnacle of a 4-star Esper. The famous Long Chuan didn't look like a warrior at all, but rather more like a scholar in a thin and weak body, with a severe stomach problem and a face as pale as the snow. He actually looked like he was suffering from malnutrition. Li Yu and Ta Lin all nicknamed Long Chuan the sick dragon. Of course, nickname jokes were always just jokes. Only Li Yu and Talon, who were very close to Long Chuan, truly understood how fearsome he could be. Not only is he powerful, but also very intelligent, completely different from those common kind of powerful but simple-minded warriors. Last galactic meet, Long Chuan had just passed the age of 30 and went over the maximum age limit. Otherwise, if he fought together with Key Lake, they would probably receive an even better score. Unfortunately, also Long Chuan had the talent as rare as Dragon and Phoenix, but he was still a sick dragon, inflicted with a condition that has dragged him behind a lot. At the age of 20, Long Chuan already reached the pinnacle of 4-star, but his levels stayed the same till now. At the age of 39, he still couldn't make that final step and break through the barrier to 5-star. But he certainly had a cheerful personality, though. He saw Li Yu and he immediately yelled at him, "Hurry, hurry, they are about to fight." Li Yu's head became filled with question marks. Who? Who's fighting who again? Long Chuan was so excited that his eyebrows are dancing. The little boy you brought, Han, he's challenging Xin Beige's group. Li Yu was shocked for a second, then muttered, "I just brought him to the training camp, and it's already chaotic. Xin Beige's group are all geniuses taught by you. How can Han be their opponent?" Long Chuan was very looking forward to it. That's still uncertain. Look at his team picks: weight conversion descents, Cheng Zhong; mind control descent, Bai Shuiying; rock descent, Tu Lamu; ice descent, Nicholas. They are all powerful espers. Li Yu was shocked and said in surprise, "Good picks. These are all the strongest espers among the 3-star soldiers. Han doesn't even know them. Cheng Zhong probably picked for Han. From what I know, Cheng Zhong and Han fought together before, so their relationship is very good." Long Chuan shook his head and showed a footage of Han picking to Li Yu in a slow motion, in which Han quickly picked out those strong members from the crowd and Cheng Zhong didn't say a thing. Long Chuan thought about it and said, "I understand. Han made his choices based on looking at others' eyes." Eyes? Li Yu is still a bit confused. Long Chuan said, "Look carefully." When Han was picking, he scanned everyone's eyes once. If there is any fear or if one is undetermined, those people all can't become Han's teammate. Cheng Zhong stood up right away, so that's that. But Nicholas and Bai Shuiying and the others, they are all very strong, and their eyes shows a feeling of eagerness, and that's why Han picked them. That's probably it. Otherwise, it can't be explained why the strongest 3-star Esper Luo Yuyan wasn't chosen by Han. She's an opponent that even Xin Beige is kind of scared of, but unfortunately she's just a shy girl with an introverted personality. That's why Han chose others but not the strongest Luo Yuyan. Han must have saw through the cowardice in Luo Yuyan's bones. Long Chuan is a very intelligent soldier. Li Yu obviously trusts his analysis. He also thinks that Han made his choices based on one's sheer force of character. Otherwise, only fools won't pick Luo Yuyan as their teammate. "Who's going on the Jinbeige's side?" Li Yu asked. Long Chuan said in a somewhat angry tone, and Beibei, Taehongliu, Buluk, and Parker, "That's the strongest formation in the gifted class. They are all 4 stars. Against Han's temporary team, they still chose to use their strongest combination. That way there's no grace if they win." Li Yu laughed. "You can't eat grace for food. I actually think Xin Beige made the right choice going all out. After all, it's the tough bone Han. Despite his level, Void End isn't a vegetarian's technique. As soon as the Void domain is activated, any power is eliminated, and Xin Beige will have no choice but to charge at Han and trade melee blows. Believe me, anyone against Han isn't a joke. His moves are really cruel and merciless." Long Chuan nodded slightly. "I've watched the clip that made Han famous countless times. He certainly doesn't lack the courage and perseverance of a true soldier, but don't underestimate my crew. I've spent great effort on Xin Beige and his team. Doesn't matter how strong Han is, it's just him that's strong, but tactics are the most important factor in team fights." In the monitoring screen, Han and the others have entered the virtual pods and were discussing each other's characteristics. Li Yu slightly frowned. Aside from Cheng Zhong, Han doesn't even know the other guys, let alone understand their characteristics. A temporary team formation like this maybe really isn't a worthy opponent of those geniuses. Long Chuan was still fueled with excitement. "I've been looking forward to this fight for a long time. Even if they didn't trigger a fight today, I would still look for ways to get them to fight. Let's watch together. I really want to know who's stronger, Han from the wild or the group of geniuses that I carefully taught and tuned."